Chapter 592. Bastard, go to hell. Finally, one of the last 5 Martial King Realm experts, who was at the Nirvana Realm, pounced in front of Du Xiaofu in rage. His speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning, bringing along a gust of wind. Wherever he passed, the stone slabs and gravel on the square below were all swept away. In his hand there was a powerful talisman weapon that looked like a saber, but not a saber. It looked like a halberd, but also like a spear. Chi-la-la! The talisman weapon swept across, creating a sonorous sound wave. Runes danced in the air, and the surrounding space turned into a vacuum under the energy shockwave of the lightning. In the end, it gathered into a terrifying and sharp attack. The sharp attack was like the light in the vast sea of lightning. The lightning was blazing, and a murderous aura descended, slashing towards Du Xiaofu. Wherever the terrifying attack passed, the ground cracked, and the vacuum waves seemed to tear the space apart. It was extremely frightening. At that moment, the attack of this Martial King Realm Nirvana Realm cultivator shocked the surroundings. The gap between the Nirvana Realm Martial King Realm and the mysterious Martial King Realm was too big. It was as if they were 2 different worlds. Once one reached the Martial Emperor Realm, it would be difficult for one to surpass the Martial Emperor Realm. At that moment, countless gazes both inside and outside the high platform in the square froze and watched closely. At that moment, when the terrifying and sharp attack instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, suddenly a mysterious aura spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu's eyes, which were originally filled with golden light, were now filled with strange talisman patterns. An extremely shocking energy swept out, shaking one's soul. Mysterious soul eye. At that moment, within Du Xiaofu's eyes, it was as if there were tens of thousands of rays of light shooting out. The strange, mysterious patterns of the talisman overlapped with each other. Finally, like a ray of light, it shrouded the entire sky and enveloped the former. And at that moment, the former Martial King at the Nirvana Realm, whose eyes were filled with killing intent, suddenly became sluggish as if they were frozen. The attack that was activated by the talisman weapon in his hand also stopped and dissipated. The golden rune wings flapped, and Du Xiaofu appeared in front of the ladder. He slashed down with his sword, and the sword light tore through the air as fast as lightning. At that moment, the Nirvana Realm Martial King, who was in a daze just now, immediately came back to his senses. "You are also a talisman master, a 6-star talisman master." However, it was too late. The pupils of the Martial King Realm expert from the Divine Light Court constricted as shock and fear gushed out from his eyes. The sword radiance streaked across the space in a domineering manner and directly struck his body. It fell from his shoulder and split him into 2. In the end, he turned into a bloody mist and shattered in the sky. Walala! Another Martial King at the Nirvana Realm was killed by Du Xiaofu. His blood splattered on the spot. Boom! The delay this time allowed the Martial King Realm expert in his 50s to finally catch up to Du Xiaofu in a rage. Blazing lightning runes gushed out from his body, and a terrifying palm pressed down furiously. The palm print was forcefully repelled before, and in the delay at this moment, Du Xiaofu could not avoid it. The former's palm print immediately slammed onto Du Xiaofu's back. Boom! As the terrifying palm fell, Du Xiaofu's body suddenly rushed forward. The aura of lightning swept across, and there was no way for him to avoid it. The vast and mighty lightning bombarded and invaded his body. Uft! Under the huge impact, Du Xiaofu's internal organs also trembled. His qi and blood surged, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of light, golden blood. With the strength of Du Xiaofu's body, and the body that had recently undergone bone cutting and marrow cleansing, ordinary people could not hurt Du Xiaofu's body at all. However, at this time, under the attack of the Martial King Realm expert, Du Xiaofu was also injured. However, it was definitely not an easy thing to completely injure Du Xiaofu's body at this time. At this time, No one knew that the lightning attack of the martial king realm expert that poured into Du Xiaofu's body after entering Du Xiaofu's body, although it made Du Xiaofu spit out blood, it inexplicably fell silent in Du Xiaofu's body, as if it was automatically absorbed by some energy dormant in Du Xiaofu's body. Kid, go to hell. Just as Du Xiaofu's body staggered and flew forward, the martial king realm Nirvana realm expert that was the first to be slapped away by Du Xiaofu appeared. The expert was already prepared. He took the opportunity to pounce out from Du Xiaofu's side. His killing move was swift and fierce. A fist print was like a thunderbolt, and with the momentum of a thunderbolt, it ruthlessly hit Du Xiaofu's back. Boom! On Du Xiaofu's back there was another dull sound. Waves of vast and mighty power swept out heavily, causing the space around Du Xiaofu to tremble violently. It was extremely terrifying. However, just as the terrifying fist of the martial king realm expert just landed on Du Xiaofu's body, a sharp murderous intent and chilling aura in Du Xiaofu's eyes became even more blazing. Du Xiaofu's combat power was already nature-defying, and his defense was even more insane. Just as the fist of the expert landed, Du Xiaofu suddenly turned around and stabbed out with his right hand, dominating shadow. The sword gleam instantly shot out. Retreat! The expert's expression changed in panic. He had already taken precautions before this, so his body instantly retreated and retreated in an instant. The martial king realm expert's Nirvana realm aura burst out and actually dodged Du Xiaofu's sword by a hair's breadth. As he escaped from danger, he could not help but reveal a cold smile, dominating shadow change. Just as the martial king realm expert thought that he had escaped danger, Du Xiaofu turned around and revealed a cold smile on his face. The azure gold long sword in his hand turned into layers of azure gold sword whips. Qi thought the azure gold sword whips were like a dragon soaring into the sky and a rock soaring in the sky. They swept out fiercely, agile, and bewitching. With the speed of lightning, they directly swept towards the chest of the martial king realm expert. Just as the martial king realm expert did not expect this at all, the azure gold sword whips directly destroyed the Qi protective halo around his body, and then directly pierced into the former's chest. Qi, the sword whips swept past and then circled around, hooking a large piece of shattered internal organs and flesh, causing blood to drip. In an instant, a large piece of blood mist sprayed into the air from the body of the divine light quartz expert. Blood also spurted out from the corner of his mouth. Chi-la-la, the azure gold long whip, was bewitching. In the end, it circled around and once again turned into a natural, simple, and elegant azure gold longsword in Du Xiaofu's hand. At this moment, the martial king realm expert in his 50s appeared in front of the expert. His eyes were filled with rage, but he also stopped. Avenge for me. As the expert's last words fell, his eyes were filled with unwillingness, resentment, and fear. Then his eyes shrunk, and blood sprayed into the air. His body fell straight onto the ground of the square, like a dead bird with broken wings, and there were no longer any signs of movement. The body of the martial king realm expert in his 50s was suspended in the air. Looking at the corpse that had just fallen, the rage in his eyes began to become more intense. His fists were tightly clenched, and his nails dug into his flesh. The muscles on his face twitched and began to distort and become ferocious. Gulp, gulp! At this moment, countless people around the square and on the high platform fiercely sucked in cold air. In a short period of time, everything happened in a short period of time. No one would have thought that there were a total of 6 experts in the martial king realm. Among them, 2 were in the Nirvana realm, 3 were in the mystery realm, and 1 was in the martial king realm. Such a powerful lineup was unexpectedly useless in front of Du Xiaofu. They could not even suppress the corner of Du Xiaofu's clothes. Instead, 5 experts of the martial king realm were killed by Du Xiaofu one after another. Throughout the square below, all the onlookers seemed to have suddenly shivered. A chill ran down their spines, and the depths of their souls were also trembling. Their eyes were suddenly filled with shock, and the blood in their bodies began to surge. Du Xiaofu had acted very quickly, and even in one breath, it was extremely coherent. However, the 5 experts of the martial king realm had already been killed on the spot. The purple-robed youth was so powerful and overbearing that no one could remain calm. At this moment, even Morong Hanlin, Morong Honkan, Wu Tianyong, Gong Sun Changkong, and the others on the high platform were all dumbfounded and could not recover from the shock. They absolutely did not expect all of this. The 5 experts of the martial king realm of the Divine Light Court were killed on the spot in such a short period of time. It was too shocking. On the high platform, the elder of the Divine Light Court suddenly stood up, and then his figure disappeared in an instant. "Kid, today you will die without a doubt." When the elder's figure reappeared, he was already in front of Du Xiaofu and roared angrily. The elder was about to collapse. 5 martial king realm experts, plus Guyu. He would be in big trouble when he returned this time. How could he let the kid in front of him go? "I will definitely not let you go, including the Divine Light Court." Du Xiaofu shouted. At this moment his eyes were red with killing, and his blood was boiling. The sword radiance in his hand erupted, and directly slashed at the elder. "You are courting death. You are definitely courting death." The elder was furious. He did not expect that Du Xiaofu did not take him seriously at all. This was courting death. His qi surged, and the surrounding air trembled. He waved his hand, and a palm print directly pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Endless lightning erupted and drowned Du Xiaofu, wanting to kill Du Xiaofu directly. Whoosh! This time, under the elder's attack, Du Xiaofu's sword radiance was directly destroyed in front of countless shocked eyes. The sky was in a state of chaos as blazing rays of light resembled the sun, after which everyone watched as Du Xiaofu's body directly fell from the sky. Even the pair of incomparably overbearing golden rune wings on his body had been shattered. Rumble! Du Xiaofu's body fell to the ground, and the golden rune wings on his back cracked. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and the ground shook and the mountains shook and gravel shot out. However, his hand was still tightly holding tyrannical shadow. Martial King Realm. That old guy is at the Martial King Realm. Du Xiaofu struggled to get up. Even with the strength of his physical body, he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Chapter 593. The attack just now was too powerful. Only those at the Martial Emperor Realm could do it. Just as Du Xiaofu had expected, the old man from the Divine Light Court was a Martial Emperor Realm expert. In midair, the old man from the Divine Light Court looked at Du Xiaofu, who had crawled up. His eyes were secretly filled with shock. He did not expect Du Xiaofu to be able to get up. If an ordinary peak martial king realm expert had been hit by his attack just now, they would not have been able to get up now. From this, it could be seen that Du Xiaofu's physical body was abnormally strong. "Brat, no matter what, you're dead. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart," the old man from the Divine Light Court said angrily. In the blink of an eye, 5 martial king realm experts had been killed on the spot. Even he was so shocked that he was stunned for a moment. If he had known earlier, he would have taken action earlier. Then he would not have caused such a huge and terrifying loss. He was filled with regret and became more and more furious. "Father!" Hearing the words of the old man from the Divine Light Court, Morong Xiang was startled. Then she looked nervously at her father, Morong Hanlin. Morong Hanlin shook his head slightly. At this time, he was clear about the situation. Even if he did not care about the entire Morong family, Gong Sun Changkong would be the first to entangle him. Moreover, he had to consider the entire Morong family. Previously, Du Xiaofu had told him not to get involved. At this time, Morong Hanlin could only hope that Du Xiaofu, who had endless tricks up his sleeve, would still have a way to escape at the last moment. Du Xiaofu did not say anything. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. At this time, it was difficult to fight against a martial Emperor realm expert. Du Xiaofu was anxious. He could only use the purple gold heavenly palace. Even if the consequences were not something he could control and fight against now, it was still better than being killed on the spot. At this time, there was no other way, no other choice. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu put away the tyrannical shadow in his hand, raised his head slightly, and looked coldly at the two furious people from the divine light court in the sky. He sneered, "My life is right here. Come and take it if you have the ability." "Humph, brat, you're about to die, and you're still boasting shamelessly." The elder of the divine light court was enraged. He looked down at Du Xiaofu with a murderous look in his eyes. Then his body shot out at the same time and swooped down toward Du Xiaofu. In an instant, he was above Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the gaze in Du Xiaofu's eyes became completely crazy. She was about to use the purple gold heavenly palace at all costs. Boom! At the same time, the old man from the divine light court also pounced in front of Du Xiaofu. His mighty aura surged, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled behind him. There was a huge difference between a martial dominator realm expert and a martial emperor realm expert. Swish! At this moment, in the blink of an eye, a figure suddenly appeared in the space in front of Du Xiaofu as if it had torn the space apart. Then an old figure appeared, and a terrifying pressure suddenly spread across the sky. Under such pressure, not to mention the onlookers in the square, even the experts in Fertile Field City on the high platform turned pale in an instant. Everyone felt an oppressive aura descend, and the qi in their bodies faintly solidified. At this moment, the elder of the divine light court who was pouncing toward Du Xiaofu had a drastic change in expression. His figure suddenly stopped in the middle of his charge, as if he had felt an extremely terrifying aura. A look of horror immediately crept onto his face. "Do you bastards think you can touch my disciple?" At this moment, an old figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, exuding an ancient and domineering aura. His loud voice immediately reverberated in the sky above the square, like a sudden clap of thunder that resounded throughout the entire Fertile Field City. "Disciple!" Many people's gazes suddenly trembled as they looked at the old figure that had strangely appeared. Du Xiaofu was already so terrifying at such a young age. Now that his master had arrived, what kind of terrifying expert would he be? Just the aura that had spread out at this moment was enough to make people tremble. The elder of the divine light court looked at the old man who had suddenly appeared at this moment, and his eyes trembled. The aura that had spread out from the old man's body made him fearful. That kind of fear was not ordinary fear. "Retreat first!" The elder of the divine light court's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he exchanged glances with the old man who was at the martial king realm. Both of them immediately released their qi and retreated immediately. At this time, the two of them had never thought that they would provoke Du Xiaofu's master at this time. "Do you think you can escape after bullying my disciple?" However, just as the two people of the divine light court were about to move, and their qi surged as they were about to flee, the old figure sneered. With a shake of his sleeve, he stretched out his rather old palm and directly slapped the two people of the divine light court who were retreating. Slap, slap! Then, under countless dumbfounded gazes, two bright red palm prints appeared on the faces of the two people of the divine light court at the same time. Blood and teeth were spat out from their mouths. Then the two people suffered a heavy blow and fiercely shot backward from midair. They rushed into the square below like meteorites. Rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The two people fell to the ground fiercely, and two large pits were blasted open on the square's ground. The martial king realm cultivator was obviously the most miserable. He crawled in the deep pit for a long time, but still could not get up. "Oh my God!" Looking at the bloody martial royal realm old man who had just stood up and the martial king realm expert in perfection who had been struggling for a long time. Everyone in the square and the high platform gasped in astonishment. Gong Sun Chongkong, Gong Sun Bao, and the others had cold sweat on their cheeks and backs. Murong Hanlin, Wu Tianyong, and the others also looked at each other. They could not resist the strength of the old man at all. He was a terrifying expert who had arrived in Fertile Field City. Gulp, gulp. Everyone in the square swallowed their saliva. They were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. A martial emperor realm expert could not even resist a slap from the old man. How shocking was this? At this moment, Du Xiaofu looked at the old man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing that the martial emperor realm expert of the divine light court could not withstand a single blow and was sent flying with a slap, the madness in his eyes subsided, but then he clicked his tongue. What kind of terrifying level had the old man reached to be able to send a martial emperor realm expert flying with a slap? At this moment, the entire square had become silent because of the sudden appearance of the old man and the slap of the old man. Huff, huff, gulp, gulp. Apart from the sounds of gasps and swallowing of saliva, there were no other sounds. What is Du Xiaofu's background? His master is actually such a strong expert. Murong Hanlin, Murong Hankan, Wu Tianyong, Gong Sun Chongkong, and the others were all thinking, "Who else dares to touch my disciple?" After slapping Luan Fei and the two people from the Divine Light Court, the old man stood in midair and did not look at them again. He looked around, and the aura of pressure spread out, making everyone in the surroundings not dare to speak. Most people did not even dare to raise their heads. At this moment, most people could see clearly that the old man who had suddenly appeared was in his 70s. He was floating in midair, and his figure was thin and slender. The old man in his 70s was wearing a green and white robe, and there was an ancient sword on his back. His appearance was very similar to Du Xiaofu, and one could tell at a glance that they were master and disciple. The old man's white hair fluttered in the wind. A few strands of white hair fluttered in the wind along with his white beard. He gave off the impression of an immortal. His temperament was extraordinary, as if an immortal had descended to the world. It was enough to make people respect him. The old man withdrew his gaze from the surroundings and finally fixed it on Du Xiaofu. There was a smile in his eyes, and it was as if he had seen his favorite thing. "Good job, kid, I like it." However, as he spoke at such a close distance, his immortal temperament suddenly disappeared. In particular, two front teeth protruded out of his mouth like rabbit teeth. As he spoke, he spat saliva from time to time, which almost sprayed on Du Xiaofu's face. "Senior." At this moment, Du Xiaofu finally got a clear look at the appearance of the old man who had suddenly appeared. The disciple of his sect was extremely strong, but he had never seen this old man before. Du Xiaofu was puzzled. At this time, Du Xiaofu naturally did not know the identity of this old man. He was Elder Qingyang, who had been looking for Du Xiaofu everywhere in the ancient heaven sect. Elder Qingyang had been searching for a long time, and he was on the verge of giving up. Who would have thought that when he happened to pass by Fertile Field City today, he would see a sea of people here? He wanted to see what was going on, but instead he found what he was looking for. Elder Qingyang had arrived at the square early, but he also wanted to take the opportunity to see Du Xiaofu's cultivation strength. Therefore, he had been holding back and did not show his face. Therefore, he was shocked again and again. It was as if he had found a treasure, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. In the end, the martial emperor realm cultivator of the divine light court made a move. Fearing that Du Xiaofu would be injured, Elder Qingyang had no choice but to step forward. How could he let someone who dared to hurt the disciple he had already decided on? "Let's talk later. Take the elixir quickly. Don't let it affect your injuries." Just as Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, Elder Qingyang interrupted Du Xiaofu. Then He directly took out a large number of elixirs from his chinquin bag and stuffed them into Du Xiaofu's hand. Above the elixirs, a multicolored light filled the air, and a strong medicinal fragrance wafted in all directions. Brothers, 7 times in a row until now. Xiaoyu, go to sleep for a while. 7 updates in a row. Brothers, if you're happy with it, I'll send you flowers, recommendations, and so on to express my gratitude. Chapter 594. Marquis Grade Elixirs and a King Grade Elixir. Du Xiaofu was instantly stunned, as he never imagined that this old man with a sage-like demeanor would be so generous. A handful of Marquis Grade medicinal pills and a single King Grade medicinal pill were extraordinarily valuable and expensive. Even the eyes of some experts on a high platform lit up with envy when they saw the elixirs from afar. These are all elixirs for healing. Take them quickly. Elder Qingyang saw that Du Xiaofu was stunned and immediately placed the elixirs in Du Xiaofu's hand. The old man at the martial emperor realm from the Divine Light Court was slapped down. He was so scared that his face turned pale. His reputation was greatly damaged, but he was more frightened and shocked. However, when he thought of the fact that he still had someone backing him up, he immediately raised his head and said to Elder Qingyang, "Sir, we are from the Divine Light Court. That brat stole our martial arts techniques. Do you really want to interfere in our affairs? The Divine Light Court is nothing. Are you trying to threaten me?" Elder Qingyang, who had the demeanor of a transcendent being, spoke in a completely different manner. He glared at the martial emperor realm elder from the Divine Light Court and shouted, "Cut the crap! If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost. Go back and tell Ming Dingtian that my name is Gu Qingyang. If the Divine Light Court dares to touch a single hair on my disciple, I will raise the entire Divine Light Court to the ground and kill everyone." He looked like an immortal, but his words were extremely vulgar. Many people's eyes trembled when they heard him. However, everyone understood the meaning behind his words. The elder did not care about the Divine Light Court at all. He did not care about the Divine Light Court at all. The martial emperor from the Divine Light Court's face twitched. He was gloomy and did not dare to say anything more. The strength of the other party's attack was enough to kill him instantly. Gu Qingyang, then he suddenly thought of someone. When he looked at Gu Qingyang again, his eyes were filled with shock. "Scram! Trash, like you don't have the qualifications for me to destroy you. If you don't leave, I don't mind making an exception." Elder Gu Qingyang glared at the old man, who had even less of a problem and didn't hold back at all. "Sir, I will definitely bring your words back." The martial royal realm expert of the Divine Light Court gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to give up, but he did not dare to move at all. His life was naturally more important. At that moment, the martial king elder of the Divine Light Court picked up the martial king, who had been unable to get up, and left. He did not have the time to care about the corpses of the other people of the Divine Light Court underground, lest he provoked the other party and killed him. After Du Xiaofu stuffed 2 Marquis Grade healing elixirs into his mouth, he immediately took the chinquin bags of the 5 martial king realm cultivators of the Divine Light Court that he had just killed. The entire square was silent. No one had expected that everything would change so drastically because of the appearance of the sage-like elder. At this moment, the people of the Gongsun family looked the most embarrassed. The experts of the Divine Light Court had left. Thinking of the consequences, their faces became extremely interesting. "Idiot, are you okay?" Morong Xiang rushed over. After a few flashes, she appeared in the square and immediately went to Du Xiaofu's side. "I'm fine." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and put away the chinquin bags. "All right, kid, come with me." Elder Gu Qingyang turned around and looked at Du Xiaofu. His face was full of smiles, showing his 2 front teeth. Although he looked simple and naive, everyone knew that his strength was absolutely terrifying. "Elder Gu, Du Xiaofu was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Elder Gu Qingyang. "This is not the place to talk. You should heal first. I'll take you to a place, and we can talk slowly. Those people of the Divine Light Court may come back. If you don't want to cause trouble for the fertile field city, you'd better leave first." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes, then looked at Murong Xiang and whispered in her ear, "Your second sister is doing well. She asked me to come to the Murong family of the fertile field city to see you. She must miss you very much. Your eldest sister's daughter is called Dai Xingyu. She looks a little like you." With that, Du Xiaofu said to Elder Gu Qingyang, "Elder, let's go." Swoosh, swoosh. The two figures flew into the sky and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving a lot of guesses and shock in the fertile field city. "Xiang, what did little brother say to you just now?" Murong Hanlin and Murong Han Ken landed on the square from the high platform and came to the side of Murong Xiang, whose beautiful face had changed color. What did Du Xiaofu say to make Murong Xiang react this way? This surprised both Murong Hanlin and Murong Han Ken. "Father," he said, "that second sister asked him to come." Dai Xingyu heard this, and her charming face slightly recovered. She raised her delicate face, blinked her eyelashes slightly, and looked at Murong Hanlin. He also said that eldest sister's daughter is called Dai Xingyu. The mountains were continuous and verdant, overlapping one another. The boundless forest was like the undulating waves of the sea, surging violently, majestic and magnificent. In the distance, it was early in the morning. The hazy, distant mountains were shrouded in a layer of light gauze, and the shadows were indistinct. Amidst the misty clouds, it was sometimes far and sometimes near, sometimes far and sometimes far. It was like a few strokes of ink smeared across the boundless horizon. When the morning sun rose, a golden light rose from the east and immediately illuminated the earth. Roar, whether it was day or night, one could occasionally hear the roars of demon beasts coming from the depths of the mountain range. In the range of the valley, snakes, insects, and ants did not come near, and the fierce birds and beasts automatically stayed away. In the middle of the valley, there was a huge towering stone wall, surrounded by empty space. It was so tall that it looked like it was about to collapse. Inside the stone wall, there were many wild flowers, green grass, and clusters of moss. On top of the stone wall, an old man in a white robe sat cross-legged. His white beard swayed slightly, and his white hair fluttered in the wind. At this time the morning sun rose, and his body was bathed in golden light. He looked even more like an immortal, making people feel awe. The old man was naturally Elder Gu Qingyang of the ancient Heaven sect. After leaving Fertile Field City with Du Xiaofu, he took Du Xiaofu to a quiet place he occasionally passed by to heal his injuries. The area on top of the stone wall was not small. At this time, there was a young man with a purple broadsword on his back, sitting cross-legged. It was naturally Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was wrapped in a faint golden light. His aura fluctuated evenly, and his face gradually recovered its rosy color. What kind of cultivation method does this kid cultivate? Why does his aura seem like the terrifying golden-winged rock clan? His injuries are also recovering very quickly. On Elder Gu Qingyang's old face, he looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile. It seemed that the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. There was an unconcealable smile on his face. Huff! A moment later, the faint golden light circle around Du Xiaofu's body slowly withdrew. A mouthful of turbid air was exhaled from his abdomen. His eyelashes moved slightly, and a pair of eyes opened on his resolute and determined face. A bright light shot out. Soon after, it slowly withdrew, turning into a clear and bright one. His originally deathly pale face already had quite a bit of redness at this moment. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who had stopped cultivating, Elder Gu Qingyang revealed a smile and said, "Little brat, your injuries have recovered quite well. More than half of your injuries have healed in 3 days. Your cultivation technique is quite good." Du Xiaofu stood up and bowed to Elder Gu Qingyang, who was sitting cross-legged, and said respectfully, "It's all thanks to Elder Gu's help." "No need to be so polite." Elder Gu Qingyang stood up with a smile on his face and said, "I'm here to accept you as my disciple." "Disciple?" Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and looked at Elder Gu Qingyang. He said, "Elder, I already have a master and a sect. I'm afraid I can't take you as my master. Please forgive me. Is your sect within the one sect, 2 religion, 3 sects, and 3 factions?" Elder Gu Qingyang suddenly asked. "No, my sect is in a remote area." Du Xiaofu shook his head and said. Elder Gu Qingyang smiled and said, "Then it doesn't matter. Many experts today have several sects and even more masters. There is no limit to the number of experts. It's good to find more masters." After a pause, Elder Gu Qingyang continued, "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Gu Qingyang, an elder of the ancient heaven sect." Elder Gu Qingyang had a smile on his face. He knew very well what his words meant. In the entire central continent, there were not many youths who could refuse him. To be able to take an elder of the ancient heaven sect as a master was undoubtedly to directly become an inner sect disciple of the ancient heaven sect. Moreover, it was a special existence among the inner sect disciples. It was enough to reach the sky in a single step. In the central continent, there were not many youths who could refuse. It was a dream come true. Ancient heaven sect. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered, and then he seemed to remember that the ancient heaven sect was one of the 9 great forces. It was an absolute colossus, even more powerful than the divine light court. It was a terrifying force on par with the sky snake sect, the mysterious talisman sect, and the mysterious underworld sect. It was no wonder that Elder Gu Qingyang did not take the divine light court seriously at all. "Elder Gu, thank you for your help. I will never forget it. I will repay you in the future." Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and said, "It's just that I really don't plan to take you as my master, nor do I plan to join any sect. Please forgive me." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Elder Gu Qingyang was slightly stunned. It seemed that he did not expect Du Xiaofu to refuse him. It should be known that not only in the central continent, but even in the ancient heaven sect, there were many disciples who wanted him to take them as his disciple. However, this guy was not moved at all. Chapter 595. After a moment of silence and surprise, Elder Gu Qingyang looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Lad, how does your sect compare to the ancient heaven sect?" Junior's current sect is naturally incomparable to the ancient heaven sect in terms of strength. However, in Junior's heart, my sect is my sect and cannot be easily changed. "Senior, please forgive me." "Please forgive me," Du Xiaofu said apologetically. Elder Gu Qingyang had helped him and even protected him for 3 days. Du Xiaofu was naturally extremely grateful. However, as a student of Tianwu Academy, Elder Zhou, Vice Headmaster Zhuge Changbang, and Great Elder Qinyu had risked their lives for Tianwu Academy. This was a huge blow to Du Xiaofu. How could he leave Tianwu Academy so easily? You care about your sect. This proves that you are a person who values relationships. I am even happier because this also proves that I did not misjudge you. Elder Gu Qingyang looked at Du Xiaofu with a comforting gaze. If Du Xiaofu had abandoned his original sect and joined the ancient heaven sect, he would have been happy but also a little regretful. However, Du Xiaofu was able to resist the temptation of the ancient heaven sect and wholeheartedly stayed in his original sect. This was enough to prove that he was a pure and kind person and was not a treacherous or evil person. This was even more commendable. From a certain perspective, one's nature was more important than one's talent. After a slight pause, Elder Gu Qingyang looked at Du Xiaofu and continued, "But have you ever thought about it? If you stand on the shoulders of giants, you will be able to see even further. If you stand on a mountain, you will be able to see even more. In Fertile Field City, When you faced the divine light court, you were helpless in the end and could only fight to the death. If you were a member of the ancient heaven sect, then the divine light court would have to think twice if they wanted to touch you. Hearing Elder Gu Qingyang's words, Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered and he fell into deep thought. Elder Gu Qingyang continued, If you join the ancient heaven sect, you will be able to obtain the best cultivation resources. No matter what trouble you cause outside, the ancient heaven sect will always be behind you. If you think that you have to rely on absolute training to become an expert, then you can also choose to train yourself. Joining the ancient heaven sect will only bring you benefits and no harm. As for your original sect, it will still be your sect. You have not ancient heaven sect, nor Zhuge have you lost your ancient heaven sect. When you become an absolute expert, your original sect will be proud of you. If you have enough ability, the ancient heaven sect will also be proud of you. If you take me as your master, you will not lose your previous master. You will only have one more master. You will have one more person to guide you on the path of cultivation. As for how far you can go in the future, that will depend on yourself. No master will be able to help you. After saying all this in one breath, Elder Gu Qingyang looked at Du Xiaofu. There was some expectation in his face as he continued. Your talent is very strong. I'm afraid it is comparable to those monsters in the ancient heaven sect. Although I very much want to take you as my disciple, I will not force you. Think about it carefully. When you have made up your mind, you can come to the ancient heaven sect to find me. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and said, Senior, are you leaving? At this moment, Du Xiaofu's thoughts were extremely intense. Without a doubt, Elder Gu Qingyang's words had greatly affected Du Xiaofu. This caused Du Xiaofu to think of many things at this moment. Indeed, even if he entered the ancient heaven sect, he would still be a member of Tianwu Academy. It was just that he would have another identity. He would still be a disciple of the ancient heaven sect in the future. However, this did not affect the fact that he had graduated from Tianwu Academy. Of course, it's time for me to return. All good things must come to an end. Think about it carefully. I will wait for you in the ancient heaven sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Gu Qingyang smiled faintly. With a wave of his white sleeves, there were no profound energy, fluctuations under his feet as his figure flew into the sky and left. Looking at Elder Gu Qingyang's departing figure, Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled slightly. For a moment his heart was in turmoil. He thought about how he had no place to go at this moment. Elder Gu Qingyang's words were reasonable. Joining the ancient heaven sect was indeed beneficial to him. The destruction of Tianwu Academy made Du Xiaofu realize how important it was to have a backer. The ancient heaven sect was undoubtedly suitable for him. As for Elder Gu Qingyang, he was extremely compatible with him. Brat, are you going to acknowledge me as your master or not? I have already gone so far. In the sky, Elder Gu Qingyang soared into the sky. No one saw the nervous expression on Elder Gu Qingyang's face at this moment. How could Elder Gu Qingyang give up on a good seedling that he had chased for so long? If he could give up so quickly, he would not have been searching everywhere. Elder Gu Qingyang's departure was merely a scheme in his heart. This was called retreating in order to advance. Such a good seedling with such great talent was comparable to the treasured, monstrous geniuses of the Manchu. Even with his status in the Manchu, he could not forcefully touch those monstrous geniuses. Otherwise, he would have used all means to take them as his disciple long ago. But now, if Du Xiaofu could take him as his master and climb up the mountain, then the sect would not be able to do anything to him. After so many years of vexation, he would be able to sweep away all of it. Is this move really not enough? Brat, don't force me. If you still don't acknowledge me as your master, I will have to tie you up and bring you back. At that time, it will hurt our relationship as master and disciple. Elder Gu Qingyang softly muttered. The further he went, the more anxious he became. In any case, no matter what, he would definitely not let go of such a good seedling. Disciple Du Xiaofu is willing to accept Senior Gu Qingyang as his master. Disciple pays his respects to master. Suddenly, a voice came from the top of the valley stone wall and fell into Elder Gu Qingyang's ears. Qi! Elder Gu Qingyang's figure suddenly stopped in midair. He quickly turned his head and saw the purple-robed youth respectfully kneeling on the ground and kowtowing 3 times. Ha 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 ha! You bastards better watch out. Now, it will be time for you to cry. Elder Gu Qingyang's eyes were lifeless, and then he became excited. After a while, an absolute smile appeared on his face. The ancient Heaven sect was one of the 9 great forces of the central continent. It controlled many empires in the Manchu. It was said that any one of the 9 great forces had experienced countless years of inheritance and had always stood proudly in the central continent. This was enough to show the strength of the 9 great forces. The ancient Heaven sect was located in the southeast of the central continent. The experts in the Manchu were as common as clouds. Any disciple that walked out of the ancient Heaven sect would have a great reputation. The number of inner sect disciples who could become overlords, establish empires, and rule over a piece of land was uncountable. The ancient Heaven mountain range was one of the mountain ranges that shook the central continent. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles it was vast. It was said that the natural energy in the mountain range was dense and nourished all living things. There were countless strange flowers and herbs. The spiritual medicines and natural treasures were astonishing. More importantly, the effects of cultivating in the mountain range were much better than other places. There was another reason why the ancient Heaven mountain range was famous in the central continent. It was because one of the 9 great forces of the central continent, the ancient Heaven sect, was located in the ancient Heaven mountain range. The ancient Heaven sect was the sacred land of countless cultivators in the central continent. Countless young people yearned to become a member of the ancient Heaven sect since they were young. Whoosh! In the clouds high up in the sky, a huge sword was shuttling through the clouds. It was flying steadily and rapidly. The clouds parted on both sides, leaving a trail of air in the sky that did not dissipate for a long time. The huge sword was about 1.5 feet wide and 3 feet long. 2 figures were sitting cross-legged on it. They were Elder Gu Qingyang and Elder Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's body was shrouded in a faint golden light. His breathing was even and his aura was stable. There was still a trace of paleness on his face, but with the help of the medicinal pellets and the golden-winged rock technique, his face had already recovered its ruddy complexion. Xiaofu, we've arrived. Below us is the ancient Heaven sect. Elder Gu Qingyang's voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. Below the clouds, a vast mountain range was faintly discernible. Hoo! Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal, and the faint golden light on his body gradually retracted into his body. Then he opened his eyes. An aura surged from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The light in Du Xiaofu's eyes dimmed. He looked down at the sky. As the huge sword's speed became lower and lower, a vast and magnificent mountain range also appeared in front of him. The vast mountain range traversed the land. How vast and majestic was it! It contained and converged hundreds of rivers, with its depth and magnanimity. Looking down from above, one could see that in the mountain range there was a roaring waterfall that flowed down, and pine trees rose up and down. Huge peaks towered between heaven and earth. They seemed to be able to shine brightly in the 4 seasons. Within the mountain range, one could see many buildings covered in verdant greenery. As the huge sword moved forward, more and more buildings appeared, exuding an ancient aura. In front of us is the ancient Heaven sect. We can't fly. Even the ancient Heaven sect's sect master can't pass through the mountain gate without entering. It's disrespectful to the sect. As soon as Elder Gu Qingyang's voice faded, the huge sword began to descend. When the huge sword completely descended, it appeared on a vast square. Du Xiaofu also jumped down from the huge sword with Elder Gu Qingyang and landed on the ground. Chapter 596. Swoosh! The huge sword shrunk and returned to the scabbard on Elder Gu Qingyang's back, causing Du Xiaofu's gaze to be slightly curious. However, when he looked around, he was even more shocked. The surrounding huge mountains were continuous. This square was actually formed by cutting off the top of a mountain. In front of the square was a suspension bridge that was over 1,000 feet long. The bridge was covered with wooden planks that connected to a mountain in front. At the peak of the mountain, the 3 large words Ancient Heaven Sect were engraved in a flamboyant manner. Looking at it, one could feel a vast aura surging over, causing one's heart to tremble. It was as if 100,000 mountains were collapsing, causing Du Xiaofu to immediately withdraw his gaze. Behind the mountain, there are continuous ancient buildings that were majestic and magnificent. Waves of vast aura slowly rippled. From the surrounding natural energy fluctuations, in addition to the talent of his pulse spirit, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to sense that there were many powerful symbol arrays hidden outside the mountain gate of the ancient sky sect. "Greetings, Elder." The sound of rushing wind resounded. Soon after, many figures landed on the square. Their auras were not weak. All of them respectfully bowed. There was a total of over 10 young men and women. All of them were around 21 or 22 years old. However, their auras had all reached the martial lord level. As expected of the ancient sky sect, this caused Du Xiaofu to be involuntarily shocked. As expected of the ancient sky sect, the younger generation guarding the gate actually had such talent. "Rise." Elder Gu Qingyang gestured for everyone to bow, after which he said to Du Xiaofu beside him, "Xiaofu, follow me. This is the ancient sky sect." Du Xiaofu nodded. Under the surprised gazes of the surrounding young men and women, he followed Elder Gu Qingyang onto the suspension bridge. The wooden planks on the bridge were ancient, as if they had withstood the passage of countless years. Clouds were faintly drifting in the surroundings, and the valley below was deep like an abyss, giving people the feeling that they were in the clouds. On the way to the ancient heaven sect, Du Xiaofu learned from Elder Gu Qingyang why Elder Gu Qingyang had come looking for him. It turned out that when he was chased by several kings on the central province's long river, he encountered many fierce beasts and array glyphs. In the end, he even picked up a storage ring, which turned out to be the ancient heaven sect's outer sect disciple's promotion to inner sect disciple. However, he accidentally broke into it and took away a Qinkuan bag. It was supposed to be a reward for the first place in the assessment area. The middle grade Tao, Tool, Heaven's Net, and a kind of spiritual medicine liquid were also the rewards for the first place. However, they all fell into his hands in the end. After crossing the suspension bridge, they entered the ancient heaven sect. There was no extravagance or splendor, and there were traces of vicissitudes everywhere. The buildings were ancient. "Greetings, Elder." Along the way, many disciples of the ancient heaven sect bowed respectfully when they saw Gu Qingyang. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu was shocked along the way. The young disciples of the ancient heaven sect he met all had extraordinary cultivation bases. Any one of them would be a rare genius in the Stone Dragon Empire or Tianwu Academy. However, these young disciples who were considered geniuses in the outside world didn't seem to have a high status in the ancient heaven sect. With so many geniuses gathered in the ancient heaven sect, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder the ancient heaven sect could remain one of the 9 major powers. With so many geniuses gathered here, it was enough to provide the ancient heaven sect with an endless stream of new blood. There would always be someone who could stand out and become a top expert, allowing the ancient heaven sect to stand tall. At the same time, Du Xiaofu was shocked to see so many geniuses gathered here, and they were all from the younger generation. At the same time, he was also a young man. Youthful blood always had a competitive heart. At this moment, he couldn't help but secretly look forward to walking his own path in the ancient heaven sect. Would he be able to look down on everyone in the ancient heaven sect? Xiaofu, the sect affairs office, is on the left. You should report there first and receive your Manchu badge. This is a must-have item for the Manchu. After that, you can find me at the Tianmu Peak. I have to go find the sect master first, so I won't accompany you. Elder Gu Qingyang interrupted Du Xiaofu's hot-blooded thoughts and roughly pointed in a direction. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Although this is the ancient heaven sect, the ancient heaven sect isn't an ordinary place. It's not a tea house, nor is it a home. The competition here might be crueler than you imagine. If there is competition, there will be fighting. As long as you don't go overboard, the Manchu won't suppress you. Therefore, you have to be careful and don't let others bully you." Yes, Du Xiaofu nodded, although he didn't understand the specific meaning of Elder Gu Qingyang's words. He could vaguely understand some of it. He was afraid that cultivating in the ancient heaven sect wouldn't be too peaceful. Wherever there were people, there would be fighting, let alone in a place like the ancient heaven sect where geniuses gathered. Every genius had their own temperament and pride. It would be strange if there weren't any fights when they were placed together. Du Xiaofu more or less understood this. If the ancient heaven sect was peaceful everywhere, it probably wouldn't have been able to become one of the 9 great powers. Only with competition would there be progress. This was the most powerful guarantee for the ancient heaven sect to nurture countless experts. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Gu Qingyang turned around and left. Du Xiaofu also turned around and headed in the direction Elder Gu Qingyang had pointed out. Along the way, he met many disciples of the ancient heaven sect, but none of them recognized Du Xiaofu, nor did they greet him. So this is the ancient heaven sect. Du Xiaofu walked slowly through the ancient heaven sect, looking around. He felt like he was in a dream. Back then, he had come to the central continent to explore. How could he have imagined that he would return to the ancient heaven sect now? He remembered that when Guoming was in Biling City, he had wanted to invite him to join the Profound Talisman sect. He had no intention of joining back then, but now he had joined the ancient heaven sect. Du Xiaofu thought that this might be the will of the heavens. However, after half an hour, Du Xiaofu finally found the General Affairs office in the direction Elder Gu Qingyang had indicated. It was a medium-sized courtyard. The square outside was filled with many young male and female disciples. The youngest was 17 or 18 years old, while the oldest was 22 or 23 years old. These young male and female disciples weren't old, but their auras were extremely strong. Only a few of them were at the Pulse Spirit Realm. Most of them were at the Martial Lord Realm. Du Xiaofu found a young man and asked. After confirming that this was the General Affairs office, he also began to line up behind the crowd. From the discussions of the surrounding disciples, Du Xiaofu learned that these young male and female disciples were outer sect disciples of the ancient heaven sect. They had come to the General Affairs office to receive their monthly daily necessities and a fixed amount of medicinal pills. However, it was said that the resources of the outer sect disciples were much worse than the inner sect disciples. While waiting in line and listening to the discussions around him, Du Xiaofu gained a general understanding of the ancient heaven sect. In the ancient heaven sect, not only were they disciples, but they were also princes and princesses of the various empires. However, in the ancient heaven sect, if one's talent wasn't enough, they could only be outer sect disciples. They were all treated the same. Princes and princesses didn't have any privileges in the ancient heaven sect. Inner sect disciples had a high status in the Manchu. Even their living quarters were different from the outer sect disciples. The ancient heaven sect was also filled with competition. Aside from not killing, there were countless fights every day. In the Manchu, there were even cases of people snatching treasures. However, this kind of thing couldn't be done anywhere. Instead, it had to be done in a place called the Sky Marshal Plaza. Otherwise, they would be severely punished by the Manchu. After waiting for more than an hour, it was finally Du Xiaofu's turn. However, at this time, there was also a long line behind Du Xiaofu. Where's your badge and sect pass? You need to use your badge and sect pass to receive them. Inside the chore house, what opened the door to the outside was not a door, but a window. It was only the size of 2 heads, and a young man of about 28 or 29 years of age poked his head out and looked at Du Xiaofu. Just as Du Xiaofu was about to speak, a commotion suddenly came from the crowd behind him. Then, a loud shout entered Du Xiaofu's ears. Brat, get out of the way. Let us receive it first. Step aside. It's the people from the Crouching Tiger Society. It's Zheng Mingzhou. We can't afford to offend them. His elder brother has already become an inner sect disciple. It's a pity that he didn't pass the test. He's still an outer sect disciple. Amidst the commotion, some soft discussions could be heard. Figures immediately retreated, as if they didn't want to provoke anyone. At this moment, Du Xiaofu raised his head and saw a dozen young men with arrogant faces. They didn't care about the people in the line and walked straight to Du Xiaofu. There were a total of 13 young men, all of them between the ages of 20 to 23 or 24. They were clustered around a fat young man with a face full of fat. Brat, didn't you hear clearly? Get out of the way, or we won't be polite. Seeing Du Xiaofu's dazed expression, the young man who had just scolded Du Xiaofu thought that Du Xiaofu had been scared silly and immediately shouted again. Du Xiaofu indifferently raised his head and looked at the young man who had just scolded him. He frowned slightly, and his face started to show some displeasure. Then he said, First, watch your mouth. Second, if you want to do anything at the sect affairs office, you can queue up at the back. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the surroundings suddenly became strangely quiet. Even the young man who looked to be in his late 20s behind the sect affairs office window looked at Du Xiaofu with some astonishment in his eyes. Where did this brat come from? Doesn't he know the Crouching Tiger Society? I'm afraid this brat is in for some bad luck. He even dares to provoke the people of the Crouching Tiger Society. Sighs could be heard amidst the silence. Gazes after gazes were directed at Du Xiaofu, and all of them contained a strange fluctuation. Little Yu wrote the last 2 chapters this afternoon. However, the plot was completely different from what I wanted. Therefore, I clenched my teeth and rewrote it, causing it to only be updated now. However, Little Yu really didn't slack off today. I just wanted to write it better so that everyone would like it more. Little Yu sincerely apologizes for the delay in updating. Chapter 597. A fat young man who was surrounded by a group of people had an ugly expression on his face. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy expression. Senior Brother Zheng, are you done? At this moment, a soft voice sounded. Then, a woman slowly walked over from behind the group of people. This woman looked to be in her 20s. She was extremely beautiful with fair skin and a pair of bright eyes. She exuded a classical Oriental beauty. The woman wore a long dress and had an extraordinary aura. She walked like a willow tree, swaying in the wind. Her curves were curvaceous, and she immediately attracted a lot of attention. Several young men followed behind her. Junior sistering, I'm almost done. It's just that I met someone who doesn't know his place. Just wait for a while. When the fat young man saw the woman, his gloomy face immediately turned into a smile. Is that so? I'm in a hurry. Although the Manchu doesn't have many necessities each month, I don't care about them. The cultivation resources my cousin gave me are already enough. However, as a disciple of the Ancient Heaven sect, I naturally can't be an exception. I also need to come to the sect affairs office to collect my monthly necessities. The woman said gently. Her voice made people feel numb. Many of the surrounding young men stared blankly at her, but they didn't dare to look at her too obviously. Junior sistering, just leave it to me. I'll be done soon. When the fat young man heard this, He immediately nodded with a fawning look. He then lowered his head slightly and nodded at the young man who scolded Du Xiaofu first. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being impolite." The young man who scolded Du Xiaofu first scolded again. The aura around him fluctuated. If Du Xiaofu didn't comply, he would immediately attack. "I said line up." Du Xiaofu still said indifferently, "Brat, you!" The young man was enraged and his eyes were cold. Just as he was about to make a move, a delicate voice rang out. "Wait, we're all from the same sect. Don't bully this junior brother." The one who had spoken was the beautiful lady. Her bright eyes scanned the surroundings. In the end, she seemed to have discovered that something was wrong with Du Xiaofu. With a faint smile on her lovely face, she slowly stepped forward. Her long skirt fluttered as a faint fragrance spread. She arrived in front of Du Xiaofu and said with a smile, "Junior brother, I'm in a rush. Why don't I give you a spiritual-grade medicinal pill and you let me retrieve the Manchu supplies first?" Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and glanced at the beautiful woman. He glanced at the group of youths behind her and shook his head. "Firstly, I don't intend to give way to you. You can queue up yourself. If I give way to you, it will be unfair to the people behind you. This guy may be a little stupid, but he really has character." Many people behind Du Xiaofu were furious when they saw someone cut in line, but they did not dare to say anything. Now that they heard what Du Xiaofu had said, they immediately began to admire him. However, there was also some pity in their admiration. "Secondly, the smell of your perfume is too strong. Can you stay a little further away from me? It makes me feel a little uncomfortable, and I'll sneeze." Du Xiaofu looked at the woman and said seriously. He did not seem to be joking at all. However, when Du Xiaofu said that, not only did many people's gazes change, but the woman's face also immediately stiffened. Something seemed to fluctuate in her bright eyes. She, Zhou Yinger, was in the ancient heaven sect. Putting aside the fact that she had a backer, there were more men than women in the ancient heaven sect. Although her beauty could not be compared to those few people, she was definitely one of the best. There were many young men who surrounded her every day, and all of them were willing to do anything just to make her smile. There were even some who were willing to pay any price in order to pursue her. Moreover, the backing behind Zhou Yinger was sufficient to allow her to do as she pleased within the entire ancient heaven sect, even though she was still an outer sect disciple. That backing of hers was able to ensure her safety. Because of the existence of her backer, the entire ancient heaven sect, even the inner sect disciples, had to give her some face. But now, an unknown youth actually did not put her in his eyes at all in front of her. He even asked her to stay a little further away. Not to mention in the ancient heaven sect, even in her entire life, no one dared to speak to her like that. At that moment, Zhou Yinger seemed to have received too much of a shock. She actually became sluggish, but some resentment began to surge in her bright eyes. "Brat, you're asking for a beating." The youth in luxurious clothes, who was the first to berate Du Xiaofu, could no longer suppress his temper. In front of a beauty, it was rare to find an opportunity to stand out. He was already unhappy with the purple-robed brat. His profound energy fluctuated, and his eyes were burning with anger. He clenched his fist and immediately threw it at Du Xiaofu. Many people in the surroundings felt pity for Du Xiaofu, but at that moment they obviously did not dare to provoke this group of people. They could only watch and wait for the purple-robed youth to be taught a lesson. In the sect, there should not be any danger to his life, but it was possible that he would be bedridden for a few months. While the surrounding people were feeling regretful, they immediately heard a scream. The scream was so loud that it immediately silenced the surroundings. Then, everyone saw the youth in luxurious clothes, who had just made a move, rolling on the ground as he wailed in pain. He clenched his fist and did not know what had happened. My bones are broken. It hurts so much. The youth in luxurious clothes screamed. His voice was mournful, and from that scream, the crowd roughly understood that the bones of the youth in luxurious clothes had been shattered. Swish, swish! In an instant, the surrounding gazes immediately fell on Du Xiaofu. No one saw how the purple-robed youth had made his move, and no one even saw the purple-robed youth make his move. The youth in luxurious clothes' hand had already been shattered. This was too shocking. No wonder he dared to challenge the Crouching Tiger Society. It turned out that he had some ability. The sluggish, beautiful woman's bright eyes once again revealed a shocked expression. This outcome was clearly not something she had expected. Bananas, don't think that I'm easy to bully just because I'm new. Du Xiaofu looked around and did not even glance at the youth in luxurious clothes, who was wailing in pain. A cultivator who had just barely broken through to the Marshal Marquis level was naturally unable to withstand a single blow. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was also angry. He had properly lined up to exchange for the emblem and ancestral token, but who knew that he would be bullied? His master, Elder Qingyang, had instructed him not to be bullied. This brat is actually new? Could it be that the Manchu has started recruiting new disciples recently? I haven't heard that our Manchu has been recruiting new disciples recently. His attack was ruthless enough. Shattering the bones is not as easy as breaking them. It's too difficult to recover. Even if he's lucky enough to recover, that hand will be very weak in the future. The surrounding people were quietly discussing. That youth who looked somewhat cultured and refined was really ruthless. He was also clean and did not hesitate at all. Newcomer, newcomer. Not far away, the fat youth who was in shock was also surrounded by people. He looked at Du Xiaofu and then at the beautiful woman, Zhou Yinger. That was a woman who countless people in the Manchu could not catch up to. That purple-robed youth should have some strength. However, since he was new, he naturally did not have any background, so there was nothing to be worried about. Although Zhang Mingzhou did not pass the assessment to become an inner sect disciple, he was only a thin line away. If he was lucky, he would have passed it. With the cultivation of the Marshal Marquis level at the peak of the Nirvana realm, he naturally did not believe that he could not do anything to that brat. Looking at the shocked, resentful, and dazed Zhou Yinger, Zhang Mingzhou's fat face suddenly revealed a smile. He knew that his chance had come. It was as if he had suddenly found a chance to walk into Zhou Yinger's heart. Brat, how dare you touch a member of the Crouching Tiger Society and not give face to junior sister Zhou Yinger? You are courting death. Zhang Mingzhou gradually walked toward Du Xiaofu. His fat face was twisted with a cold smile. As a result, his eyes almost could not be seen. His demeanor and expression made it seem as if Du Xiaofu was going to kneel and beg for mercy in front of him. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at Zhang Mingzhou calmly. Ignorant brat, you still dare to glare at me? Have you just entered the Manchu? Then let me teach you how to respect your seniors. I will teach you how to behave. If I don't teach an ignorant brat like you a lesson today, you will think that the Crouching Tiger Society is a pushover. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was looking at him, the fat youth became even more arrogant. How could he not grab this opportunity to be in the limelight in front of Zhou Yinger? This was a great opportunity. At this moment, Zhang Mingzhou seemed to be able to imagine that not long later, Zhou Yinger would be lying in his arms under the moonlight, attracting the envious gazes of everyone. His fat body would even be able to press down on her delicate and fair body. Haha, what a reckless brat. The dozen or so youths who had been clustered behind Zhang Mingzhou immediately roared with laughter. Brat, I will make sure that you don't even have the chance to kowtow and admit your mistakes today. How dare you disregard our Crouching Tiger Society and provoke junior sister Zhou Yinger? You must be tired of living. Zhang Mingzhou listened to the roaring laughter around him and became even more arrogant. Recently, he had not passed the test to become an inner sect disciple, so he was in a bad mood. But now, thinking about the beautiful future, the haze in his heart was swept away. It had been a long time since he had been so happy. However, happiness was a very mysterious thing. As the saying went, extreme joy begets sorrow. Zheng Mingzhou seemed to be like that now. Happy, Zheng Mingzhou was very happy. But at this moment he saw the purple-robed youth not far away from him raise his hand. The purple-robed youth raised his hand. There was no superfluous action. He just raised his hand. It was simple, clean, and neat. Chapter 598. Slap. There was a wave of profound qi, and the aura was overbearing. Then, a crisp sound of a slap was heard. Immediately after, Zheng Mingzhou, who was still overjoyed, felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been scalded by a pair of fire tongs. At the same time, Zheng Mingzhou even felt that the left side of his face had been smashed. A huge force landed on his face like a thunderbolt. Uffed! His teeth loosened, and blood was spat out along with his teeth. Zheng Mingzhou did not even have the time to scream before his body was sent flying. He was like a kite with a broken string. He flew dozens of feet away, and then landed heavily on the square, causing the ground to shake. When Zheng Mingzhou landed on the ground, he let out a miserable cry. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and half of his face was already swollen like a pig's head. His face, which was already fat, was now swollen like a super big bun. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. It was a dead silence. All of the surrounding young men and women, including Zhou Yinger, could clearly see that when faced with Zheng Mingzhou, who was at the peak of the Nirvana realm in the martial lord realm, the purple-robed young man only raised his hand and sent Zheng Mingzhou flying with a simple slap. He sent Zheng Mingzhou flying with a single slap. It was a simple and clean move. As disciples of the ancient heaven sect, how could they be simple? Even if they were not inner sect disciples, they were still geniuses in the outside world. Naturally, they knew how strong the strength was needed to send Zheng Mingzhou flying with a slap. To do this, it was definitely not something that could be done simply by being slightly stronger than Zheng Mingzhou. Even those at the peak of the complete martial lord realm would find it difficult to do so. But now, the purple-robed young man in front of them had done it. Moreover, he had done it so casually and cleanly. Zheng Mingzhou crawled up and covered half of his face. The almost invisible gaze on his swollen face was filled with shock and fear. Then it was filled with hatred and resentment. At this moment, Zheng Mingzhou's mood was completely different from before. It was as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Originally, Zheng Mingzhou wanted to show off in front of the beauty, but he did not expect to be humiliated instead. Everything was ruined, so how could he just let it go? Brat, just you wait. I won't let you go. Just you wait. Zheng Mingzhou covered his face with his hand as blood dripped from his mouth. Then he turned around and left. As for making a move, Zheng Mingzhou naturally did not dare to do so. Although he was resentful, it did not mean that he was a fool. The other party was able to send him flying with a single slap. The other party's strength was already there for all to see. If Zheng Mingzhou were to make a move, he would only be asking for humiliation. Seeing Zheng Mingzhou leave, the dozen or so youths from the Crouching Tiger Society looked at each other. None of them dared to stay behind. Immediately they retreated and left. They were afraid that when the purple-robed youth was in a bad mood, he would slap each of them. Zhou Yinger didn't know if she was frightened or shocked, but her bright eyes were a little dazed. Du Xiaofu did not pay attention to the astonished and frightened gazes around him. He walked toward the school affairs office's window and said to the 28 or 29-year-old youth, "I'm a new disciple. I'm here to receive my badge and sect plate." Inside the window, the 28 or 29-year-old youth looked at Du Xiaofu. After being shocked for a while, he recovered and immediately asked Du Xiaofu, "What's your name? How old are you? Are you a martial cultivator or a spiritual symbol master? If you're a martial cultivator, you'll receive medicinal pills to strengthen your profound qi and other necessities every month. As for spiritual symbol masters, they'll receive medicinal pills to strengthen their spiritual soul strength and other necessities." The school affairs office's responsibility did not include getting to the bottom of things. Although the Manchu was not recruiting new disciples, this youth was a little curious as to why someone would come to receive their sect plate and badge at this time. However, since the person was already in the Manchu, there was naturally a reason. This was not under the jurisdiction of this youth. Naturally, there was no need for him to continue asking. It would not be good if he offended someone behind the scenes. To be able to enter the sect at this time, one had to have some relationship with someone in the Manchu. My name is Du Xiaofu. I'm not even 18 yet. I'm a spiritual symbol master. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and replied, between a martial cultivator and a spiritual symbol master, the latter would receive medicinal pills to strengthen their spiritual soul strength and other necessities every month. Du Xiaofu naturally did not hesitate to choose a spiritual symbol master. Originally, Du Xiaofu wanted to say that he was not only a spiritual symbol master, but also a martial cultivator. However, when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down. He felt that it would not be good to be too high-profile. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the young man raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu again in surprise. Du Xiaofu's aura that sent Zheng Mingzhou flying with a slap didn't seem like a talisman master. Okay, your information has been registered. This is your badge and sect token. Drip your spiritual soul strength and you'll be able to activate them. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask your senior brothers and sisters. After the youth finished speaking, he handed over the ancient heaven sect's badge and an antique jade token. The engravings on them flickered with a gentle luster. Many thanks. Du Xiaofu took the badge and sect token and put them away. Then he turned around and looked around. Finally, he asked a youth behind him, "May I ask how to get to the Tianmu Peak?" The youth looked to be in his 20s. He was very thin and not very tall. He looked a little sallow and emaciated. If it wasn't for the fact that cultivators didn't need to eat much after reaching a certain level of cultivation, people might even suspect that he had been abused by the ancient heaven sect and didn't have enough to eat. The youth looked at Du Xiaofu. On his thin face, there was a hint of shock in his clear eyes. Then he smiled, wanting to get closer to Du Xiaofu. He said, "This new junior brother, do you not know how to get to the Tianmu Peak? I'll take you there. Didn't you have to line up to get your daily necessities from the Manchu?" Du Xiaofu was puzzled. After he left, it was this guy's turn to line up. The thin youth was very enthusiastic. He pulled Du Xiaofu's hand and left. He said, "It's okay. It's the same if I come tomorrow. I'll take you to the Tianmu Peak first." Du Xiaofu couldn't say anything else. He could only follow the thin youth. Zhou Yinger stood there in a daze. A few young men stood behind her and looked at Du Xiaofu's back. Their bodies were trembling. "So he's called Du Xiaofu. He's a spiritual talisman master. He's not even 18, but he's already so powerful. It's really unbelievable. He's probably comparable to those guys in the inner sect." Zhou Yinger looked at the back of the youth with a broadsword on his back as he left. After a long time, a trace of coldness flashed in her bright eyes. She bit her red lips and said softly, "You dare to treat me like this? I'll definitely not let you off. There will be a day when it'll be too late for you to regret it." Within the ancient heaven sect, Du Xiaofu was led to the Tianmu Peak by the enthusiastic thin youth. Along the way, Du Xiaofu learned a lot about the ancient heaven sect from the enthusiastic thin youth. From the thin youth, Du Xiaofu learned that the thin youth was called Gu Zhanyu. In the Manchu, he was known as the skinny monkey. He was also a spiritual talisman master. However, his main cultivation was alchemy talisman master, and his secondary cultivation was weapon talisman master. However, for some unknown reason, Gu Zhanyu's talent was mediocre. Although he was an alchemy talisman master, he didn't have many achievements in alchemy. It was said that even though he was a 5-star mysterious realm cultivator, he often made mistakes when refining spiritual grade elixirs. If it weren't for his identity as a spiritual talisman master, Gu Zhangyu wouldn't even be able to become an outer sect disciple of the ancient heaven sect. From Gu Zhangyu, Du Xiaofu learned that the ancient heaven sect was roughly divided into two regions, the inner sect region and the outer sect region. There were countless outer sect disciples in the ancient heaven sect. They were spread across many places in the Central Plains. Naturally, there were even more places under the ancient heaven sect's control. However, the number of young outer sect disciples who stayed in the ancient heaven sect was much smaller. There were only about 100,000 of them. There were more than 100,000 outer sect disciples in the younger generation. This number was enough for Du Xiaofu to be flabbergasted. Any outer sect disciple was a genius in the outside world. However, there are so many of them in the ancient heaven sect. However, the number of inner sect disciples in the ancient heaven sect was much smaller. It was said that every year the ancient heaven sect would select a few outer sect disciples to become inner sect disciples. The ancient heaven sect had a total of 8 assessment sites. In each site, less than 100 people would be selected to become inner sect disciples. Those who had outstanding results would be taken in by the elders and experts in the sect. They would be heavily nurtured. However, out of the 100,000 outer sect disciples every year, less than 800 would have a chance to become inner sect disciples. There wasn't even a 1% chance. This was enough to show how difficult it was. As for outer sect disciples, they only had 2 chances to take the assessment in their lifetime. After that, they would never be able to become inner sect disciples. Junior brother Du Xiaofu, the person you beat up today, is someone from the Crouching Tiger Society. You have to be careful in the future. The people from the Crouching Tiger Society are not to be trifled with. They definitely won't let you off easily. Gu Zhangyu explained the situation in the ancient heaven sect while reminding Du Xiaofu to be wary of the Crouching Tiger Society. What's the background of the Crouching Tiger Society? Is it very strong? The contents of the new volume, Ancient Heaven Mingyang. Originally, the contents of the first few chapters should have been divided into volumes. However, I've been thinking about how to better write the contents of this volume. This is also the beginning of the Central Plains. Today, I finally came up with the outline of this volume. Xiao Yu continued to write. Chapter 599. What's the background of the Crouching Tiger Society? Is it very strong? Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. From their conversation, he had a good impression of this enthusiastic Gu Zhangyu. Actually, this Gu Zhangyu was only 18 years old. It was just that he was too thin and his face was sallow from hunger. He looked very old, like he was 20 years old. You just entered the ancient heaven sect, so naturally you don't know. Gu Zhangyu looked at Du Xiaofu and didn't find it strange. He patiently and carefully explained, there are many outer sect disciples, so naturally there are many big and small factions. Many disciples form factions, and there are many benefits involved in this. For example, the sale of pills, spiritual weapons, practitioner weapons, and so on. After pausing for a moment, Gu Zhangyu licked his dry lips and continued. As it relates to the benefits of the Tao, the various factions are constantly fighting. In this kind of competition, many factions have grown stronger. Among them, the Crouching Tiger Society is not weak. That Zhang Mingzhou you beat up, his brother Zhang Zhizhou, became an inner sect disciple not long ago. It's said that the actual leader of the Crouching Tiger Society is a fellow on the inner sect's bronze ranking called Yu Tianyo. Manchu disciples forming factions. Does the Manchu not care? Du Xiaofu asked in surprise. According to what Gu Zhangyu said, there was another underworld within the ancient heaven sect. The Manchu naturally won't care. This is the tradition of the ancient heaven sect. Some factions in the Manchu have even been passed down for many generations. Gu Zhangyu said to Du Xiaofu, in any case, in the Manchu, as long as no lives are lost, the elders, protectors, and deacons all turn a blind eye. Of course, there are some things that have to be considered. You will slowly understand in the future. Looks like the Ancient Heaven sect is really a little special. Du Xiaofu was a little surprised. It seemed that the Ancient Heaven sect had acquiesced to the situation in the hope that more experts would emerge in the competition. Only true experts would be able to stand out and stand out. Many people thought that the disciples of some large sects were like flowers in a greenhouse. They only relied on rich resources to become experts. Little did he know that to be able to become a large sect, how could the experts inside be short-sighted? How could they not have thought of this? The young disciples of the large sects might not have walked out of those days where blood dripped from the tip of a blade every day, but they were definitely not flowers in a greenhouse. Take the Ancient Heaven sect, for example. Even the outer sect disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect couldn't live comfortably. Competition was everywhere, and the competition between geniuses was even more intense. Whoosh, whoosh! Many rushing wind sounds suddenly sounded in the air behind them. Quite a number of figures were hurriedly rushing over. With a couple of flashes, they immediately landed in front of Du Xiaofu and Gu Zhanyu. Wave after wave of powerful and vigorous auras that broke through the net immediately surrounded Du Xiaofu and Gu Zhanyu. Not good, it's the people from the Crouching Tiger Society. They've caught up. Seeing those figures descend, Gu Zhanyu's expression changed greatly. Gu Zhanyu naturally recognized those people. They were all from the Crouching Tiger Society, and they were all experts of the Crouching Tiger Society. Especially when Gu Zhanyu saw the two young men at the front, his face was even more shocked. He couldn't help but say, "Zhangzhizhou Yutayanyo." Du Xiaofu looked around. There were more than 30 people in total. Waves of martial Lord Realm aura spread out, especially the two young men at the front. One of the young men in tight clothes had already reached the peak of the martial Lord Realm. He was probably only a step away from the martial King Realm. However, the other young man in embroidered clothes had an outstanding temperament. His aura was also clearly at the initial stage of the martial King Realm. He was a genuine martial King Realm expert. And between the two of them, Du Xiaofu could see Zheng Mingzhou, who he had sent flying with a slap not long ago outside the Clan Affairs office. "Big brother, Brother Yi Tian, it's this new kid. This kid hit me and doesn't put our Crouching Tiger Society in his eyes." At this moment, Zheng Mingzhou saw Du Xiaofu. When enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. He held his face that was still in pain, pointed at Du Xiaofu, and said in a wrong voice to the two young men in tight clothes and embroidered clothes. At this moment, Zheng Mingzhou's gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with coldness. Coincidentally, he had met his big brother and Brother Yi Tian. It was time for this kid to be unlucky. Since he dared to slap him, he would definitely repay it 100 times over. He would make this kid regret it. It's the strong cultivators from the Crouching Tiger Society. The ones in front are Zhangzhizhou and Yu Tiano. At this moment, Gu Zhanyu's voice quietly landed beside Du Xiaofu's ears. From his voice, it was not hard to tell that Gu Zhanyu was very serious and nervous at this moment. "Kid, you're new here?" Following Gu Zhanyu's words, the young man in tight clothes, Zhangzhizhou, looked at Du Xiaofu with a cold gaze. His own brother had been slapped by someone. He had just become an inner sect disciple not long ago and was in the limelight. How could he let someone go at this time who dared to touch his brother? Du Xiaofu glanced at Zhangzhizhou and said softly, "I'm new here. Do you have any business with me?" TSK. Since you're new here, there's a need for us senior brothers to teach you some rules." After confirming that the other party was new, Zhangzhizhou became even more fearless. He was just a newcomer. With his status as an inner sect disciple, as long as he did not take this kid's life, nothing would happen to him even if he beat this kid until he was crippled. As his voice fell, the profound qi in Zhang Zhizhou's body surged. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw the purple-robed youth in front of him looking straight at him. His gaze was inexplicably sharp and frightening, causing his heart to tremble. "All of you get lost. Otherwise, You'll have to bear the consequences." An indifferent voice came out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. The continuous harassment had made Du Xiaofu truly angry. He was afraid that if he did not truly intimidate them today, there would be endless trouble in the future. The strong were respected and the weak were bullied. This was one of the rules of survival in the ancient Heaven sect. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, several gazes rippled with surprise. Even Gu Zhangyu, who was beside Du Xiaofu, instantly changed his expression. He slightly raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu in shock. This was the inner sect disciple Zhang Zhizhou and the inner sect's bronze ranking expert, Yu Tianyo. This little junior brother named Du Xiaofu actually did not place them in his eyes. At this moment, the expression in the eyes of the youth in embroidered clothes gradually changed. It began to become a little gloomier without leaving a trace. "I've seen many new students like you. You'll be fine in the future once you know some rules." As his gloomy voice sounded, everyone could hear the suppressed anger in Zhang Zhizhou's voice. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with a sharp chill. The profound qi in his body immediately surged. Like an afterimage, he rapidly charged towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! At this moment, Zhang Zhizhou did not underestimate his opponent. He knew the strength of his younger brother. Since the latter was able to send him flying with a slap, he was definitely an expert. Therefore, the peak of the perfect martial marquis stage, which was only a step away from the martial king stage, whistled and fluctuated. It collapsed space, causing people's hearts to tremble. Bright Eye Fist. Profound qi surged and symbols flickered. Zhang Zhizhou clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. The mysterious rune energy in front of his fist immediately swept out like a wave, rolling and surging, sweeping in all directions. This Zhang Zhizhou was indeed worthy of being an inner sect disciple at the peak of the perfect martial marquis stage. Although his cultivation was at the perfect martial marquis stage, his strength was probably only at the initial stage of the martial king stage in the outside world. The terrifying aura of the fist made one's heart tremble inexplicably. In an instant, it swept in front of Du Xiaofu. It even shook Du Xiaofu's purple robe, causing it to flutter incessantly. Humph! At this moment, a trace of coldness flashed across Du Xiaofu's eyes. At this moment, he was somewhat angry. A dazzling symbol suddenly surged out, like a divine radiance spreading out. Suddenly, 21 array flags condensed in both of his hands. Swoosh, swoosh, the 21 array flags, which were spreading out astonishing fluctuations, immediately wrapped up the space in front of them with lightning speed and trajectory. The profound mysteries were tightly connected, turning into a dazzling symbol light pillar and disappearing. At this moment, everyone's eyes suddenly trembled, and their faces changed greatly. Even the youth in embroidered clothes was no exception. His eyes were instantly filled with shock. At this moment, when Zhang Zhizhou saw the 21 array flags appear in Du Xiaofu's hands, his eyes fiercely narrowed. Condensing 21 array flags, this was a genuine 6-star talisman master. Was this really a newcomer? If he had known that his opponent was at this level of cultivation, he would definitely not have the courage to make a move. Oh no, it's a 6-star talisman master. Shocked voices rang out one after another. The youths of the Crouching Tiger Society immediately fled. If they were to be trapped in a 6 stars initial ascension symbol array, they knew very well what the consequences would be. Even a martial king initial ascension symbol array could forget about escaping. Boom! At this moment, the people of the Crouching Tiger Society still wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The entire space was rumbling and trembling, and dazzling symbols spread out in the air. In a short moment, an astonishingly huge array was condensed in the sky, immediately covering the surrounding space. The faint, terrifying pressure from the array made one's heart tremble. Swoosh, swoosh! At this moment, many of the ancient Heaven Sect's disciples nearby felt the huge commotion and immediately looked over. Then, figures immediately flew over. Awu, awu. The array symbols surged in the sky, and an endless amount of energy light twisted and condensed in the array. In the end, it turned into many demonic wolf shadows. The demonic wolf shadows were surging with power, as if they were alive, and filled with a ferocious aura. The demonic wolf shadows shuttled back and forth in the array, roaring ferociously and releasing a ferocious pressure. Bang, bang, bang! Inside the array, the space was chaotic. It seemed that there were people attacking with all their might, but it was useless. They could not break the array at all. Today's update is complete. Chapter 600. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. However, the attacks did collide with the surface of the talisman array. Dazzling runic energy storms shot into the sky and scattered in all directions, forming circles of energy ripples that spread out in the air. After reaching a certain point, they automatically disappeared. This scene did not last for long, but in a short period of time, it attracted many people around the talisman array. They all looked at the terrifying 6-star beginner level talisman array in shock. Awoo! The phantom of the demon wolf shuttled back and forth, then disappeared. When everything calmed down in the chaotic space, many figures appeared before the eyes of many onlookers. It's Bronze ranking UT and I. It's Zheng Zhizhou and the others from the Crouching Tiger Society. The onlookers were shocked. Someone immediately recognized UT and I, Zheng Zhizhou and the others. Poochie, Poochie! At the same time, the 30 or so members of the Crouching Tiger Society, in order of strength, all spat out blood from their mouths. Then, their figures fell to the ground like cotton. Finally, it was Zheng Mingzhou, Zheng Zhizhou, and UT and I. One figure after another lay limply on the ground, dripping with blood. At this moment, their pale faces were filled with fear and shock. They could not even get up. Only they themselves knew that not only were their internal organs heavily injured, but even their souls were also injured. This was the most serious injury. At this moment, perhaps they finally understood what kind of existence they had provoked today. Although their opponent was a newcomer, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. A beginner 6-star formation master. If they had known his cultivation and strength, they would not have dared to find trouble with him. They would have avoided him as soon as possible. A beginner 6-star formation master. Gu Zhanyu was shocked. Just now, he had been standing beside Du Xiaofu. At this time, he was still in shock. Originally, he thought that he was unlucky this time. He didn't expect that this scene would happen in the end. The so-called newcomer beside him turned out to be a 6-star array master. Let's go! Du Xiaofu gestured to Gu Zhanyu. He didn't pay any more attention to the people lying on the ground. His purple robe flicked, and he swaggered off with his hands clasped behind his back. He believed that with this deterrence, even if he were to run into trouble in the Ancient Heaven sect, it would be a lot less troublesome. When Gu Zhanyu heard this, he was still in shock for a while before he came back to his senses. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was already far away, he immediately chased after him. Who is that person? Why haven't I seen him before? That purple-robed young man is actually a 6-star beginner talisman master. I don't think I've heard of him before. Looking at the young man with the purple broadsword on his back sleeve, the surrounding people immediately started to whisper as they tried to guess the young man's identity. With the purple-robed youth's age, he was already a 6-star talisman master. Among the younger generation of the Ancient Sky sect, there were probably only a handful of people like him. Senior Du, I didn't expect you to be a 6-star talisman master and an array talisman master. Senior Du, how did you cultivate? It's so terrifying. It's incredible. Senior Du, how did you come to the Ancient Sky sect? Along the way, Gu Zhanyu was shocked and asked a lot of questions to Du Xiaofu. However, it seemed that he did not get a definite answer from Du Xiaofu. In the end, he could only give up. However, his eyes were full of admiration for Du Xiaofu. He even called Du Xiaofu Senior Du Xiaofu. among the same generation. Strength was the most important. This was generally the case, unless there were special circumstances. Senior Du, Tianmu Peak is just ahead. I can only send you up to here. Further ahead is the inner sect disciple area. Inner sect disciples can enter the outer sect disciple area at will, but outer sect disciples are not allowed to enter the inner sect disciple area. Otherwise, they will be severely punished. Gu Zhanyu pointed to a huge mountain on the left among the towering peaks in front of them and said to Du Xiaofu, "Thank you." Du Xiaofu smiled at Gu Zhanyu. "That's the inner sect disciple area. Do you want to go in too?" Gu Zhanyu seemed to have just remembered that Du Xiaofu was also an outer sect disciple. "Someone told me to go. I think it shouldn't be a problem," Du Xiaofu said. "Is that so?" Gu Zhanyu's eyes moved. At this time, he could only think that Du Xiaofu really had a background and backing in the Manchu. Otherwise, how could he enter the Manchu at this time and even dare to seriously injure Yu Tianyu and the others? Gu Zhanyu did not think too much about it and left. Du Xiaofu watched Gu Zhanyu leave and continued to walk along a wide stone path. Not far away, he encountered a group of young men and women. They seemed to be carrying out some mission. When they saw that Du Xiaofu was unfamiliar, they naturally questioned him. When Du Xiaofu said that Elder Gu Qingyang had told him to go to Tianmu Peak, although the young men and women were suspicious, they did not stop him and immediately let him go. They even gave Du Xiaofu a shortcut and told Du Xiaofu that if he had something to do in the Manchu, he could fly in the Manchu. However, ordinary outer sect disciples did not have the ability to fly in the Manchu. Inner sect disciples were an exception, with someone giving him directions and even telling him that he could fly. Du Xiaofu smoothly arrived at the foot of Tianmu Peak. It was a huge mountain peak, but it seemed to be located in a quiet place in the Manchu. The surroundings were quiet, and on the mountain peak there were many buildings hidden in the greenery. When Du Xiaofu leaped onto the mountain peak, it was already dusk. The sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun shrouded the mountain peak. The setting sun shone on a simple and elegant courtyard with an ancient aura on the mountain peak. Du Xiaofu appeared outside the courtyard and sized up the simple and elegant courtyard. A figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's eyes. It was an old man in his 60s. He was wearing a plain robe, and there were traces of spatial fluctuations around him that were difficult to detect. Martial Emperor Realm. When Du Xiaofu saw this old man, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The aura emitted from this old man was not inferior to that of Vice Dean Zhuge Changbang. He was definitely at the Martial Emperor Realm. "Who are you? Why have you come to Tianmu Peak?" The old man was also sizing up Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu as if he was unable to detect Du Xiaofu's specific aura. His eyes were filled with astonishment. "Disciple Du Xiaofu." "Master, Elder Gu Qingyang asked me to come." Du Xiaofu bowed and replied, "So you are junior brother." When the old man heard that, his expression changed. Then a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "We have been guessing when Master would accept a junior brother for us. It seems like it is you. Where is Master? Has he returned?" "Master seems to have gone to look for sect leader." Du Xiaofu looked at the old man in front of him and asked curiously, "You are?" The old man smiled and said, "My name is Yu Wanli. I'm your third senior brother. Strictly speaking, there's still a senior sister and 3 senior brothers above you. It's just that they aren't in the sect right now. If there's a chance in the future, you guys will meet again. Greetings, third senior brother." Just now, Du Xiaofu had already guessed the other party's identity in his heart. However, he did not expect his third senior brother to be so old. "You are welcome. Master is not back yet. Come in and have a rest. I will bring you around to familiarize you with this place. You will be staying here in the future." The old man was very warm and kind like an elder brother. Then he brought Du Xiaofu to familiarize himself with Tianmu Peak. From his third senior brother Yu Wanli. Du Xiaofu found out that Tianmu Peak was the territory of Master Gu Qingyang. From his tone, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that Master Gu Qingyang's position in the Manchu was not low. Yu Wanli was curious about how Du Xiaofu had been accepted by Master. Du Xiaofu did not know how to explain and only gave a rough explanation. Naturally, he did not mention anything about the assessment area. Therefore, Yu Wanli was quite surprised. However, he did not ask any further. Night gradually fell. Master Gu Qingyang had not returned yet. Under Yu Wanli's arrangements, Du Xiaofu temporarily settled down in a quiet room in the courtyard. The room was very clean. Although no one had stayed in it for a long time, it was still very clean. It was probably cleaned frequently. Moonlight shrouded the courtyard. Standing on Tianmu Peak, the surroundings were shrouded in clouds. It was like a fairyland. Du Xiaofu's figure stood on the peak, looking at the bright moon that was like a jade plate, thinking about the recent events. After a long time, he murmured softly, "Father, Mother, Xiaojing, Little Qing, Little Demon Du, Little Tiger." Late at night, Du Xiaofu returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. This time, entering the ancient heaven sect, one of the 9 great powers of the Central Plains, might be an opportunity for him. He must become a true expert as soon as possible. Walala! A moment later, Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed and began to breathe. His body was enveloped in a circle of faint white light. The light became more and more dazzling. Finally, it was like a white divine light that enveloped his entire body. The next day, the first rays of the morning sun shone. The mountains were faintly discernible under the white sky. Then the red sun rose. The mountain peaks, cliffs, and steep rocks were dyed red by the rays of the morning sun. It was exceptionally magnificent. Huff! A mouthful of turbid air was spat out from his throat. Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seals and stopped his breathing. He felt that the spiritual force in his Naiwan palace was becoming more and more solid. Under the mysterious, incomplete cultivation method, it seemed that he was about to have a breakthrough in the cultivation of a spirit symbol master. However, this sign of a breakthrough in the spirit symbol master realm seemed to be hindered by the temporary stagnation of his martial path. Chapter 601. Yu Wanli hand over the person. At this moment, a loud shout came from Tianmu Peak. Du Xiaofu, who was in his room, could faintly hear it. Du Xiaofu frowned. He did not know what was going on. However, he was currently on Tianmu Peak. Tianmu Peak was his master, Gu Qingyang's territory. Naturally, he had to go and take a look. When Du Xiaofu went outside, he saw third senior Yu Wanli facing several figures. The one in front was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. His aura was definitely above the martial emperor realm. He was arguing with third senior Yu Wanli about something. Behind the old man in his 60s, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly flickered. He saw 2 familiar figures. It was Zheng Zhizhou, who was severely injured by him yesterday, and another young man called Yu Tianyo. Seeing Yu Tianyo and Zheng Zhizhou, Du Xiaofu already knew why they were here. Instead, a youth in short clothes beside Yu Tianyo and Zheng Zhizhou attracted Du Xiaofu's attention. This youth looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. When he was serious, he was like a cold star. His straight nose was as cold as ice. The side of his face was as sharp as a knife. His features were clear and handsome. Yu Wanli hand over the person. I found out that the kid came to Tianmu Peak. The old man's voice was very loud. He looked as if he was here to vent his anger. His eyes were bright, and he was wearing a plain robe. He did not have a good attitude towards Yu Wanli. Yu Wanli had a smile on his face the whole time. No matter how much the old man roared, he just smiled and said, "Elder Kong, the person you're looking for is indeed on my Tianmu Peak. However, if there's anything, you can talk to my master." Yu Wanli, don't use Elder Qingyang to pressure me. Now that Elder Qingyang is not here, you are in charge of Tianmu Peak. You have to hand over the person. The person called Elder Kong was still unwilling to give up. His aura was overbearing. After sizing up Yu Wanli for a short while, Du Xiaofu directly walked to Yu Wanli's side. He nodded and bowed, but did not say anything. As for the old man and Yu Tianyi and the others, Du Xiaofu acted as if he didn't see them at all. Little junior brother, you go back first. When Yu Wanli saw Du Xiaofu, there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes, but he still had a smile on his face. Master, that's him. At the same time, Yu Tiano and Zheng Zhizhou immediately recognized Du Xiaofu. There was still some lingering fear in their eyes, but at this moment, they seemed to have found the most stable backing. They immediately pointed at Du Xiaofu. When he heard this, Elder Kong's gaze immediately stared intently at Du Xiaofu. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Looking at Du Xiaofu's age, it seemed that he was even younger than he had imagined. From the two disappointing disciples, Elder Kong already knew some things. His 2 disciples and 30 over outer sect disciples were all injured by a new disciple called Du Xiaofu. That new disciple was young, but he was already a 6-star soul symbol master who could set up a 6-star beginner level symbol array. When he saw Du Xiaofu, who seemed to be 17 or 18 years old, Elder Kong's heart was moved. Such a young 6-star soul symbol master, and an array symbol master at that. He naturally knew what this meant. Talent was definitely rare. If it was an ordinary disciple fight, Elder Kong would have been too embarrassed to come to Tianmu Peak and would not easily come to Tianmu Peak. However, not only were his 2 disciples seriously injured, their souls were also injured. Even if they were in the Ancient Heaven sect, it would not be easy for them to recover. They would have to pay a heart-wrenching price, and they might not even be able to recover from the injuries to their minds and souls. This was equivalent to directly affecting the future of his 2 disciples. Although a fight between fellow disciples in the Ancient Heaven sect was not a big deal, there were not many people who would be so ruthless, let alone his own disciple. Therefore, Elder Kong had come to the Heaven Eye Peak to seek justice. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Elder Kong's gaze was tightly fixed. He opened his mouth and said, "You are Du Xiaofu. Are you the one who severely injured Yu Tiano and Zheng Zhizhou?" "That's right. However, I was not ruthless. I only taught them a lesson. If I were ruthless, they would not have the chance to go back and cry." Only then did Du Xiaofu look at Elder Kong. At such a close distance, he could feel the faintly discernible aura on Elder Kong's body. He was even more shocked. Elder Kong's cultivation seemed to be slightly stronger than 3rd senior brother's cultivation. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, many people's expressions changed. At this time, even Yu Wanli was no exception. He was not very clear about the background of this junior brother. Early in the morning, he heard from Elder Kong that his junior brother had seriously injured Yu Tianyo, Zheng Zhizhou, and dozens of other people. He had some doubts in his heart. Now that he heard this junior brother admit it himself, he could not help but be a little surprised. "Du Xiaofu, what do you mean?" Listening to Du Xiaofu's words, Yu Tiano and Zheng Zhizhou's expressions became very ugly. Du Xiaofu said that they were crying. He did not put them in his eyes at all and insulted them again. When the handsome young man of 23 to 24 years old heard this, he looked at Du Xiaofu with a cold aura. His gaze, unexpectedly, fluctuated a little. "Ha!" Elder Kong was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. Everyone could hear the extreme displeasure in his laughter. When he stopped laughing, his face suddenly became gloomy. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Boy, you have guts. According to the sect rules, you should be punished for severely injuring your fellow disciples." Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Kong. His gaze was neither servile nor overbearing. He looked directly at Elder Kong and said, "May I ask, Elder, have you investigated why they fought with me? Who was right and who was wrong?" Listening to Du Xiaofu's words, Zheng Zhizhou and Yu Tiano's pale faces became even paler. Hearing this, Elder Kong was stunned. It seemed that he did not expect the boy in front of him to be so fearless in front of him. As for the investigation, Elder Kong had already more or less figured it out. How could he not know what the inner sect disciples were like in front of the outer sect disciples? The Manchu had always turned a blind eye to this kind of thing. Elder Kong knew better than anyone what his disciples were like in front of the outer sect disciples. Furthermore, this boy was new. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu directly asked who was right and who was wrong. This made Elder Kong stunned. However, as an elder of the ancient heaven sect, he naturally would not be frightened by Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said in a low voice, "No matter who is right and who is wrong, you should not have been so heavy-handed. Elder, I was bullied for no reason yesterday. If my cultivation was a little weaker yesterday, the one who was injured today would be me. Elder, would you punish your 2 disciples?" Du Xiaofu heard this and continued to ask. Elder Kong's face suddenly stiffened. If it were his 2 disciples who had injured Du Xiaofu yesterday, he would be fine as long as he was still alive. He was just a new disciple. Even if he was crippled, as long as he was alive, nothing would happen to him. However, there were some things that everyone in the Manchu knew in secret. Everyone knew some unwritten rules and regulations, but once these things were brought out in public, it would not look good for anyone's face. Elder Kong was a little angry. This brat did not even have the slightest bit of respect in front of him. The purpose of his visit this time around was not to do anything to this brat. At most, he would just punish him a little. His main purpose was to find the Heaven Eye Peak and ask for some benefits for his 2 disciples to recover from their injuries. However, at this moment, Elder Kong was angered by Du Xiaofu's rebuttal. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy face and said, "Brat, I have to say that you are very bold." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint oppressive aura spread out from Elder Kong's body and enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. Boom! The aura spread out as if it wanted to freeze the space. A great invisible suppressive force immediately enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, a chill suddenly surfaced in Du Xiaofu's eyes, which had been neither servile nor overbearing. This Elder Kong did not care about Du Xiaofu's status and actually wanted to attack him. There was no need to give him any face. Elder Kong, that should be enough. At this moment, Yuanli's figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. A faint aura spread out from his body at the same time. There was still a faint smile on his face, as if he would never be angry. As soon as 3rd Senior appeared in front of him, Du Xiaofu immediately felt the pressure around him decrease greatly. "Yuanli, you must give me an explanation today." Elder Kong's eyes trembled as he faced Yuanli. "Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want?" Yuanli smiled faintly as he looked at Elder Kong. Just as his final words sounded out, his smiling face suddenly turned dark and expressionless. He looked directly at Elder Kong and said, "Elder Kong, do you think that my Heaven Eye Peak is easy to bully? Since you have come to my Heaven Eye Peak to demand an explanation, why don't you look for the sect leader to judge the consequences of your disciple offending his superior?" Elder Kong was stunned when he saw Yuanli's face suddenly change color, after which he asked doubtfully, "Offending his superior? What offending his superior?" Chapter 602. Humph. Yuanli snorted, looking straight at Elder Kong, and said in a deep voice, "Du Xiaofu is my master's most recent disciple and also my junior brother. He is master's inner sect disciple, and according to the seniority of the sect, he calls you senior brother, so naturally he is your martial uncle." After pausing for a moment, Yuanli looked at Elder Kong and said indifferently, "Your disciple offended his superior and dared to be rude to his martial uncle. Elder Kong, you have really taught your disciple well. I thought you would bring your disciple here to apologize. I didn't expect that you would want martial uncle to apologize to martial nephew. You are ignoring the sect rules and not putting the sect leader in your eyes." Elder Kong's expression kept changing as Yuanli spoke. In the end, his expression became uglier and uglier. "Du Xiaofu, was also slightly stunned at this moment, listening to the words of his third senior brother. It seemed that as a disciple of his master, his position in the sect was extremely high, and he was of the same generation as Elder Kong. Du Xiaofu was also surprised by his third senior brother, Yuanli. He always had a smile on his face and seemed like a nice guy. However, once his third senior changed his expression, he wouldn't be polite at all. This kind of person was definitely not to be trifled with. Once he was trifled with, his opponent wouldn't even have the chance to kneel down and beg for mercy. Elder Kong's expression was extremely complicated. Zhang Zhizhou and Yu Tianyo's expressions were even more interesting. When they heard that Du Xiaofu was Elder Gu Qingyang's direct disciple, their hearts trembled violently. Zhang Zhizhou and Yu Tianyo naturally knew what Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple meant. They originally thought that he was just a new disciple. If they knew that he was Elder Gu Qingyang's direct disciple, they wouldn't have dared to make a move. Elder Kong's expression was complicated. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. This Du Xiaofu was actually Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple. It would be difficult for him to get any benefits from this. My Tianmu Peak is quite lively this early in the morning. An indifferent voice came from the distant sky. When the last word fell, a white-robed old man in his 70s had already appeared in front of everyone. Under the rays of the rising sun, the mountain peak was enchanting in the clouds. His white beard fluttered in the wind, his white robe fluttered, and his white hair was half tied up and half scattered. What a sage-like appearance! Naturally, it was Elder Gu Qingyang. "Greetings, master." Yuanli and Du Xiaofu, both Elder Gu Qingyang Yuanli, and Yuanli instantly. Yuanli was relieved. With his master's arrival, Elder Gu, Yuanli was Elder Gu Qingyang. "Greetings, Elder Gu." Elder Kong's expression changed when he saw Elder Gu Qingyang's figure. He immediately cupped his hands together and bowed. Zhang Zhizhou, Yu Tianyo, and the other disciples behind him also lowered their heads, respectfully. No need for formalities. Elder Gu Qingyang looked around. He seemed to be in a good mood. He then looked at Elder Kong and said softly, "Elder Kong, are you here at Tianmu Peak so early in the morning to see me?" Elder Kong's expression became a little awkward when he saw Elder Gu Qingyang. When Yuanli saw this, he untimely said to Elder Gu Qingyang, "Master." Elder Kong came to Tianmu Peak early in the morning because 2 of his disciples were injured by junior brother. He hopes that Master can give him an explanation. Elder Kong's expression became even more awkward when he heard this. Yuanli's words were unfavorable to him, but he couldn't refute it. "Oh!" When he heard this, Elder Gu Qingyang was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Du Xiaofu, then looked at Elder Kong and softly said, "Elder Kong, is this matter possible?" Elder Kong's expression was a little awkward. He lifted his head to look at Elder Gu Qingyang and smiled bitterly. "Elder Gu, it's actually not a big deal. It's just that 2 of my useless disciples were seriously injured by your new disciple. It's common for disciples to spar in the sect. I'm here to take a look. I'll leave now. "Is that so? If this matter is true, we can't let it go so easily." When he heard Elder Kong's words, Elder Gu Qingyang's rosy face instantly raised his eyebrows. His eyes narrowed as he turned to look at Du Xiaofu and said, "Xiaofu, did you injure someone?" "Yes, master." Du Xiaofu nodded. There was naturally nothing to hide in front of his master, Gu Qingyang. In fact, there was nothing to hide. "Xiaofu, you're in the wrong here. You've only just entered my sect. How could you injure a disciple of mine? And to such a serious extent?" It was unknown what Elder Gu Qingyang's intention was, but he actually secretly scolded Du Xiaofu. He then looked at Elder Kong and said, "Elder Kong, although Xiaofu is my disciple, he's still a junior in terms of age. Since this is a matter between the juniors, let them settle it themselves. According to the Manchues rules, let them settle it at the Sky Marshal Plaza. Let's go to the Sky Marshal Plaza." When they heard this, Yu Tianai and Zhang Zhizhou's expressions became incomparably ugly. The Sky Marshal Plaza was a special place in the ancient Heaven sect. There weren't too many Mancha rules in the Sky Marshal Plaza. Things like snatching treasures and fighting could be done there. If there were any conflicts between the disciples of the ancient Heaven sect, they would also settle it at the Sky Marshal Plaza. In short, there wouldn't be any consequences as long as no one died on the Sky Marshal Plaza. At this moment, Yu Tianai and Zhang Zhizhou had already been seriously injured by Du Xiaofu when they were at their peak yesterday. Now that both of them had suffered serious injuries, wouldn't they be looking for trouble if they still went to the Sky Marshal Plaza? Elder Kong's expression was somewhat helpless. This was clearly Elder Gu Qingyang protecting his disciples. He clearly knew that his two disciples were seriously injured, yet he still went to the Sky Marshal Plaza. Wasn't this clearly showing that he was protecting his own disciples? Looking at Elder Gu Qingyang, Elder Kong could only say, "Elder Gu, my two good-for-nothing disciples are seriously injured. I'm afraid they won't be able to enter the Sky Marshal Plaza. Why don't we just let it go?" "How can we just let it go? Although Xiaofu is my disciple, he's not an exception. How can I casually injure the disciples of the Manchu?" Elder Gu Qingyang didn't seem to intend to let it go. He looked at Elder Kong and smiled. "Elder Kong, I've always been a fair person. How about this? Your two disciples are seriously injured and naturally won't be able to enter the Sky Marshal Plaza. Why don't you find someone from the same sect to replace them? You can find the strongest disciple around the same age as them and go to the Sky Marshal Plaza. As long as they win, I'll take out a mid-grade Dao artifact and 2 king-grade profound pills to give them some benefits. What do you think?" As soon as Elder Gu Qingyang finished speaking, Elder Kong, who had thought that Elder Gu Qingyang was being protective of his son, had a puzzled expression on his face. Yu Wanli, who was standing behind Elder Gu Qingyang, also had a puzzled look on his face. His master was giving away medicinal pills and Dao artifacts to that Kong fellow. A mid-grade Dao artifact and 2 king-grade mystical-level medicinal pills were shockingly valuable. It was definitely a big deal. Although that Kong fellow had quite a few disappointing disciples, there were also quite a few experts among them. What made Yu Wanli even more puzzled was that his master seemed to be a different person today. If someone dared to come to Tianmu Peak to cause trouble, his master's temper would definitely be violent. How could he be so easy to deal with? This, after Elder Kong pondered for a while, he also couldn't make up his mind. He really didn't know what Elder Gu Qingyang was planning in his heart. Elder Kong knew that this Elder Gu Qingyang in front of him was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Furthermore, he was a troublesome master. He was also puzzled in his heart. Why was Gu Qingyang so easy to talk to this time? "Master, why don't I replace Junior Brother Yu and Junior Brother Zheng to go to the Sky Marshal Plaza?" At this moment, the handsome young man in short clothes, who had been silent all this time, took a step forward and said to Elder Kong. The side of his face was sharp and angular, but his temperament was slightly cold. Elder Kong looked at the short-clothed young man, and his eyes secretly moved. He then slightly gritted his teeth and looked at Elder Gu Qingyang. He said, "Elder Gu, what do you think?" Elder Gu Qingyang looked at the handsome young man in short robes and smiled slightly. He then looked at Elder Kong and said, "Of course, there's no problem. This new disciple of mine is young and full of vigor. I should let him know that the Ancient Heaven sect has as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. In the future, he should cultivate properly. However, Elder Kong, I took out a mid-grade Dao artifact and 2 king-grade profound realm medicinal pills. If news of this spreads, I won't have a good time." After hearing Elder Gu Qingyang's words, Elder Kong seemed to understand. He hesitated for a moment, then said with a smile, "I understand. As long as your disciple wins, I will also take out a middle-grade Dao artifact and 2 king-grade mysterious elixirs. I wonder if Elder Gu is satisfied?" "Good, it's a deal. 7 days later, we will meet at the Heaven Marshal Plaza." Elder Gu Qingyang nodded his head in satisfaction. Elder Gu, I'm afraid 7 days won't do. The second inner sect disciple selection will be held in 7 days. Elder Kong said without a trace, how about 3 days? 3 days later. How about we meet at the Heaven Marshal Plaza? 3 days. Elder Gu Qingyang raised his eyebrows, then smiled slightly and said, 3 days it is. 3 days later. We will let the youngsters settle their own matters at the Heaven Marshal Plaza. Okay, I will see you in 3 days. Elder Gu, I will also take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Kong led the group of disciples to bid farewell and left. Readers who saw Xiao Yu's Weibo post should know that I pulled an all-nighter last night. I wanted to explode today, but Lenovo's computer changed its configuration and automatically shut down. As a result, I can't find the manuscript I pulled an all-night on. Even if you beat me to death, I will never buy Lenovo's book again. On average, it will automatically shut down once every 3 days. I am also a computer idiot. I just rushed out 2 chapters. Xiao Yu continued to write. Chapter 603. After watching Elder Kong and the rest leave, only then did Yu Wanli turn to Elder Gu Qingyang beside him. His expression was somewhat puzzled as he said, Master, that brat just now is called Yi Xian. He became an inner sect disciple last year, and his talent can be compared to others. If my guess is correct, that brat may have already reached the mysterious Martial King stage. Without a doubt, Yuanli was worried about Du Xiaofu. There weren't many rules in the Tianwu Square. If there was a chance, Yi Xian wouldn't let it go so easily and would take revenge for his fellow disciples. As for a mid-grade Dao artifact and 2 king-grade, mystical-level medicinal pills, if you were to lose them, their value would still be astonishing and not a small amount. That kid isn't just in the Martial King realm. He's really in the Martial King realm. After hearing Wan Li's words, Elder Gu Qingyang's expression didn't change much. He didn't seem to care much about Wan Li's words. He even smiled and looked at Du Xiaofu. Xiaofu, what do you think? Is there any problem? Du Xiaofu smiled and looked at Gu Qingyang. No problem. That's good. If you need any help, just look for your 3rd senior. Although your 3rd senior isn't very good, he can guide you for now. Elder Gu Qingyang looked at Du Xiaofu. Why would he care about Yi Xian, who had just reached the Martial King realm? In Fertile Field City, he had seen Du Xiaofu kill Martial King realm cultivators with his own eyes. 3 days later, he just showed the people of the Manchu that he, Gu Qingyang, had taken in another good seedling. I see that your weapon is a sword. Here is a sword manual called the Bright Saint Sword Manual. It's a bit different from ordinary sword skills. It was created by an expert of the ancient heaven sect who spent his entire life in a secret place. Unfortunately, I've only cultivated for 100 years, and I think I've only scratched the surface. Take it and cultivate. If there's anything you don't understand, come and look for me. After saying that, Elder Gu Qingyang handed an ancient scroll to Du Xiaofu. There were mysterious engravings on it, and an ancient aura spread out. Bright Saint Sword Manual. Looking at the ancient scroll in Gu Qingyang's hand, Yu Wanli was surprised. Wasn't his youngest junior brother a spirit talisman master? He was wondering why his master had taken in a spirit talisman master as a disciple. Seeing his master give his junior brother the Bright Saint Sword Manual, Yu Wanli was even more surprised. This was a treasure of the ancient heaven sect. It might be a bit exaggerated to call it the sect's treasure, but in the Manchu, this Bright Saint Sword Manual definitely had a high status. Ordinary inner sect disciples didn't have the qualifications to cultivate it. He didn't expect his youngest junior brother to be given the Bright Saint Sword Manual by his master as soon as he entered the Manchu. Du Xiaofu didn't stand on ceremony and took the ancient scroll from his master, Gu Qingyang. He could feel the aura of the Bright Saint Sword Manual. It seemed to be from ancient times, but its aura was extraordinary. It shouldn't be an ordinary item. Also, I have a piece of bad news for you. Becoming my disciple will be relatively troublesome, so you must win in the Heaven Marshal Plaza. I've talked to the sect master. If you want to become my disciple, you must pass a test. It just so happens that you're going to the Heaven Marshal Plaza in 3 days. If you win, you can also take the test. At that time, the sect master won't have anything to say. Elder Gu Qingyang said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded. Then, under Elder Gu Qingyang's arrangement, Du Xiaofu could choose a room on the Heavenai Mountain or choose a mountain peak nearby as his cultivation ground. In the ancient Heaven sect, only a few inner sect disciples had the qualifications to have a mountain peak as their own cultivation ground. Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate. He thought that it would be safer for him to cultivate in the future. Naturally, he chose a mountain peak as his cultivation ground. Then, with third senior brother Yu Wanli's introduction and guidance, Du Xiaofu chose a mountain peak not far from the Heavenai Mountain as his cultivation ground. The mountain peak was called Ancient Rock Peak. It originally had a courtyard built with rocks and wood from ancient trees. Although the courtyard was clean, it took Du Xiaofu a day to clean it inside and out. On this day, Du Xiaofu didn't just simply tidy up the place where he lived. For safety reasons, Du Xiaofu even set up some formations and seals around the mountain peak. In any case, Du Xiaofu was publicly known as a talisman master in the ancient Heaven sect. He wasn't afraid of people knowing that he cultivated both martial arts and talisman arts. In a colossus like the ancient Heaven sect, there were definitely many people who cultivated both martial arts and talisman arts. At dusk on the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu looked at the courtyard that he had personally cleaned and the surrounding scenery. In particular, in front of the courtyard, on the cliff of the mountain peak, there was an ancient camphor tree that was probably over 100 years old. Under the illumination of the sunset, its lush leaves shone brightly. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face, and a sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. A moment later, third senior apprentice brother Yuanli personally delivered a lot of daily necessities. When he felt the traces of the formation and restrictions on Ancient Rock Peak, he was secretly moved. He enthusiastically explained a lot of things before leaving. Third senior brother was extremely enthusiastic. In the morning, third senior brother was extremely protective of him, which made Du Xiaofu feel quite warm in his heart. At night, on the bed in the room, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged. In his hand, he took out the bright saint sword manual that his master Gu Qingyang gave him in the morning. Hula! An ancient aura rippled as the sword manual opened. Du Xiaofu's mind peered in, and a dazzling talisman rune immediately spread out. In a short moment, a dazzling light enveloped Du Xiaofu. Waves of dazzling talisman rune fluctuations condensed into sword shadows, and then swept into the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows like a spirit snake. The dazzling talisman rune was dazzling. Du Xiaofu had already closed his eyes. At this time his mind was in a misty place. There was a hazy illusory figure holding a long sword in his hand. The illusory figure condensed a sword technique, and the sword was slightly pushed forward. The tip of the sword trembled, and it seemed to be stabbing left and right. The sword light swept out, sometimes slashing straight, sometimes slashing horizontally, and sometimes lifting up the sword. The long sword trembled, and sword light scattered in all directions, enveloping the space. The sword light swept out, and there was no energy fluctuation. It was just a move, but the sword technique was extremely exquisite and mysterious. Du Xiaofu's mind observed the sword technique, and he was immediately attracted and immersed in it. At night, the sky was covered by the curtain of night, and the moon was bright and the stars were few. In a courtyard on a mountain peak, Elder Kong was sitting upright. He looked at a young man in short clothes in front of him and said, "You've already seen the one called Du Xiaofu. What do you think?" The young man in short clothes had a cold temperament. Hearing this, his eyes slightly raised on his handsome face, and he said to Elder Kong, Master, that Du Xiaofu shouldn't be weak. He's just a talisman master. As long as we don't give him any chance, it won't be too difficult to defeat him. That's good. This time, Elder Gu took out a mid-grade Dao artifact and 2 king-grade mysterious elixirs. Yi Xian, you can't be careless. Elder Kong looked at the young man in short clothes, Yi Xian, and smiled faintly. He said, "That kid's talent is extraordinary. At such a young age, he's already a 6-star talisman master. However, in the hands of Elder Gu, I'm afraid that he won't be able to accomplish anything in the future. Elder Gu is famous. The bright moon hung in the sky like a jade plate. The moonlight shone in the sky, illuminating the mountains. In the courtyard, the mysterious light of the talisman that enveloped Du Xiaofu's body gradually disappeared. The scroll of the bright saint sword manual in front of him also dimmed, and the ancient aura disappeared. Chi! After a moment, Du Xiaofu's slightly closed eyes slowly opened. Light flickered in his eyes, and there was shock in his eyes. From the bright saint sword manual, Du Xiaofu could be said to have the most direct understanding of the bright saint sword manual. The sword skills in the bright saint sword manual were extremely different from ordinary sword skills. The sword skills in the bright saint sword manual did not have any ranks. There were a total of 6 sword skills, and within the 6 sword skills, there were countless small moves. The 6 sword skills were all pure sword skills. In a battle between cultivators, generally speaking, when there was a great disparity in strength between the two, the stronger side would be able to suppress and kill their opponent with their tyrannical strength. Strength can defeat 10. That included absolute strength was enough to sweep away everything. Absolute strength was also the most fundamental. However, if there was not much difference in strength between 2 people, and even the level of their weapons were not much different, then the final deciding factor would often be martial skills. To any cultivator, martial skills were extremely important. The higher the rank of a martial skill, the stronger its might would be. However, if one's cultivation was low, it would be difficult to cultivate a high-rank martial skill. At that moment, the 6 sword skills in the Bright Saint Sword Manual did not have any ranks. There were only 6 simple sword skills, but they were infinitely profound and had a myriad of variations. Du Xiaofu even had a faint feeling that the 6 sword skills seemed to give him a hazy feeling of déjà vu. However, when he thought about it carefully, he could not think of anything. Comprehend and train. Thinking about how his weapon had always been the Tyrant's Shadow, and how he had not practiced any sword skills for quite some time, Du Xiaofu felt that the Bright Saint Sword Manual was very suitable for him. Thus, he immediately continued to comprehend the Bright Saint Sword Manual. The next day, the Ancient Heaven sect was as usual. However, there was a piece of news that spread through the sect. It shocked many disciples, and even the upper echelons of the Ancient Heaven sect. It was said that Elder Gu Qingyang had recently accepted a new disciple. 3 days later, he would fight Yi Xian on the Heaven Martial Plaza. This battle was not simple. It even made Elder Gu and Elder Kong both take out a mid-quality Dao artifact and 2 king-grade profound level medicinal pellets as wagers. Chapter 604. Once this news spread, along with the news that Zhang Zhizhou and Yu Tiano, who was on the bronze ranking, had been seriously injured by the new disciple's 6-star beginner level symbol array, it immediately attracted a lot of attention within the Ancient Heaven sect. There weren't many disciples in the Ancient Heaven sect who knew about Elder Gu's new disciple, so they didn't know much about him. However, there weren't many people in the Manchu who didn't know about Elder Kong's disciple, Yi Xian. Yi Xian was a famous existence within the sect. Yi Xian had already become an inner sect disciple during the test a year ago. He had always been ranked in the top 30 on the bronze ranking and could be said to be an outstanding talent. He was the focus of the Manchu-esque nurturing. Not long after Yi Xian became an inner sect disciple, he had already broken through to the Martial King initial level. Right now, there were some Manchu disciples who guessed that Yi Xian might have even reached the Martial King mysterious level. As everyone was curious, Du Xiaofu's identity was also found out. However, other than knowing that Du Xiaofu was a 6-star soul symbol master and that he had used a 6-star beginner level symbol array to seriously injure Yu Tiano, Zheng Zhizhou, and several other members of the Crouching Tiger Society, no one knew anything else. A couple of elders and middle-aged burly men were seated in a hall within a quiet courtyard. Their expressions were a little grave. At the head of the hall, an old man who looked to be in his 50s stroked his long, gray-white beard. His gaze was serious as he said, "That young man called Du Xiaofu wouldn't be the brat who took first place back then, right? Could it be that Elder Qingyang has already accepted that brat? It's very likely. I've already asked around. That young man called Du Xiaofu carries something that looks like a broadsword on his back. It's extremely similar to the brat who appeared in the test area back then. It's most likely that he's that brat." Another burly man in plain clothes who looked to be in his 50s said softly. His bright and spirited eyes flickered. Secretly, no one knew what he was thinking at this moment. These two people were Elder Husankuin and Elder Changmingze, who had seen Du Xiaofu from afar during the Ancient Heaven Sect's outer sect disciple assessment. There were several other people in the hall at this time. They were also some of the powerhouses of the Ancient Heaven Sect who had been in the assessment area. When the time comes, we'll go and take a look as well. If it's really that brat, we can't let Elder Qingyang ruin him. Elder Husankuin's eyes flickered as if he was plotting something. "Elder who? What do you mean?" a long-robed elder asked Husankuin. Hearing this, Elder Husankuin chuckled and said, "I heard that the sect leader did not agree to Elder Qingyang immediately accepting a disciple. I reckon that the sect leader also suspects that Du Xiaofu is the brat who appeared in our assessment area back then. He is worried that Elder Qingyang will destroy another good seedling when the time comes. If that's the case, we still have a chance. Let's take advantage of the fact that no one else knows." Hearing this, the expressions of the several elders, led by Elder Changmingze, changed slightly as a knowing smile appeared in their eyes. A group of mountains stood tall. On a huge mountain surrounded by mountains and clusters of peaks, the surroundings were lush and verdant. Within the mountain streams, the sound of gurgling water could be heard, showing an exuberant vitality. Clouds and mist lingered around the mountain peak. In the distance, thousands of mountains rose and fell, magnificent and boundless. On the mountain peak, in front of the steep mountain peak, looking from top to bottom, there seemed to be a bottomless abyss. It was so dark that one couldn't see anything. Only mist like water vapor flowed inside. In front of the cliff, there was a 7-foot-tall middle-aged man. His figure was thin, but appeared slender and sturdy. He wore a green robe embroidered with green patterns. The robe was turned up, and his long black hair was neatly combed into a bun. A few strands of hair hung down from his ears. The green robe and black hair appeared elegant under the breeze of the mountain peak. Set off by his tall and slender figure, there was a hint of elegance in his dignified appearance. He must have been a handsome man when he was young. "Father." On the mountain peak, a delicate voice slowly fell, and then a beautiful figure slowly descended. The beautiful figure was wearing a moon-white and pink brocade dress. On the hem and cuffs of the dress, there were light yellow flower patterns, which added a bit of cuteness. The light pink gauze cloak was draped over her shoulders, and there was a pinkish-white belt around her waist. It accentuated her well-proportioned figure, and her slender waist was so slim that it could not be held in one hand. The beautiful figure slowly walked over. She wore a pair of embroidered flower shoes with soft fox fur sewn around them. On her jade-like wrists, there were 2 shining white bracelets. When they collided with each other, they emitted a pleasant sound, making her appear even more adorable. The middle-aged man turned his head around. He was around 40 to 60 years old, with a handsome face and a heroic spirit. His skin faintly glowed, and his eyes flashed with 1,000 types of deep light. Looking at the beautiful figure that had arrived, His eyes immediately revealed a smile as he said, "Muha, why are you here? The second round of competition is in a few days. Are you ready?" "I've long since been prepared. Although those few of them are very powerful, I'm not afraid." The beautiful figure was a young girl around 18 or 19 years old. She looked at the middle-aged man and slightly raised her beautiful face. Within her lively eyes, her pupils were actually suffused with a faint purple color, fluctuating with intelligence and charming luster. Her small mouth was slightly pouted, and her cherry lips were smeared with a faint pink color like honey. Her silky black hair casually fluttered around her slender waist. What a cute and beautiful young girl! It was enough to dazzle people and make them fall head over heels in admiration. "Little girl, you've been living in your grandmother's house all these years. You only came back recently to participate in the examination. Don't underestimate them. They are very strong." The middle-aged man smiled slightly, but his deep glass-like eyes showed that he had some confidence in the woman in front of him. The cute girl pursed her lips and smiled. Then she pulled the middle-aged man's arm and said, "Father, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about mother?" "Little girl, you're so mischievous. What do you know?" The middle-aged man had a bitter smile on his face. He extended his hand and lightly scratched the tip of the girl's delicate nose. His eyes were filled with love. Then the expression in his eyes changed slightly, and he said to the girl, "Let me tell you something. Recently, your martial uncle plans to take in another disciple. His talent may be extraordinary." "Martial uncle wants to take in another disciple? Isn't this a waste?" Hearing this, the girl's beautiful eyes suddenly twitched. She was extremely surprised. "Little girl, what are you talking about? If your martial uncle finds out, he'll definitely come after you." The middle-aged man smiled. "Martial uncle won't bear to come after me." The girl pouted and said, "If martial uncle really wants to take in a disciple, then let him. If he's pissed off, I'm afraid you'll have a headache too." "I have a headache right now." The middle-aged man bitterly smiled and said, "Let me take a look first." "Okay, don't think about those headache-inducing things. Accompany me for a walk." The girl coquettishly pulled the middle-aged man's arm. Her faint smile was enough to make people fall in love with her. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the Heaven Martial Square, Yi Xian was going to fight with Elder Gu Qingyang's new disciple. Moreover, there were mid-grade Dao tools and king-grade mysterious pills as the stakes. This not only attracted the attention of many disciples of the Manchu, but also many elders, protectors, deacons, and other people. 3 days later, in the early morning after dawn, the light and darkness separated. The light gathered in the sky. The thick clouds covered the sky. Then the light broke through the clouds, causing cracks to appear. Rays of rose-red silver light burst out. Then the sky brightened. The Heaven Martial Square was vast. It was surrounded by continuous mountains. It was located in a vast valley. Perhaps a lot of mountains were flattened in order to create such a vast square. It was large enough to accommodate the bodies of tens of thousands of beasts. As far as the eye could see, people couldn't help but be shocked. Early in the morning, many people gathered around the Heaven Martial Square. It was densely packed and bustling with noise. What's the background of that Du Xiaofu? He actually dares to fight with Yi Xian. To be accepted as a disciple by Elder Gu Qingyang, I'm afraid he's not simple. Being able to arrange a 6-star beginner rune array means that he's definitely not an ordinary person. However, Du Xiaofu is a talisman master. As long as Yi Xian doesn't give him a chance, this kind of one-on-one battle will definitely be extremely disadvantageous for a talisman master. Let's wait and see the final result. I want to see how extraordinary he is to be accepted as a disciple by Elder Gu Qingyang. I feel that he shouldn't be too extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted Elder Gu Qingyang as his master. Although Elder Gu Qingyang's status is high in the Ancient Heaven sect, who doesn't know that the disciple under Elder Gu Qingyang is TSK. Discussions rang out one after another, causing the Heaven Marshal Square to be in an uproar. Usually, the Heaven Marshal Square would be filled with the sounds of fighting early in the morning. But today, everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding as they waited for the two people to appear. Today, Yi Xian and the legendary Du Xiaofu were the main characters of the Heaven Marshal Square. On a quiet mountain peak, early in the morning, the surroundings were shrouded in clouds and occasionally revealed mountain rocks. It was like a fairyland. Whoosh, whoosh! A purple-robed youth that seemed to be 17 or 18 years old had a resolute face. His eyes were clear and deep as he leaped around. Hand seals were formed in his hands as his index and middle fingers came together, drawing out streaks of sword light. Using his fingers as a sword, he seemed to be cultivating a set of sword techniques. Streaks of sword light were faintly discernible on Du Xiaofu's fingertips. Profound energy fluctuated as the sword light flashed out arcs, as if a longsword was displaying a sword technique. However, the sword technique didn't carry any aura, as if it couldn't resonate with profound energy. It shouldn't be like this. It doesn't seem right. It shouldn't be like this. Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seals as he stood quietly with a face filled with doubt. His gaze was dull for a long time, as if he was pondering about something. Chapter 605. In the past 3 days, Du Xiaofu had been comprehending the sword manual. However, the more he comprehended the Bright Saint sword manual, the more confused Du Xiaofu became. He also felt that the Bright Saint sword manual was vast and mysterious. Du Xiaofu was also shocked. The ancestor of the ancient heaven sect, who could create the Bright Saint sword manual, was definitely not a simple person. As Du Xiaofu comprehended every move and stance of the sword technique, his heart and mind trembled. The more he comprehended, the more Du Xiaofu felt that the sword moves were familiar to him. However, he felt that he was unfamiliar with them. The profound sword moves seemed simple, but they contained everything. There were a few sword moves that Du Xiaofu felt that he was about to master. However, all of a sudden, he felt that they were completely unfamiliar. He felt that he was comprehending the wrong sword moves. There were a total of 6 sword moves, and they contained endless possibilities. However, they also seemed to have traces of the knife and hammer techniques. They were extremely profound. For the past 3 days, Du Xiaofu had been immersed in comprehending the Bright Saint sword manual. But now that he thought about it, Du Xiaofu felt that he didn't seem to have comprehended anything. Everything that he had comprehended seemed to have been forgotten in an instant without a trace. Junior brother, why haven't you left yet? It's time to go to the Sky Marshal Plaza. Just as he was pondering, Du Xiaofu heard his third senior brother, Yuanli's voice from afar. Only 3 days? Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. There was no time in cultivation. These 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! The vast Tianwu Square was bustling with noise and excitement. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. It didn't take long for the Tianwu Plaza to be filled with a sea of people. Densely packed figures surrounded the plaza. There were even quite a few inner sect disciples that appeared on the Tianwu Plaza. However, the inner sect disciples were all clustered together and were clearly separated from the outer sect disciples, occupying the most spacious area. The formation of the inner sect disciples wasn't something that the outer sect disciples could casually approach. Even the outer sect disciples didn't dare to approach. If they provoked the inner sect disciples could directly deal with them on the Sky Marshal Plaza. On the square, a young man in short robes stood quietly with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was waiting for something. His face was quite handsome, and the aura on his body was quite cold. However, it attracted the gazes of many female outer sect disciples. Yi Xian was an expert on the inner sect's bronze ranking. Being in the top 30 of the bronze ranking was enough to prove his strength and status in the Manchu. Far away from the Tianwu Square, In the surrounding mountains, there were many figures with powerful auras standing on a mountain peak. There were quite a number of people on the mountain peak. Although their auras were concealed and not leaked out, one could still feel that they were a group of extremely powerful people. Among the crowd, there was an old man in his 70s with fluttering white hair and a white beard. He was Elder Gu Qingyang. Beside Elder Gu Qingyang, Elder Husanquin, Elder Changmingze, Elder Kong, and the others were among the crowd. Elder Gu, your new disciple hasn't arrived yet. Could it be that he's so scared that he doesn't dare to come? If that's the case, then I won't be polite with your middle-grade Tao artifact and 2 king-grade mysterious elixir pills. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who had yet to arrive, Elder Kong revealed a smile. Elder Kong was naturally aware of the strength of his disciple, Yixian. Yixian had broken through to the mysterious level of Martial King realm some time ago. In addition to his extraordinary talent and various means, even if he encountered those rogue cultivators of the Nirvana realm of Martial King realm outside, he would be able to contend with them. Although Du Xiaofu could set up a 6-star beginner level talisman array if he were to face a cultivator of the same level, as long as he didn't have the chance to set up a talisman array, he would only be abused in a one-on-one battle. Moreover, Yixian's cultivation was 1 level higher than his. Therefore, Elder Kong was very confident that Du Xiaofu had yet to appear because he was so scared that he didn't dare to come. Bullshit! Why wouldn't my disciple come? He's just afraid that your disciple will lose too early, so he's a little late. Elder Gu Qingyang immediately shouted. He didn't give Elder Kong any face. At that moment, he couldn't help but secretly smile. His disciple had already slaughtered Martial King Nirvana realm cultivators. Now, would he be afraid of a Martial King mysterious level cultivator who had just broken through? He would cry later. When the surrounding experts heard Elder Gu Qingyang's words, they could only feel helpless. Elder Gu Qingyang seemed to have a sage-like appearance, but everyone knew that the Elder Gu Qingyang in front of them was definitely not sage-like. Swoosh, swoosh in air, 2 figures flew over. After a few flashes, they arrived in the air. They were Yuanli and Du Xiaofu. Junior brother, the Sky Martial Plaza is below. I believe that Yixian is already waiting for you. You should be careful. After Yuanli finished speaking to Du Xiaofu, his figure leaped towards the mountain peak in front of him. Du Xiaofu nodded his head mechanically and landed on the plaza. His mind was still thinking about the sword moves in the Bright Saint Sword Manual. Chi. As Du Xiaofu's figure landed on the Sky Martial Plaza, his mind was still thinking about the Bright Saint Sword Manual. He didn't pay attention, and when he landed, he staggered and almost fell on the plaza. The people around the plaza who had arrived earlier had already waited for quite some time. Their hearts were already feeling impatient. There were also sounds of discussion. They were afraid that Du Xiaofu wouldn't dare to come to the Sky Martial Plaza and embarrass himself in front of everyone. Is he Du Xiaofu? The new disciple of Elder Gu Qingyang. So it's him? What a lucky guy! At this moment, when they saw the resolute and determined young man who suddenly landed on the plaza, many young men and women in the crowd faintly laughed. Du Xiaofu actually couldn't even stand after landing. Could he really contend against Yixian? What a powerful talisman, array, and restriction. Landing on the square, Du Xiaofu looked at the densely packed figures around him. All of them were young men and women who could be called geniuses in the outside world. Many of them had exceptionally powerful auras. However, what attracted Du Xiaofu's attention the most at this moment were the traces of talisman arrays and restriction energy that Du Xiaofu could feel. Under Du Xiaofu's sharp soul power, he could see that the entire Sky Martial Square was surrounded by glyph arrays and restrictions. The entire Sky Martial Square was secretly wrapped in them. These talisman arrays and restrictions weren't offensive. They were just a special defensive method. Ordinary energy attacks wouldn't be able to shake the ground of the plaza. Master, junior brother, is here. Yu Wanli's figure landed on the mountain peak and stood respectfully behind Elder Gu Qingyang. It's that brat. It's really that brat. Following the appearance of Du Xiaofu, Elder Chang Mingze, Elder Husanquin, and the others' gazes suddenly trembled. However, their gazes and expressions didn't leave any trace. They pretended that they didn't know Du Xiaofu, who was on the plaza. Is that Elder Gu's new disciple? He's quite young. However, it seems that he was a little timid just now. On the mountain peak, many experts' gazes were filled with curiosity and complexity. They sized up Du Xiaofu, who was on the plaza from afar. Just now, Du Xiaofu's stumbling naturally couldn't escape the gazes of these experts. Haha, it seems that Du Xiaofu's legs are weak from fear. Elder Gu, I'm afraid that you'll lose today. Seeing that Du Xiaofu actually stumbled on the ground, Elder Kong immediately laughed loudly. In his heart, he felt that his chances of winning had increased. Bullshit, whose legs are weak. In my opinion, your disciple's heart is probably trembling from fear. If you surrender now, I won't give you the mid-grade Dao tool. What do you think? Elder Gu Qingyang looked at Elder Kong and said, Elder Qingyang is actually so nice. This isn't normal. It seems that Elder Qingyang really doesn't have the confidence to win. Hearing Elder Gu Qingyang's words, many experts' gazes immediately turned. According to their understanding of Elder Gu Qingyang was definitely not so nice. If his disciple could win, Elder Gu Qingyang would definitely not be so nice. Haha, Elder Gu, you must be joking. Everyone knows who will win and who will lose. If Elder Gu admits defeat now, I can consider not taking your 2-king grade mysterious elixirs. However, I must take that mid-grade Dao tool. Hearing Elder Gu's words, Elder Kong returned a smile. He appeared to be extremely happy, as if victory was already in his hands. Elder Kong, what do you mean? Don't tell me that you think my disciple will lose. Elder Gu Qingyang's expression immediately showed that he was not going to let Elder Kong go. He then looked at the numerous figures around him and asked, What do you all think? Don't tell me that my disciple will lose to his disciple? This, being stared at by Elder Gu Qingyang like this, the crowd didn't know what to say for a moment. They looked at each other helplessly. In fact, everyone knew that Elder Qingyang's disciple had lost to someone else's disciple. This wasn't the first time that Elder Qingyang's disciple had lost to someone else's disciple. There was nothing strange about it. Ha ha! Seeing this, Elder Kong laughed in satisfaction. He looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and said, Elder Gu, everyone knows in their hearts. There's no need to make things difficult for everyone. Your disciple is not weak, but ha ha ha. Looking at Elder Kong's laughing face, Elder Gu Qingyang snorted coldly. Then, Elder Gu Qingyang looked at the many experts around him with an ugly expression. He slightly raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, It seems that you all think my disciple will lose. A bunch of people without foresight. If you all think so, why don't I bet a few more Dao tools and king-grade elixirs with you? Today's update is complete. Chapter 606. Elder Qingyang, I'm afraid you won't have that many pills and Dao tools to compensate. An old man in a long robe looked at Elder Gu Qingyang. He suspected that Elder Gu Qingyang wouldn't have that many pills and Dao tools to compensate. Why, you don't believe me? If you dare to bet, I'll compensate you even if I have to go bankrupt. Let me tell you, my disciple will definitely win. Whoever bets will lose. Elder Gu Qingyang gritted his teeth and argued until his face turned red. When the surrounding experts saw Elder Gu Qingyang's expression, they turned to look at the purple-robed young man on the square, who was still young and had almost fallen to the ground. Their expressions all changed. All right, I'll bet. 1 mid-grade Dao tool. Finally, a blue-robed man couldn't help but place a bet. From his understanding of Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple had never won. Since Elder Gu Qingyang accepted the bet, he would be an idiot if he didn't take advantage of the situation. He decisively placed his bet. I don't have many Dao tools. I'll bet 3 king-grade mysterious pills. Hee Elder Gu. I'll bet 1 mid-grade Dao tool and 3 king-grade mysterious pills. I still have 10 king-grade initial ascension medicinal pills. Let's bet. Following the first person's bet, many experts in the surroundings immediately became interested. Elder Gu Qingyang's confidence made the crowd even more doubtful of Elder Gu Qingyang. The main reason was that all the experts present knew that none of Gu Qingyang's disciples had ever won when they competed with others. This included his third disciple, Yuanli. You all really want to bet? Elder Gu Qingyang was stunned when he saw everyone placing their bets. He looked at everyone. Of course, I'll add a king-grade Permitha pill. Seeing Elder Gu Qingyang's expression, he seemed to be a bit flustered. The yellow-clothed old man was even more certain that even Elder Gu Qingyang himself was not confident. If he did not take advantage of the situation now, it would be difficult for him to have another chance in the future. One had to know that this was the last time Elder Gu Qingyang would accept a disciple. The sect leader had already said that Elder Gu Qingyang would only accept 1 disciple. Me too. I'll bet a mid-grade Dao tool. The surrounding experts all placed their bets. It seemed like they wanted to split Elder Gu Qingyang's wealth today. In the crowd, there were only a few experts such as Husang Quinn and Yu Wanli. They didn't say anything, and they were determined not to place their bets. Although Elder Husang Quinn and the others knew that Yi Xian's cultivation wasn't weak, the strange scene in the examination area was still vivid in their minds. That purple-robed youth was too strange. He was facing a Beast Lord realm demonic beast and a 6-star initial ascension array as if they were nothing. Although Husang Quinn and the other elders couldn't be sure that the purple-robed youth would win, the outcome of the battle with Yi Xian was definitely unpredictable. This is going to be troublesome. Little junior brother, you have to work hard. Otherwise, Master will go bankrupt. Yu Wanli had been standing behind his master. Seeing his master accept so many bets, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. On the mountain peak, a bunch of experts were placing their bets fervently. On the square, Du Xiaofu also recovered from his comprehension of the Bright Saint sword manual. He looked at Yi Xian, the youth in short clothes, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Sensing Du Xiaofu's arrival, Yi Xian opened his slightly closed eyes. There was a faint chill in his eyes as he looked at the purple-robed youth in front of him with a slight smile on his face. Yi Xian's smile seemed to contain some coldness and mockery. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Kid, you must be very proud in your heart right now. You must be very amazing to be able to become Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple. Unfortunately, there will be a time when you regret it. For example, right now, Yi Xian didn't hide his mockery in his indifferent words. 3 days ago, he couldn't stand the indifferent expression on the purple-robed youth's face. He was just a newcomer. Did he think that just because he joined the ancient sky sect and became Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple, he was a generation higher than them? Yi Xian had been waiting for this day for the past few days. He wanted to defeat this purple-robed youth and let this kid know that even if he joined the ancient sky sect, he still had to rely on absolute strength. In a while, in the face of absolute strength, the purple-robed youth would reveal a look of despair and fear. Defeating Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple would add a lot of points in the Manchu. Can we start now? Yi Xian was thinking about what would happen in a while. Unfortunately, Du Xiaofu's reaction was beyond his expectations. Du Xiaofu still had the same indifferent expression. In fact, Yi Xian could even read a kind of disdain and contempt for him from this indifferent expression. This made Yi Xian's face stiffen. "Kid, I'll tell you today that even if you become Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple in the ancient sky sect, everything is based on strength. Without absolute strength, it's useless to be anyone's disciple." Yi Xian's eyes flickered coldly on his slightly stiff face. "When can we start?" Du Xiaofu looked at Yi Xian in front of him. He really wanted to finish this quickly so that he could go back and comprehend the Bright Saint Sword manual. Along the way, he seemed to have comprehended something. If he was late, he might forget it again. As Du Xiaofu's voice faded, Yixian's face became even more unsightly. The other party didn't put him in his eyes at all. This was definitely not what he had expected. In Yixian's imagination, after Du Xiaofu arrived, facing his martial king mysterious realm aura, it was enough to make him tremble in fear. As you wish, let's start now. As Yixian's cold words fell, his figure turned into a stream of light and directly swept towards Du Xiaofu. Behind him, the space fluctuated as waves of profound energy erupted. At this moment, Yixian no longer restrained his martial king mysterious realm aura and swept out. The mysterious runes on the talisman spread out and emitted an astonishing pressure to suppress Du Xiaofu. Sure enough, the martial king mysterious realm is amazing. Looking at the imposing storm that swept out from Yixian's body in the middle of the square, many of the ancient heaven sect's disciples were envious and shocked. Qin Mingyin. With a light shout, Yixian's hair fluttered behind his back. A palm print suddenly condensed in his hand, and the faint sound of wind and thunder resounded. A terrifying palm print condensed from the mysterious runes of the talisman suddenly slammed towards Du Xiaofu. Obviously, Yixian knew that Du Xiaofu was a talisman array master, so he would never allow Du Xiaofu to have the opportunity to set up a talisman array. As a talisman array master, if he didn't have the opportunity to set up a talisman array, it was equivalent to half of his cultivation being crippled. In front of him, he could only be abused. Boom! The palm print rumbled and shook the space. It was like a meteorite falling. The energy caused the space to undulate as if it wanted to destroy the space. It was terrifying. Too shameless. This is equivalent to a sneak attack. On the mountain peak in the distance, Elder Gu Qingyang cursed loudly. Yixian's instantaneous attack naturally couldn't escape his observation. Elder Gu, this is a contest. Don't tell me you want to have a toast first? Elder Kong didn't take it seriously and was full of smiles. Yixian's instantaneous attack didn't allow Du Xiaofu to set up a talisman array. It was equivalent to winning half of the battle. Rumble. The palm print collapsed and instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. The terrifying energy almost destroyed the space. The air billowed and shook people's souls. Yixian was at the mysterious realm of the martial king realm. Although he had just broken through the mysterious realm of the martial king realm, as a talented person and trained by the ancient heaven sect, his strength was definitely extraordinary. It was almost comparable to the nirvana realm of the martial king realm in the outside world. At this moment, around the Tianwu Square, countless eyes were fixed on the purple-robed young man. They were fixated on whether the purple-robed young man could contend with Yixian, who was ranked in the top 30 of the bronze list. It was a long story, but everything happened in the blink of an eye. As the crowd watched, the terrifying palm print appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. At the same time, a mysterious aura spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. Tsk, tisk, within Du Xiaofu's originally clear and bright eyes, waves of strange talisman patterns suddenly shot out. Then, like 1,000 rays of light, the talisman patterns overlapped with each other. Finally, like a dazzling sun, it enveloped the entire sky and spread out. At this moment, a strange scene occurred. The terrifying palm print formed by Yixian stopped in front of Du Xiaofu the moment it was illuminated by the light in Du Xiaofu's eyes. Then the palm print dissipated. At the same time, Yixian's eyes, which were filled with cold stars, became dull and his face seemed to be frozen. Inside and outside, many people were watching in shock. Du Xiaofu moved. He took a big step forward as if there was nothing. It seemed slow, but it was actually as fast as lightning. Then he raised his hand slightly and a fist print landed on Yixian's chest. In an instant, a shocking aura burst out. Bang, bang, bang! A low muffled sound came from Yixian's chest, one after another. There were a total of 13 sounds. Waves of shocking energy waves had a total of 13 layers. The layers overlapped, and the aura was almost multiplied. Like a shock wave, it finally hit Yi Xian's chest fiercely. TSK, TSK, tisk. Yi Xian's body was like a kite with a broken string. He flew away in the air and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Rumble! In the end, Yi Xian's body smashed into the ground of the square. He was drenched in blood, and the ground shook. However, the ground of the square was covered by a talisman array and restriction, so it was intact. Silence, the whole square was dead silent. Sluggish, everyone's eyes were sluggish. Yi Xian, who was ranked in the top 30 of the bronze list and was at the mysterious Martial King realm, was sent flying with a single blow and was seriously injured. Looking at the scene in front of them, it was like a dream. Everyone's eyes were sluggish. They were tongue-tied and dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't believe it. Chapter 607. The experts on the mountain peak were shocked. They didn't expect Yi Xian to be injured in one move. Talisman and martial arts dual cultivator. That kid is also a martial cultivator. What a strong spiritual soul. After affecting Yi Xian's soul, he injured him severely. Yi Xian lost because he underestimated his opponent, but he didn't lose unjustly. That Du Xiaofu's spiritual soul power is extraordinarily strong. What kind of eyesight did the experts on the mountain have? Naturally, nothing in the square could escape their eyes. Du Xiaofu was not only a spiritual talisman master, but also a martial cultivator. He could affect Yi Xian with his spiritual soul and injure him severely. That kid is very strong, many experts exclaimed. To be able to defeat Yi Xian in one move, his strength was terrifying. The most shocking thing was that Du Xiaofu was only 17 or 18 years old. His talent was shocking. Elder Kong's expression was ugly. He looked at the square from afar, and his eyes were about to pop out. His disciple, Yi Xian, who had just entered the Martial King realm, was defeated in one move. Elder Kong couldn't accept this. Pucci, Yi Xian fell to the ground. His mouth was red with blood. He struggled to get up but couldn't. His eyes were filled with fear. He was a completely different person from his previous high-spirited self. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that this was the opposite of what he had imagined. He became the terrified person. He didn't believe that his opponent could defeat him in one move. It was like a dream. However, the truth was right in front of him. He could not believe it. Du Xiaofu is not only a spiritual talisman master, but also a martial cultivator. What a powerful strength, so valiant! Among the inner sect disciples, many extraordinary young men and women sighed. You lost. On the square. Du Xiaofu looked at Yi Xian, who couldn't stand up. Then he left. His mind was filled with the image of the bright saint sword manual. He wanted to go back and comprehend it immediately. Whoosh! The purple-robed figure flew into the sky and disappeared in front of everyone's shocked gazes. Everyone in the square was surprised to see a fierce battle today. Who knew that it would end in one move? There wasn't even any excitement. However, no one regretted it. Being able to see someone who defeated Yi Xian in one move was much more satisfying than a fierce battle. Ha ha ha, my pills, my Dao weapons. Quick, take them out. On the mountain peak far away from the sky martial square, Elder Gu Qingyang smiled. Elder Gu Qingyang was. Elder. Gu Qingyang, Elder. Elder Qingyang. Elder Qingyang you. Elder Qingyang. Elder Qingyang, congratulations. The Qingyang experts sighed and looked at Elder Kong helplessly. They could only blame themselves for underestimating Elder Kong's disciple. They knew Elder Gu Qingyang's temper very well. You can owe anyone but Elder Gu Qingyang. Otherwise, you won't have a peaceful life in the Manchu. There was nothing that Elder Gu Qingyang couldn't do. Even the sect lord was afraid of him. Here, one by one, the experts handed over their medicinal pills and Dao artifacts to Elder Gu Qingyang. Multicolored light filled the air, and energy rippled. Elder Gu Qingyang laughed heartily, his eyes narrowed. Dozens of king-grade medicinal pills and no less than a dozen Taoist tools were all put into Elder Gu Qingyang's Chenkuan bag, making everyone's eyes red with envy. At this point, they couldn't help but suspect that Elder Gu Qingyang had set a trap for them to place their bets. Du Xiaofu defeated Yi Xian in one move. As his master, Elder Gu Qingyang must know the strength of his disciple. Thinking of this, everyone felt their hearts ache. However, it was too late for regrets. They watched Elder Gu Qingyang put away the Dao weapons and pills into his Qinkuan bag. Fortunately, I didn't place any bets. Yun Mingze, Husan Kuan, and the other elders looked at each other. They were secretly happy that they didn't place any bets. They couldn't help but be envious of Elder Gu Qingyang Yunming's Dao weapons and king-grade pills. For Husan Kuan and the other elders, the most shocking thing was that Du Xiaofu had defeated Yi Xian in one move. His strength had completely exceeded their expectations. Hurry up and hand it over. You're betting 10 king-grade pills, not 8. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. And you even bet a low-grade Dao artifact. I remember that. Elder Gu Qingyang Yunmingze shouted. Some people wanted to save a few pills and Dao weapons, but they couldn't escape Elder Gu's eyes. Gulp! Yuanli Yunmingze couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw his master accept so many pills and Dao weapons. Then his face was full of smiles. However, he wasn't as smug as Elder Gu Qingyang Yunmingze. Elder Kong, it's your turn. Elder Gu Qingyang Yunmingze, who had earned a lot, finally arrived in front of the gloomy Elder Kong with a smile. Elder Kong looked at Elder Gu Qingyang Yunmingze helplessly. He could only take out a middle-grade Dao weapon and 2 king-grade mysterious pills with a pained expression. Then, he handed them to Elder Gu Qingyang Yunmingze. He finally understood why Elder Gu Qingyang Yunmingze was so easy to talk to that day. It turned out that he had been digging a hole for him to jump into. Kong Zhonglei. After accepting the middle-grade Dao weapon and 2 king-grade mysterious pills from Elder Kong, Elder Gu Qingyang Yunming's expression changed slightly. He directly called Elder Kong's name and his tone became heavier. He looked straight at Elder Kong and said, My new disciple is still young. According to seniority, it's enough to call you elder brother. Let's forget about this matter this time. But in the future, you must warn the disciples in the sect. If anyone dares to act recklessly and something happens, don't you think so? Hearing Elder Gu Qingyang Yunming's words, the expressions of the experts in the surroundings changed slightly. The meaning behind Elder Gu Qingyang Yunming's words was something that all of them had lived for so many years. How could they not understand? Elder Gu Qingyang's words were not only for Elder Kong, but also for everyone else. He wanted everyone to keep an eye on their own disciples. Whoever dared to provoke his disciple would have to bear the consequences if they were injured or crippled. If they dared to interfere, then don't blame him for being impolite. Elder Kong looked at Elder Gu Qingyang Yunmingze, and his heart trembled slightly. Then he had no choice but to nod his head. At this moment, Elder Kong couldn't help but curse Sheng Zhizhou and Yu Tian 800 times in his heart. Not only did they cause him to lose a middle-grade Dao weapon and 2 king-grade mysterious pills, but they also caused him to offend Elder Gu Qingyang Yunmingze. One had to know that in the entire Manchu, everyone knew that Elder Gu Qingyang Yunmingze was the most protective of his disciples. The battle on the Tianwu Square had ended. Originally, everyone thought that it would be a fierce battle, but in the end it was a shocking battle that ended with a single move. Amidst the astonished discussions, the figures on the Tianwu Square gradually dispersed. Then, there were many figures fighting fiercely on the square. The noise was endless. There weren't many rules on the Tianwu Square to begin with. Any conflict between the disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect would be resolved on the Tianwu Square. The Manchu was also happy to do so. As long as no lives were lost, they would turn a blind eye. Du Xiaofu returned to the mountain near the Tianmu Peak where he had settled down. After setting up a forbidden seal and a glyph array, he returned to his room. This is the ancient heaven sect. It should be very safe. After sitting down cross-legged, Du Xiaofu softly muttered to himself, "If this wasn't a safe place in the ancient heaven sect, one of the 9 great factions of the Central Plains, then there was probably no safe place in the entire Central Plains." After a moment of hesitation, Du Xiaofu's mind moved slightly. At this moment, there were 2 small star-like balls of light in his Naiwan palace. One of them slightly trembled as it rotated. In an instant, a strange energy spread out, releasing a dazzling light in his Naiwan palace, illuminating the entire place. Hula! Then a round ball of light flew out from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows and appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. The mysterious runes on the round ball of light flickered, spreading a multicolored light, and an ancient aura rippled out. Looking at the ball of light in his hand, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. With a thought, an ancient aura spread out from the ball of light, enveloping his entire body like a halo. The light was dazzling, and the ancient aura rippled. In the next instant, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in a misty space. Du Xiaofu was no stranger to this space. It was a place where time was accelerated in the ancient, desolate space. One day in the outside world was 10 days in here. Outside, Du Xiaofu didn't dare to casually take out the ancient, desolate space. If someone discovered the ancient, desolate space, the consequences would be unimaginable. But at this moment in the ancient heaven sect, Du Xiaofu's scruples were a lot less. Continue to comprehend. In the ancient, desolate space, Du Xiaofu continued to comprehend the bright Saint Sword Manual. Using his hand as a sword, rays of sword light condensed in his fingers as he continued to comprehend the bright Saint Sword Manual. Du Xiaofu was so passionate about the bright Saint Sword Manual, not only because of the profoundness and vastness of the bright Saint Sword Manual, but also because he felt that the sword moves on the bright Saint Sword Manual were vaguely familiar to him. This kind of familiarity made Du Xiaofu want to continue to comprehend it, as if there was something waiting for him in the future. This feeling was extremely mysterious, and even Du Xiaofu couldn't describe it. He could only feel it, but there was no way to express it. Chapter 608. Whoosh whoosh, streaks of sword radiance shot out from Du Xiaofu's fingertips. They were shaped like sword radiance as they drew arcs in the blurry space. No, I'm still missing something. 2 hours later, Du Xiaofu stopped his hand seals and stood in the blurry space in a daze. No matter how Du Xiaofu comprehended the sword moves in the bright Saint Sword Manual, he always felt that something was wrong. This feeling made Du Xiaofu feel that it was not the sword moves that had a problem. Instead, it was the ancestor of the ancient heaven sect who comprehended the sword moves that seemed to have a problem when he comprehended the extraordinary sword moves. Therefore, when Du Xiaofu was comprehending and practicing, he could faintly feel that something was missing. Whoosh! Far away from the mountain peak, a figure flew through the air and stopped near the mountain peak. This kid actually set up a seal formation. The person murmured softly. Then he looked at the mountain peak. After his gaze moved, he immediately disappeared. In the blurry space, Du Xiaofu was in a daze for a long time. In the end, Du Xiaofu was able to use the mysterious move to perfect an ordinary martial technique. Even after cultivating the lightning destruction finger and the divine light thunderstorm of the divine light court, he was able to greatly increase their power with the help of the mysterious move. However, he had not succeeded in cultivating the bright Saint Sword Manual. Naturally, he could not perfect it. Before using the mysterious move to perfect a martial technique, he had to first succeed in cultivating the martial technique. This sword technique is special. There are 6 sword moves, but they can be derived from thousands of sword moves. This feeling is very familiar. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. He murmured softly, I wonder if there will be any progress if I use the mysterious move to cultivate it. As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu formed a hand seal, using his fingers as a sword. Streaks of sword radiance shot out and drew arcs in front of him. However, at this moment, these arcs did not dissipate. Instead, they gathered together and formed a dense and mysterious rune in front of him. Swish, swish! Du Xiaofu performed the sword techniques according to the illuminating sacred sword manual. The sword rays did not disperse, but condensed and arranged, forming mysterious runes. Whoosh, whoosh! After dusk, the sky darkened. Several figures appeared in the vicinity of the mountain peak, one after another. In the end, after discovering the talisman formation seal on the mountain peak, they resentfully looked away. At night, on Tianmu Peak, the moonlight shone brightly outside. However, in the small hall in the courtyard, multicolored light filled the air. Energy fluctuated as if a treasure was about to appear. Bastard, this mid-grade Tao artifact seems to be a little damaged. There's also this king grade Permethop pill. It seems to be a semi-finished product. That bastard actually dared to trick me. In the hall, while Elder Gu Qingyang was inspecting the Tao tools and king-grade elixir pills, he was cursing nonstop. Elder Gu Qingyang realized that many of the Tao tools and elixir pills that were lost to him had some small flaws. However, this did not affect Elder Gu Qingyang's mood. Although some of the Tao tools and elixir pills had some flaws, it did not affect the quality of the items too much. He still gained a lot this time. Master, Yu Wanli hurriedly ran into a small hall and said to Elder Gu Qingyang, I went to find Junior Brother, but Junior Brother was probably in closed-door cultivation. The place where he lived was covered with talisman arrays and seals, so I didn't disturb him. This kid really can't stay idle. He went into seclusion. Elder Gu Qingyang raised his head slightly and was stunned. Then he lowered his head and continued counting his Tao tools and elixir pills. He said, It's good that he went into seclusion for a few days. In the afternoon, the sect master looked for me and asked me to let that kid participate in the second round of competition. It's good to let those guys know that my disciple is not inferior to those outstanding people. However, those monsters are quite difficult to deal with this time, especially when that little monster is back. Master, Yu Wanli did not seem to be listening to Elder Gu Qingyang's words. He had a puzzled look on his face. Then he said to Elder Gu Qingyang, who was sitting upright and checking the Tao tools and elixir pills, I saw Yan Mingze, Husankuin, and the others appear nearby and then leave. What are Husankuin, Yan Mingze, and the others doing here? What? Elder Gu Qingyang, who was counting the Tao tools and elixir pills, suddenly changed his expression and jumped up. He glared at Yu Wanli and said, Quick, from now on, guard your junior brother. Don't let anyone near him, especially Yan Mingze, Husankuin, and the others, until your junior brother comes out of seclusion. Yes, master. Although Yu Wanli did not know what was wrong with his master, he did not dare to provoke him after seeing his master's expression. He immediately turned and left. This group of bastards still want to have any ideas? No way. Elder Gu Qingyang raised his eyes and seemed to have lost interest in the elixir pills and Tao tools. He hurriedly put them into his Qingkuan bag and left the courtyard that night. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Night clouds moved across the sky, occasionally covering the moonlight and then quietly moving away. In a quiet and elegant courtyard, a black-haired middle-aged man in green stood under the moonlight. He slightly raised his head and quietly looked at the bright moon in the sky. Under the moonlight, his thin figure appeared slender and sturdy. The middle-aged man wore a green robe and had black hair. He stood with his hands behind his back, and after a long time, a smile appeared on his face as he murmured curiously, a cultivator of both martial Tao and talisman Tao, defeating the mysterious martial emperor Yi Xian with a single move. Interesting. I would like to see how far a kid with an unknown background like you can go." Time slowly passed. In the ancient heaven sect, the news of the new disciple Du Xiaofu defeating Yi Xian of the bronze ranking in one move spread. This news immediately spread in the Manchu, shocking many disciples who did not go to the Tianwu Square that day. As the news spread in the Manchu, Du Xiaofu's identity also began to spread. It was said that Du Xiaofu was the one who took first place in the outer sect disciple test in the 8th district not long ago. He was also the mysterious kid who caused a commotion in the Manchu. He was the one who stole the limelight from Feng Xiangyu, the human king, and passed through all the tests in the 8th district as if he was unstoppable. It's said that Du Xiaofu has already arranged to participate in the second round of the competition. The second round of the competition will not be simple. Not long ago, all the inner sect disciples will have to participate. It will definitely be a fierce battle. Those outstanding talents and human kings will all show up. I wonder who will be able to last until the end of the second round. It won't be easy to last until the end. You have to know that none of the people on the bronze ranking are easy to deal with. They are all very terrifying. That's true. None of the people on the bronze ranking are easy to deal with. In the past, not many people were able to last until the end. There was a lot of discussion in the ancient heaven sect. A grand event was about to begin. Everyone was looking forward to it. At the peak of the mountain, the sun was setting, and the afterglow shone in the sky. In a separate courtyard, 3 men and 1 woman stood. The one in the front was a 22-year-old young man in a black robe. He had a handsome figure and an elegant temperament. His eyebrows were distinct, and his pure black eyes were as black as the endless abyss at the end of the universe. Does he really have the strength to defeat Yi Xian in one move? Behind the black-robed young man, there was a similarly extraordinary young man in a long robe. His eyes revealed a doubtful look. His temperament was outstanding, and his eyes revealed some pride. It is said that Du Xiaofu first used his spiritual soul power to affect Yi Xian, and then directly injured him. Under such circumstances, coupled with Yi Xian's carelessness, he was naturally injured. However, I feel that if Yi Xian had been on guard from the beginning, he wouldn't have been defeated so easily by Du Xiaofu. The black-robed young man said softly. Those pitch-black eyes seemed to make people feel as if they were about to be sucked in if they looked at them for a while. However, that kid shouldn't be weak. He cultivates both martial Dao and talisman Dao, and his talisman Dao is at the initial 6-star level. A young man who was not very tall, but was quite cold, said, "Let's worry about the second round of the competition." The second round of the competition is about to begin. The people on the bronze ranking are not easy to deal with. If we want to stay until the end, we have to stick together. I guess they are in the other regions, discussing how to form a team at this moment. A woman said, "The people on the bronze ranking." The black-robed young man slightly raised his head, his pitch-black eyes faintly glowing. Chapter 609. Moonlit night, mountains, streams, waterfalls, flowing water. A 25 or 26-year-old man stood there quietly. Under the moonlight, his facial features were almost three-dimensional, handsome as if they were carved by a knife. His entire person emitted a kind of elegant and untainted air. The waterfall was flowing, and occasionally the spray would shoot out, but it did not stain his robe in the slightest. Those little rookies are coming to challenge us. They want me to ask for your opinion on how to play with those little rookies. A figure appeared silently. It was a young man of about the same age. He had a white face, thick eyebrows, and a tall nose. He was extremely handsome. The young man raised his head and looked at the moon in the sky. A smile appeared on his handsome face. He said softly, "They are just a bunch of rookies. What's the point of discussing? When the time comes, just follow the rules. It's just a routine. I'll just treat it as giving some guidance to my juniors." Mountains stood tall and surrounded by mountains. On a huge mountain peak, surrounded by mountains, it was lush green. Clouds and mist lingered around it. The mountain stream, flowed and was full of life. The room in the courtyard was ancient. A light sandalwood fragrance filled the air. It had the effect of calming one's mind. In the room, the handsome, middle-aged man looked down at the message jade in his hand. Suddenly, he raised his head slightly and looked outside the door. He said, "Little Muhan, come in. Don't hide." I thought that I could hide my aura and use my grandmother's secret technique to escape from my father's prying eyes. I didn't expect it to be useless. A lovely voice sounded. It seemed to be a little disappointed, after which an 18 or 19-year-old girl skipped into the room. She was wearing a pair of beautiful shoes that were embroidered with flower patterns and had soft fox fur sewn around them. 2 sparkling white bangles on her jade-like wrists collided with each other, emitting a pleasant sound that made her appear even more adorable. The middle-aged man raised his head and put down the jade slip in his hand. His long black hair was neatly combed into a bun, and a few strands of hair fell over his ears. He smiled and said to the lovely girl, "Only you can make your grandmother make an exception and let you practice the secret techniques and martial skills of your grandmother's family. Those secret techniques of your grandmother's family are naturally not a problem. However, your cultivation is still lacking. Among your peers, or even ordinary people, I'm afraid it's not very likely that they can detect your aura." I thought it was because Grandma's secret technique wasn't good enough. The cute girl smiled sweetly. Her smile could move one's soul. Then she lay on the middle-aged man's back and gently held his arm. She said intimately, "Father, why aren't you resting? Why aren't you resting yet?" The middle-aged man turned his head slightly and said to the cute girl, "Tomorrow is the second round of the test. Are you really ready? I'll give you some news first. Not only are Su Chiyun and the rest not to be trifled with, those fellows on the bronze list will not let you off easily according to convention. They will not be easy to pass. The few fellows on the bronze board are indeed difficult to deal with." The cute lady's pretty face hardened slightly. However, she quickly recovered her smile as she looked at the middle-aged man and said, "However, doesn't matter. With senior brother Emo Chin around, those few troublesome fellows should not make things too difficult for me. Don't even think about it." The middle-aged man immediately glared at his beloved daughter. He curled his lips and said, "I have already informed them that they cannot take special care of you. Otherwise, I will not let them off so easily." "Father, how can you do this? I am your biological daughter. How can you let others bully your biological daughter? Grandma has already said that if you dare to mistreat me, I will be sent back." When she heard this, the cute girl's eyes immediately lit up. She glared fiercely at the middle-aged man with her hands on her hips. Her pink and tender red lips were slightly pouted. Her angry appearance made her appear even more adorable. It is useless, even if you have your grandma protecting you. Although the middle-aged man loved his daughter, he did not seem to have any intention of compromising this time. After shooting a glance at his beloved daughter, he slightly stood up. His skinny figure appeared slender and sturdy as he opened his mouth and said, "That's right this time. Help father keep an eye out for a person." The cute girl glared at the middle-aged man. After a while, as if she felt that there was no turning back, she pouted her small mouth and said, "Keep an eye on who?" "A little guy called Du Xiaofu," the middle-aged man said. Hearing this, the cute girl's eyes flickered. She looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Is he the disciple that martial uncle wants to take in?" "Yes, that little guy. He is a martial arts and talisman cultivator. A few days ago, he defeated Yi Xian of the mysterious martial king realm with one move. He seems to be about the same age as you. He might even be younger than you. You should keep an eye out for him." The middle-aged man said, "Is that so?" The cute girl seemed to be interested. She said, "If there is a chance, I will go and test his strength." "Don't make trouble. We will talk about it when the time comes." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "In the misty space in front of Du Xiaofu, Rays of sword radiance condensed and did not disperse. They outlined a dense and mysterious talisman in front of him. They were mysterious and unfathomable. The talisman flickered as if it was changing at any time. In an instant, there were thousands of changes. Du Xiaofu could not replace the sword with his finger and condense the sword radiance without dispersing if he was not in the desolate ancient space. Coincidentally, he was in the desolate ancient space. Du Xiaofu could take the opportunity to comprehend it. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was sitting cross-legged. He raised his head slightly and looked at the mysterious talisman condensed by the sword radiance in front of him. He was immersed in comprehension. At this moment, if the people in the Stone City saw Du Xiaofu's current appearance, they would probably think that Du Xiaofu had become stupid again. After an unknown period of time, the mysterious talisman in front of Du Xiaofu began to crack. Then, like rays of sword radiance dissipating, the talisman dissipated one by one. In the end, they all disappeared in the desolate ancient space. Just as the mysterious talisman dissipated, Du Xiaofu's eyes began to shine. Buzz! In the next moment, azure gold light surged in Du Xiaofu's hand. Then, an azure gold, long sword with flowing runes appeared in his hand. A domineering and fierce aura spread out and made a clanging sound. Boom! As soon as the sword appeared, the entire misty space trembled. Then, Du Xiaofu still seemed to be immersed in a sluggish state. Rays of sword radiance swept out from his hand. Suddenly, the sound of wind and thunder resounded. The sword radiance swept out, making clanging sounds unceasingly. Whoosh! The sword radiance swept out. Rays of sword radiance streaked across the mysterious and unfathomable arc of the vacuum. The azure gold brilliance shone brightly, almost drowning Du Xiaofu. At this moment, as the sword radiance swept out, Du Xiaofu clearly did not use a trace of profound qi. However, the sword radiance that swept out from the nimble sword body caused the space to tremble. Layers of sword radiance overlapped and bloomed. It seemed to be able to communicate with the energy of heaven and earth. Using the energy of heaven and earth, just the pure sword move contained a great amount of power. Just by relying on the sword move, it was able to release a great amount of power and communicate with the energy of heaven and earth. If there were experts present at this moment, they would be dumbfounded. What kind of sword skill was this to have such power? At this moment, if Elder Gu Qingyang saw this scene, he would be so shocked that his jaw would drop. If Elder Gu Qingyang was present, he would realize that the bright saint sword manual that he had cultivated for over 100 years was obviously different from the sword move that Du Xiaofu was using. And if he observed carefully, it seemed that the sword move that Du Xiaofu had comprehended and cultivated was closer to returning to one's original state. Of course, at this moment, it was impossible to accurately say that the sword move that Du Xiaofu was using was definitely stronger than Elder Gu Qingyang's sword move. It was like two students were looking at a drawing. One student copied the original drawing very well, but the other student was looking at the original drawing and had already started to draw his own style. Flower splitting brushing willow. Yang passed 3 stacks. Whirlwind scattering clouds. Violent sword gale. Furious sword cutting yang. Holy sword roar. From his mouth, he murmured. Du Xiaofu's figure leaped, and his sword moved. The sword radiance contained seal, turn, trip, lead, poke, entangle, and chop. The dazzling green and gold talisman patterns bloomed like the golden feathers of a golden winged rock. Together with the power of the sword move, the aura became even more domineering and frightening. The sword moves were continuous and endlessly derived. The sword radiance was monstrous, and the light covered the entire space. Gradually, one could only see a long sword in the misty space. It was like a spiritual python, a flood dragon soaring into the sky, and a rock shaking the sky. The long sword moved. There was a hint of spirituality in the domineering aura. There was a hint of demonic charm in the ancient style. The sword moves were incomparably profound, communicating with the heavens and earth. After practicing the sword moves for an unknown period of time, Du Xiaofu's figure finally stopped. The sword radiance in his hand retracted, and the tyrant shadow was also retracted back into his body. Walala! In the surrounding misty space, the streaks of sword light slowly disappeared in the space. Chi-chi! As the sword radiance disappeared, a faint golden light spread out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. An ancient and domineering aura also swept out from his thin body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Who? A long breath came out from his stomach. Du Xiaofu's resolute and determined face slowly revealed a faint smile. He muttered to himself, "I finally comprehended the Bright Saint Sword Manual." Chapter 610. Soon after, Du Xiaofu's smile turned into a doubtful one. He muttered, "But it seems like it's not enough. This sword technique shouldn't be like this." Du Xiaofu felt that the 6 sword moves in the Bright Sage Sword Manual still had a feeling that they were not fully expressed. To Du Xiaofu, this kind of feeling was like a mysterious move. The more he comprehended it, the more profound and vast he felt. Du Xiaofu felt that if he were to comprehend more in the future, he should be able to improve further on the sword techniques in the Bright Saint Sword Manual. However, this kind of understanding was not something he could achieve in a short period of time. After thinking for a while, Du Xiaofu packed up. He did not know how much time had passed outside, but he immediately left the ancient, desolate space. After keeping the ancient, desolate space into his mind's Niwen Palace, he opened the seal and seal that he set up. The morning sun shone brightly, and the air on the mountain peak was fresh. Ah! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's face turned serious. He looked in front of him and saw a figure flying towards him. "Little Junior, you finally came out." As Wanli's anxious voice sounded, his figure immediately landed beside Du Xiaofu. His expression was rather anxious, as though he had not been waiting for a long time. He said, "If you still did not come out, I would not have been able to resist the urge to barge in." Seeing Wanli's anxious expression, Du Xiaofu was stunned. He asked, "Third Senior, what happened?" "You have been in seclusion for 4 days. Today is the day of the second round." Wanli saw Du Xiaofu and heaved a sigh of relief. For days in seclusion? Only 40 days. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he was slightly stunned. 4 days in the outside world was only 40 days in the ancient, desolate space. Du Xiaofu originally thought that he would be in seclusion for a long time, but now that he thought about it, 40 days seemed to be quite long. He raised his head and asked Wanli, "Third Senior Brother, what is the second round?" "You don't know?" Wanli was a little puzzled. He turned to Du Xiaofu and said, "You were the champion of District 8 in the Manchu Outer Sect Disciple Test, so you have to participate in the second round. There are benefits to this. Follow me. I'll explain to you on the way." Whoosh, whoosh, Du Xiaofu nodded, and then the 2 figures flew into the sky. After a few flashes, they disappeared in the sky. Along the way, Du Xiaofu learned from his 3rd senior brother, Wanli, what the second round was. In the second round of the competition, those who had just become inner sect disciples would compete against each other for the second time. However, the second round of the competition wasn't simple. It was extremely complicated. First, they had to compete with the experts on the bronze roll for a type of energy copper talisman. It was said that the energy copper talisman was a necessary item to enter the bronze roll. The ancient heaven sect had 3 rolls: the gold roll, the silver roll, and the bronze roll. Under Du Xiaofu's questioning, he found out from 3rd senior brother Wanli that the disciples on the gold roll had become inner sect disciples 3 years ago. The disciples on the silver roll had become inner sect disciples in the 2nd year. As for the disciples on the bronze roll, they had only become inner sect disciples last year. There were only 100 names on each of the 3 rankings, and it was similar to Tianwu Academy's martial ranking. Those who could enter the gold, silver, and bronze roles were all powerful individuals. They were all absolute geniuses in the outside world. The Ancient Heaven sect had 3 special spaces: the gold ancient space, the silver ancient space, and the bronze ancient space. The 3 spaces corresponded to the 3 batches of disciples. Within each space, there were all sorts of martial techniques, talisman arrays, beast energy, and secret techniques. However, the martial techniques, talisman arrays, beast energy, and secret techniques in the silver ancient space were superior to the bronze ancient space, but inferior to the gold ancient space. If one wanted to enter the 3 spaces, they had to use the gold, silver, and bronze energy talismans. Otherwise, they would be expelled. In the second round of the competition, the disciples on the bronze roll would compete for the energy copper talismans. In this round of competition, the Manchu would give out 3 months' worth of energy copper talismans to each inner sect disciple who participated in the competition. However, the disciples on the bronze roll would have a legitimate reason to snatch their energy copper talismans. They only had to leave behind 10 days' worth of energy copper talismans. According to Yu Wanli, snatching energy copper talismans had always been a tradition in the Ancient Heaven sect. A few decades ago, when he had just become an inner sect disciple, he had also been snatched by a disciple on the bronze roll. However, as long as he could last 7 days, the disciples on the bronze roll would no longer be able to snatch energy copper talismans. After 7 days, the 128 people with the most remaining energy copper talismans would be able to continue participating in the competition and fight for the top 16. The top 16 winners would have a chance to enter the Ancient Heaven sect's secret area to forge. The champion would even be able to obtain a high-grade Taoist weapon. Du Xiaofu's interest was piqued at the thought of obtaining such benefits. Early in the morning, in the Ancient Heaven sect, the morning clouds rose and thousands of mountains woke up. In a vast expanse of green mountains, milky white clouds drifted along the mountainsides. Under the morning sun, the clouds reflected the mountain ranges, and the clouds poured down in torrents. Among the mountains, in front of a rather spacious valley, there were many outstanding young men and women standing quietly. Under the morning sun, each of them looked valiant and valiant. The number of young men and women was not small. There were about 800 of them and less than 1,000 of them. However, each of them had an extraordinary temperament. Regardless of whether it was their clothes or temperament, they were all outstanding. Any one of these young men and women could be considered absolute geniuses in the outside world. At this moment, there were many middle-aged men and old men standing in front of these young men and women. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura. Judging from the badges on their shoulders, they were the protectors and deacons of the Ancient Heaven sect. Looking at the hundreds of young disciples in front of them, the protectors and deacons looked satisfied. These were the future of the Ancient Heaven sect. This year's inner sect disciples were even more talented than the previous years. There were actually several human kings and quite a few geniuses. This was enough to make them feel satisfied. 1 valley, 2 churches, and all spiritual and martial arts. 3 sects and 3 factions shook the Central Plains. This sentence referred to the 9 great forces of the Central Plains, and the Ancient Heaven sect was one of them. The reason why the Ancient Heaven sect's name shook the Central Plains was because of the endless supply of new blood. The Ancient Heaven sect continued to become more and more powerful, allowing the Ancient Heaven sect to become more and more prosperous. Any disciple who walked out of the Ancient Heaven sect was never a simple person. They were all peak existences among their peers. In front of the hundreds of extraordinary young disciples, the dozen or so young men and women standing at the front were even more outstanding. These dozen or so people standing in front of the extraordinary people made the hundreds of extraordinary peers behind them feel reverence. They didn't feel anything wrong. This was because they all knew that any one of these dozen or so people was absolutely outstanding among them. Strength was respect. It was that simple and could be applied everywhere. Fortunately, they haven't left yet. Otherwise, we would have missed it. In the distance, Yuanli looked at the figures standing in the valley and breathed a sigh of relief. He stopped in the air and said to Du Xiaofu, who was beside him, "Take out your badge and wear it on your chest." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu took out the Mancha badge and pinned it on his chest. The badge was only the size of a child's palm. It emitted a faint fluorescent light. Immediately, a red object appeared in Yuanli's hand. It was rectangular, the length of an adult's palm, and the width of 2 fingers. Some complicated talisman patterns were engraved on it. Qi, as the hand seal condensed, the red object directly entered Du Xiaofu's badge like a stream of light and disappeared. Du Xiaofu could clearly see that a total of 9 scarlet items had entered the badge on his chest and disappeared. After doing all this, Yuanli said to Du Xiaofu, "These are 9 copper energy talismans that Master has arranged for you. Each copper energy talisman can last you 10 days in the ancient bronze space. At that time, the people on the bronze list will rob you of your copper energy talismans. If you can't beat them, then obediently hand them over. Otherwise, you will suffer greatly. Just keep the last one. When there is only 1 copper energy talisman left in the badge, it will turn red. At that time, the people on the bronze list will not rob you. However, you will be at the bottom of the list." Du Xiaofu nodded. He roughly understood what Yuanli said. "Go. Wait for a while. When the time comes, enter the sealed space with them. Strive to obtain a good result and make Master proud, and also make me, your senior, proud." Seeing this, Yuanli lightly smiled and said, "Senior, I'll be going." Du Xiaofu nodded to his 3rd senior. Then his figure flashed into the valley and quietly landed behind the hundreds of people. In front of the crowd, many protectors and deacons raised their heads slightly. When they saw Du Xiaofu quietly land in the crowd, some people's eyes secretly moved. However, they did not say anything and pretended not to see anything. Swish, swish, many young men and women felt the slight fluctuation of aura. The surrounding gazes immediately fell on Du Xiaofu. 6:00 in the morning. I've been working hard all night, asking for Flower's support and recommendations. Thank you to all my readers. Chapter 611. It's him, Du Xiaofu. He defeated Du Xiaofu, Yi Xian from the bronze roll in 1 move. Rumor has it that he is the champion of the 8th test area. He defeated the mortal king Feng Xianyu. Naturally, he will participate in the 2nd test. After defeating Yi Xian in the Sky Marshal Square, some people immediately recognized Du Xiaofu. Whispers of discussion spread out and immediately caused some commotion in the crowd. At the same time, there were many auras in the sky that attracted everyone's attention. Swoosh, swoosh! Everyone raised their heads and saw over a dozen figures flying towards them. Soon after, they landed in front of the crowd. All of them appeared calm and composed. Even the air did not fluctuate. However, the invisible aura they emitted was sufficient to cause one's heart to tremble. The dozens of people who came were all middle-aged and above. Most of them were elders. This group of strong people were Elder Gu Qingyang, Elder Chang Mingzhe, Elder Husang Quinn, and the others. Greetings, elders. All the disciples bowed respectfully with respect in their eyes. Rise. A middle-aged elder took a step forward and looked at the hundreds of disciples standing quietly in front of him. He said, "First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you for becoming inner sect disciples. It also confirms that all of you are talented." His voice paused for a moment before the middle-aged elder changed the topic. He said, "Becoming an inner sect disciple is nothing to be happy about. Whether you are a dragon or a worm depends on the future. A temporary achievement does not mean forever. If all of you do not work hard, it will not be long before countless people who are slower than you will surpass you and step on you." Hearing this, all the young men and women seemed to be touched. Many of their eyes were filled with brilliance. "All right, I will talk to all of you later. I believe the protectors have already explained the rules to all of you. After the giant rock space is opened, all of you will enter it. Run as far as you can. The people on the bronze roll will enter soon after. At that time, all of you will have a hard time. The test in the giant rock space will last for a total of 7 days. After 7 days, the 128 people with the most points will be qualified to enter the next round. The losers will have to work hard on their own. After the middle-aged elder finished speaking, he turned around and nodded slightly at Elder Gu Qingyang behind him. Elder Gu Qingyang nodded and waved his long sleeve. Open the giant rock space. Swish, swish, whooshing sounds rang out as rays of light condensed from the hands of several elders. They gathered in the air above the valley before turning into runes and disappearing. Boom! Suddenly, the mountain valley trembled. Spatial waves rolled out and the rocks trembled. In front of the mountain valley, spatial ripples split apart. After that, a crack appeared and rapidly expanded. The giant rock space has been opened. I heard that there are no living creatures or trees inside. There are only misty suns, moons, stars, mountains, and rocks. That place is used to test the disciples of the Manchu. A disciple exclaimed in surprise. Everyone's attention was focused on the spatial crack. Walala, the cracks in the space spread out and finally formed a spatial gate, revealing a vast mountain range. The space inside was rather gray, but the surroundings of the spatial ripples were glistening with light. Swish, swish! Following the spatial ripples, the dozen or so outstanding young men and women in front of the mountain valley had already taken the lead to rush in. They passed through the glistening space, and their figures disappeared within. Swish, swish! When the surrounding people saw this, they no longer hesitated. Numerous figures surged with profound qi and swarmed in. Their figures rushed into the giant rock space. This included Du Xiaofu. Following the crowd, his figure was wrapped in a faint golden light and swiftly entered the giant rock space. Is this the giant rock space? The giant rock space was like another world. When Du Xiaofu entered the giant rock space, he was also rather surprised for a moment. His vision was hazy, and there was no green vegetation in the space. As far as the eye could see, there were only huge rocks and vast mountain ranges. There was a sense of desolation everywhere. Swish, swish! When the surrounding figures entered the giant rock space, they immediately scattered into the distance. Not many people stayed, and in a short period of time, more than half of them had disappeared. The experts on the bronze roll were about to enter the giant rock space. They could only find a place to hide as soon as possible. Once they encountered the experts on the bronze roll, one could imagine the consequences. It would be difficult to protect the energy copper talismans. Figure after figure hurriedly rushed forward. Du Xiaofu could only follow behind. Du Xiaofeng could guess from Yi Xian's cultivation and strength that if he were to encounter the 100 people on the bronze leaderboard alone, he would definitely not have an easy time, even though he didn't know the strength of the people on the bronze leaderboard. But from Yi Xian's cultivation and strength, Du Xiaofeng could guess that if he were to encounter all the people on the bronze leaderboard alone, it would definitely not be easy. Haha, from what I see, those rookies are all fleeing forward. In front of the valley, Elder Qianmingzi's face carried a smile as he said, "They still don't know that the giant rock space is divided into 7 regions. Every night, the 7 regions will change and shift. No matter where they flee, they will encounter the people on the bronze roll. I wonder who will be the champion this time. This year's batch of people are all extraordinarily talented. In particular, those few are even more outstanding." Elder Husankuan sighed. Today's batch of disciples is indeed not bad. Elder Gu Qingyang nodded in agreement. It was undeniable that the talents of this year's batch of disciples were extremely strong. When he heard Elder Gu Qingyang's words, the eyes of a long-robed elder in the crowd secretly moved. He looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and embarrassedly said, "Elder Gu Qingyang, what rank do you think your disciple Du Xiaofu will be able to obtain this time? Will he be able to enter the top 2 or even the champion. My disciple will definitely have no problem. It will be easy for him to enter the top 2. It's not a big deal to fight for the champion. Elder Gu Qingyang's eyes moved. At this moment, he did not have much confidence. He knew that there were many powerful people this time. Although he was very clear about his disciple's strength and had even slaughtered martial kings in the Nirvana realm, there were a few abnormal people this time. In particular, the abnormal little demon had returned to the Manchu. Therefore, Elder Gu Qingyang did not have absolute confidence that his disciple would be able to obtain the champion. Moreover, the first round was to face the bronze roll. There were also a few abnormal people on the bronze roll. Perhaps in the first round, they would snatch the energy bronze amulet from his precious disciple. At that time, he would not even have the chance to enter the top 128, let alone the champion and the top 2. It seems that Elder Gu Qingyang does not have much confidence in his disciple. If that's the case, why don't you give Du Xiaofu to us? Haha. The long-robed elder looked at Elder Gu Qingyang's expression and suddenly laughed. Bullshit. Elder Gu Qingyang did not have any demeanor. He glared at the long-robed elder and said, "Who said that I don't have confidence in my disciple? It's definitely not a problem for him to enter the top 2. Even if it's the champion, I still have a 50% chance." Is that so? Hearing this, the long-robed elder secretly smiled. He looked at Elder Qingyang with a faint smile and said, "I don't know if Elder Qingyang is really confident in his disciple or not. How about this? I'll bet 3 king-grade mysterious elixirs with you. As long as Du Xiaofu enters the top 2, Elder Qingyang will win. If Du Xiaofu becomes the champion, I'll lose double. However, if Du Xiaofu doesn't enter the top 2, Elder Qingyang will lose. If he doesn't even enter the top 128, Elder Qingyang will lose double. What do you think?" Elder Qingyang fixed his eyes on the long-robed elder, and the look in his eyes changed secretly. The long-robed elder seemed to be confident and wanted to bet with Elder Qingyang. Seeing that Elder Qingyang seemed to be a little hesitant, he immediately said, "What's wrong? Elder Qingyang, are you still not brave enough to bet? How Zongwei, didn't you just lose a few king-grade pills to me? I'll fulfill your wish and let you lose even more. I'll accept the bet." Elder Gu Qingyang clenched his teeth and nodded. It was fine to bet. It wasn't like he had no chance of winning. Then I'll also bet. Elder Qingyang, if you have the ability, continue to win. Me too. This time I'll double. I don't believe it. Seeing this, the surrounding elders who had lost 4 days ago seemed to have already discussed this beforehand. Immediately, they surrounded Elder Qingyang, wanting to place their bets. The elders bet more than 4 days ago. It seemed that this time, not only did they want to win back their losses, but they also wanted to win more interest. At this time, Elder Gu Qingyang had no choice but to accept the bet. His expression changed secretly, but he still maintained confidence on his face. This is going to be troublesome. Little junior brother, you have to work hard. If you don't work hard, Master will really go bankrupt this time. Not far away, Yuanli stood quietly. Seeing that his master was accepting the bet again, he could only feel helpless. How could Wanli not know his master's temperament and character? He was a typical example of someone who could not be provoked. The provocation was absolutely effective. If he went up to stop him at this time, he might be directly reprimanded. Elder Qingyang, I'll also bet a middle-grade Taoist instrument. At this time, Husanquin could not help but bet. He knew a little about Du Xiaofu's cultivation strength. He had terrifying talent and strength, but this time there were also a few abnormal people, especially that little demon. What's more, the people on the bronze list were going to go in, so there was a great chance for them to bet now. Can't sleep, continue to write a chapter. In the morning, I'll post 3 chapters in a row, asking for flowers, asking for protection. Thank you. Chapter 612. I'll bet a mid-grade Dao artifact as well. Elder Chang Mingzi couldn't sit still after seeing Elder Hu Sanquin place his bet. Elder Changmingze naturally knew that Du Xiaofu was extraordinary. However, he also knew that it would be extremely difficult for Du Xiaofu to enter the top 2 with the presence of several terror overlords. Subsequently, a few elders who were originally with Elder Qiaomingze and Elder Hu Sanquin seemed to have heard some rumors beforehand. When they saw that Elder Hu Sanquin and Elder Qiaomingze had already placed their bets, they clenched their teeth and placed their bets one after another as well. Whoosh, whoosh! In the distance, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Many elders stopped placing their bets, and their expressions became serious. Then they looked in the direction of the sound of wind breaking in front of them. In front of them, many figures flashed and landed in front of the valley. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 99 figures. Every one of them had a powerful aura. Even the protectors and deacons present weren't inferior to them, especially the 10 figures in front of them. They had an imposing appearance and were extraordinary. In the middle of them, a 25-year-old man stood quietly. His facial features were sharp and handsome as if they were carved by a knife. His entire body exuded an ethereal aura. He looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and the others in front of him and bowed. Greetings, elders and protectors. Yi Xian of the bronze roll is severely injured and can't come with 99 people. Please advise us. Go in. Remember, don't be courteous. Teach those rookies a lesson. The long-robed elder called Haozongwei by Elder Gu Qingyang said loudly. He told the disciples on the bronze list to not be polite when they entered the giant rock space. At that time, Du Xiaofu might not even be able to enter the top 128. Yes, the elegant man nodded. His handsome face revealed a slightly unrestrained smile. Then his body turned into a ray of light and shot into the entrance of the giant rock space like lightning. Whoosh, whoosh! Behind him, numerous extraordinary young men and women followed, closely behind as their profound energy fluctuated. Soon after, all of them shot into the giant rock space. When the last figure entered the giant rock space, the entrance to the giant rock space began to merge. The entrance disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The show is about to begin. Those rookies don't know that entering the inner sect is just the beginning for them. In the future, they'll be crying for their parents, Elder Hu Sanquin said softly, stroking his white beard with interest. They all started out as rookies. Those fellows on the gold roll were also rookies back then. Back then, they were also dealt with in the giant rock space until it was too horrible to look at. Elder Qiaomingze said softly, only in this way can they become experts as quickly as possible. Elder Gu Qingyang didn't say anything the whole time. He seemed to be silently remembering the total number of bets he had just received. When he was done, his expression changed slightly. The number of bets he had received was astonishing. If he lost, the amount he had won a few days ago wouldn't be enough to compensate for the loss. If he lost twice as much, it would be difficult for him to compensate for it, even if he sold his entire fortune. 99 extraordinary figures stood in the gloomy and overcast space. Their auras slowly fluctuated. All of them wore smiles on their faces. A year had passed in the blink of an eye. They finally had the chance to make up for everything they had experienced in the giant rock space a year ago. A young man in his late 20s walked out from the dozen or so most extraordinary figures. He was wearing white clothes that outlined his sturdy and muscular body. A light green cloak covered his body, giving him a free and easy aura. He looked at the elegant young man in the middle and said, "Mo Chin, how do you want to play? Why don't you say something? Just follow the rules. No matter how we play, they will only be a bunch of rookies. The Manchu only wants us to train these rookies." The elegant young man in the middle said in an indifferent voice, "They are indeed a bunch of rookies. However, we are still short of one person on the bronze board. Yi Xian has been seriously injured by that kid called Du Xiaofu. This has nothing to do with us. However, It has caused our bronze board to lose quite a bit of face. That Du Xiaofu needs to be properly trained." The man in white clothes said. The pupils on the elegant young man's handsome face slightly moved, after which he said, "Don't go overboard. Du Xiaofu is Elder Qingyang's disciple." "Understood. Let's begin. It's time to take care of those rookies." The man in white clothes smiled, after which he waved his hand. Mysterious aura rippled from the dozen or so figures. They seemed to have transformed into lightning bolts as they instantly shot into the distance. "The game has begun. Rookies, we are here. Have you all hidden properly?" "Ha ha!" Disdainful laughter reverberated in the surrounding space. Then one figure after another swept through the air and disappeared into the distance in a flash. Within the gloomy space, rocks and mountain ranges were everywhere. There was no sign of life, and it was a desolate place. Swoosh! Du Xiaofu shot into the air and landed on a giant rock that was dozens of feet tall. Although he did not use his fastest speed, he was confident that he had caught up with most of the people present. Looking around, Du Xiaofu's mental energy spread out. He discovered that there were quite a few auras fluctuating in the distance. All of them seemed to want to stay as far away from the entrance as possible in order to avoid encountering those on the bronze board. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked around. Du Xiaofu did not mind those on the bronze board. It was just that at the entrance he could not face over 100 experts on the bronze board alone and had no choice but to stay far away. But now that they had spread out, Du Xiaofu was not too worried. At the very least, among the 100 people on the bronze board, those ranked below 30 would not be a threat to him. Moreover, there should not be many people on the bronze board that could threaten him. If it really did not work, Du Xiaofu still had some confidence in his ability to escape. Swoosh, swoosh! In the air in front of him, several figures flew over. They seemed to have seen Du Xiaofu standing on the rock and immediately landed. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and looked over. There were a total of 7 people who landed on the ground. The one in front was a man who looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. He was dressed in a clear blue robe, and under his sword-like eyebrows, his long and narrow eyes were like gurgling spring water. They were as gentle as a spring breeze. The color of his thin lips was slightly light, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, making him look noble and unrestrained. The young man sized up Du Xiaofu with an aura of superiority. In his long and narrow eyes, there was a hint of arrogance. Du Xiaofu only glanced at the young man, and then his gaze fell on a woman in her 20s beside the green-robed young man. The woman's skin was not too white, but there was a faint layer of rouge in her healthy yellow skin. It was extremely attractive. Her eyelashes were slightly raised, and her bright eyes were extremely sharp like a cheetah. The woman's tight, soft armor outlined her exquisite figure, and her slender and straight legs were completely exposed. What caught Du Xiaofu's attention the most was the woman's arms. On each of her wrists there was a palm-sized scimitar that looked like daggers. There was no doubt that the woman's attire was extremely wild, but her face was extremely alluring. She could be considered as an absolute beauty. At this moment, her eyes were also looking at Du Xiaofu, and there were some fluctuations in them. Beside the woman, there was a young man in long robes. He seemed to be slightly older than the woman. His yellow robes were embroidered with golden patterns as he quietly stood there. He was also very handsome and gave off a noble and elegant feeling. He was also an extraordinary person. Behind the 3 of them, there were 4 other young men standing. They also had an extraordinary aura. Their gazes were all curiously sizing up Du Xiaofu. The first noble and arrogant young man in the middle sized up Du Xiaofu for a while before he said, "You are the Du Xiaofu who defeated Yi Xian." "What's the matter?" Du Xiaofu glanced at the young man. He could feel that the aura on this young man was extremely extraordinary. He was probably one of the best among the new inner sect disciples who had entered this time. Although his aura was somewhat arrogant, he did have the qualifications to be arrogant. It was just that Du Xiaofu felt a little uncomfortable. The arrogant young man was a little surprised. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "I am Su Chuyin. You should have heard of me." "I don't think so." Du Xiaofu immediately shook his head. He had never heard of this person before. However, from that fellow's tone, he seemed to be able to sense that his reputation in the sect was not low. When he heard Du Xiaofu's words, Su Qiyin's expression immediately became somewhat unnatural. How could he, Su Qiyin, not have heard of him in the Manchu? Could this brat be doing this on purpose? Su Qiyin's good demeanor and arrogance immediately caused his expression to return to normal. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Then let me introduce myself. I am the number 1 in the 3rd region's assessment. Beside me is junior sister Qiao Yingmeng and junior brother Amowin." Su Chuyin only introduced the 2 people beside him. The 4 young men behind him did not waste any time. They looked at Du Xiaofu and raised their eyebrows as they said, "You are a symbol master. Our group is lacking a symbol master. If you are with us, we won't have to worry too much about those fellows on the bronze rankings. At the very least, we will have the strength to protect ourselves." Chapter 613. Su Qiyin was very clear about Du Xiaofu's strength. He was a talisman master among 6-star talisman masters. Being able to set up a 6-star elementary talisman master and defeating Yi Xian in one move was enough to prove that he wasn't weak. If he could pull Du Xiaofu into his team, then he would have the confidence to face the people at the top of the bronze ranking. This was also because it was Du Xiaofu. If it was someone else, Su Qiyin wouldn't have personally asked and wouldn't care. If someone too weak joined his team, then they would undoubtedly become a burden. Du Xiaofu felt the aura of the 7 people in front of him. The 4 youths at the back were all at the peak of the martial lord realm. From the aura around Qiao Yingmeng and Amowin, it was clear that they were at the martial king realm. They probably weren't ordinary martial kings. Su Qiyin's aura was even stronger. If this team met people on the bronze ranking, as long as they weren't the strongest people on the bronze ranking, then they would have the ability to protect themselves. Forget it, I still like to be alone. You guys should find other talisman masters. Du Xiaofu shook his head. He didn't plan on forming a team. It was good to be alone, and it was convenient. There was no need to form a team. Once he did, it wouldn't be beneficial to him. Hearing Du Xiaofu's rejection, Su Qiyin was slightly stunned and seemed to be surprised. He, Su Qiyin, personally asked, and there was actually someone who rejected him. One had to know that many people wanted to join his team, but he didn't like them and directly rejected them. Now that he had personally spoken, Du Xiaofu had actually rejected him. This made Su Qiyin extremely unhappy in his heart. Qiao Yingmeng looked up. Her eyelashes were long and curved, like a crescent moon. She opened her mouth and said to Du Xiaofu, "Think about it again. Our team does indeed lack a strong talisman master. If you join us, I will also tell you a secret. Perhaps you will be useful in this team." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu looked at Qiao Yingmeng and said, "What secret? Tell me first. If I think it's worth it, I will consider joining you guys." Qiao Yingmeng hesitated for a moment and said, "There are a total of 7 regions in this giant rock space. Every night there will be changes in the 7 regions. At that time, the 7 regions will overlap with each other, and so it's useless no matter how far we run now. We will still meet the people on the bronze ranking, so it's better to find a place to hide in first." Qiao Yingmeng, Qiao Yingmeng, Qiao Xiaofu, Qiao Yingmeng, Qiao Yingmeng, Qiao Yingmeng didn't Qiao didn't was to Yimeng's. Du Xiaofu then smiled and said to Qiao Yingmeng, "Thank you for this secret. You should find a place to hide and preserve your strength." Meng Yu. Qiao Yingmeng looked at Du Xiaofu. Under her long eyelashes, she stared at Du Xiaofu. "I said I would consider, but I didn't say for sure. Your information isn't enough for me to join you guys," Du Xiaofu said. "You lied to me. You don't keep your word. Xiao Yingmeng stared fixedly at Du Xiaofu. The aura emanating from her exquisite figure also began to become sharp. Her small mouth slightly pouted, and her body automatically adjusted into a half-defensive state when facing anger. Her figure seemed even more graceful and elegant, with curves in all the right places. This woman had the wildness of a cheetah, but also the beauty of a cheetah. She was extremely tempting. I made myself very clear. I'm only considering, but I won't join you guys for sure. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. This woman was clearly very wild, but her name was Yingmeng. It gave people a misconception. Junior sister Yingmeng, forget it. Some people think they've climbed up a branch and have protection outside. Why bother with this kind of person? When the time comes, we won't even know how we'll be taught a lesson. Su Chuyun glanced at Du Xiaofu with hatred in her eyes. However, she knew that this wasn't the time to make a move. It wouldn't be long before the people of the bronze leaderboard were everywhere. The most important thing now was to find a place to hide. Look at you. You have delicate features. I didn't expect you to be such a shameless person. Xiao Yingmeng glared at Du Xiaofu. Her gaze wasn't any better. Her curvaceous figure trembled slightly as she said in a deep voice, "How dare you lie to me? I'll settle the score with you later." On the other hand, the young man called Mo stood quietly without saying a word. Whoosh whoosh, after glaring at Du Xiaofu with hatred in their eyes, the 7 people left under Su Chuyun's lead. Watching the 7 of them leave, Du Xiaofu did not mind at all. He did not take it to heart. The 7 areas will overlap and change every night. Why do I have to run? After muttering softly, Du Xiaofu searched the surroundings, and in the end he found an extremely concealed small cave within a valley that was large enough to accommodate him. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest his mind. Du Xiaofu estimated that he would pass the test as long as he hid and didn't come out during the 7 days in the giant rock space, and kept the energy copper talisman on him. In the gloomy giant rock space, there wasn't any vitality or green vegetation. It was difficult to hide. Figures rushed through the space, trying to avoid the plundering of the experts on the bronze leaderboard. The 7 days in the giant rock space wasn't just a test. 3 months of energy copper talismans were also necessary to enter the ancient bronze space. If they were stolen by the experts on the bronze leaderboard, they would only be able to stay in the ancient bronze space for 10 days. Therefore, no matter what, for these newly promoted inner sect disciples, they definitely couldn't allow the experts on the bronze leaderboard to steal their energy copper talismans. Whoosh whoosh in midair, 12 figures quickly flew past. Their auras were chaotic and their expressions were hurried. Rookies, you can't run. Hand over the energy copper talismans. Otherwise, you'll be asking for trouble. Behind the 12 people, 9 figures quickly chased after them. Their speed was much faster than the 12 people in front of them. After a few flashes, they surrounded the 12 people in midair. Be careful, let's work together to resist. Among the 12 people, there was a youth in yellow who had a serious expression. However, when he looked at the 9 youths in front of him, who were about the same age as him, he slightly gritted his teeth. He didn't think that he didn't have the ability to fight. Being able to become a newly promoted inner sect disciple and being one of the best among them, he had his own pride. However, when the 11 people around the youth in yellow heard him, they immediately formed a circle. At this moment, their faces started to turn pale. They looked at the 9 people approaching with fear in their eyes. Rookies, it seems like you don't intend to hand over your energy copper talismans. That's exactly what I want. Otherwise, it won't be fun. Among the 9 people chasing after them, a youth revealed a smile on his face. His smile didn't seem to care. Let's fight. It's time to train these rookies. A tall and sturdy youth laughed out loud. He was very excited. Profound chi surged, and symbols flew out, forming a bright light. Like a storm, It directly suppressed the 12 new inner sect disciples. None of the 12 inner sect disciples were weak. They were all geniuses from the outside world. However, the experts on the bronze roll were the cream of the crop among the previous batch of inner sect disciples. Generally speaking, they would have cultivated for a longer period of time. They had also cultivated in the ancient bronze space for a year. Their cultivation bases were much higher than those of the new inner sect disciples. Bang, bang, bang. Low energy muffled sounds were heard. Even though the new inner sect disciples were extraordinary, under the suppression of the copper ranking experts, they didn't have much strength to resist. In a short period of time, they were directly defeated. Bang! One of the youths on the bronze board punched the chest of the leader of the new inner sect disciples, the yellow-robed youth, causing his body to fall from mid-air to the ground, smashing into a pile of rocks, causing the rubble to fly everywhere. Poochie! The youth in yellow spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and the extraordinary symbol sword in his hand fell to the ground. He struggled for a while, but couldn't get up. Instead, he spat out a large amount of blood on the ground. The youth on the copper ranking landed in front of the youth in yellow. He slightly waved his fist and said with disdain in his eyes, "If you don't want to be taught a lesson, hand over the energy copper talismans. Otherwise, I don't mind breaking a few of your bones." The youth in yellow's face was extremely ugly. His eyes were faintly red. However, he could only grit his teeth and form a hand seal. Then, dazzling symbols flew out from his badge. In the end, 8 red talismans the length of an adult's palm and the width of 2 fingers appeared in the hands of the youth in yellow. The badge on his shoulder also emitted a red light. You should have handed it over earlier. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're an inner sect disciple. In front of the copper ranking, if you don't want to be taught a lesson, it's better to be honest. The youth on the copper ranking unceremoniously kept the 8 energy copper talismans into the badge on his chest. A faint smile appeared on his face, as if this was how it should be. Then the other 11 new inner sect disciples had no choice but to obediently hand over the energy copper talismans on their bodies. The energy copper talismans of the 12 inner sect disciples were divided among the 9 copper ranking experts. Each of them lay on the ground with wounds all over their bodies, but they were powerless. Chapter 614. Originally, these newly promoted inner sect disciples were all prideful. However, at this moment, they were no longer prideful. Sai, what kind of rule is this? They actually want one person to stay for 10 days. If they take all of them away, we can exchange them for energy silver talismans. We did the same in the past. This is just the beginning. If we find more rookies, we can exchange them for a lot of energy silver talismans. There are many rookies in front. Let's continue to fix them. The 9 of them had disdainful looks on their faces. Then they turned around and left. Large pieces of rocks formed a messy stone plaza. The surroundings were empty. Over 30 people gathered together. Their profound chi surged and their weapons were unsheathed. The air around them vibrated and rippled. Among the 30 people, there were both men and women. Their auras were not weak, especially the leader of the group, a young man with a rough body. Under his tight clothes, the muscles on his body looked as if they were going to burst out of his clothes. He looked extremely powerful. The aura of this young man was also extremely powerful. He was at the peak of the complete martial lord realm and even had some king realm aura. At this moment, there were a total of 7 young men standing in front of the 30 people. The 7 young men all had extraordinary auras. When they looked at the 30 young men and women in front of them, they smiled. Are you the people on the bronze board? The rough young man looked at the 7 young men in front of him. They had the same badge on their shoulders. However, they were not newly promoted inner sect disciples. They should be the so-called experts on the bronze board. Correct. Among the 7 young men, one of them had a clean and white face. He had thick eyebrows and a tall nose. He was extremely handsome. He looked at the rough young man and said, "Are you going to hand over the energy bronze talismans, or will you hand them over after I teach you a lesson?" "Haha, I know that you are on the bronze board. However, there are only 7 of you. There are 32 of us. Do you think that you can defeat us?" The boorish young man immediately laughed heartily when he heard this. Although he was a little wary of the people on the bronze ranking, when he saw that some of the people on the bronze ranking were around the same age as him and that there were a total of 32 of them, it was almost 5 against 1. The fear in his heart was greatly reduced, and he could not help but feel a little more confident. 32, haha! Hearing the boorish young man's words, several of the 7 people could not help but laugh. At this moment, anyone could feel that the smiles on their faces were a kind of faint contempt, as if they were mocking him. Hearing the laughter of the few young men on the bronze roll, the expressions of the 32 people changed slightly. "All right, just hand over the energy copper talisman and scram. With your cultivation base, you're not qualified for us to fix you." The handsome young man with the smooth and fair face said to the rough young man indifferently, "Boastful words. Shame." The boorish young man shouted in a deep voice. 5 against 1, they still had some confidence. All of them were extraordinary people. How could they be so easily scared and ridiculed like this? This was clearly an insult to them. Chi, however, before the boorish young man could finish a sentence, a figure had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. The speed was beyond his imagination, and a fist landed on his chest like a meteorite. Boom! A low and deep muffled sound was emitted, causing the space to suddenly tremble. After which, the rough-looking young man's body directly flew backwards. At the same time, a large mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from his mouth. Wherever his body passed, the surrounding 30-plus young men and women were directly sent flying one after another under this frightening impact. Poochie, poochie! One by one, the young men and women were sent flying backwards and smashed onto the ground. Large pieces of rock were turned into dust, and each of them spat out blood. The most miserable was still the boorish young man. His body landed on the ground, causing countless pieces of rock to fly up. Dust filled the air, and his face was as pale as ash. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He struggled a few times, but was unable to get up. Goo goo! When the remaining dozen people saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with horror. At this moment, how would these newly promoted inner sect disciples dare to make a move? The strength of the handsome young man was actually so powerful. Under the crowd's gazes, the handsome young man walked out and calmly walked to the side of the boorish young man who was unable to get up. At this moment, the handsome young man's face, which was full of smiles, had already turned slightly fierce. He mercilessly stepped on the boorish young man's chest. Like a cat looking at a mouse in front of it, he said in an indifferent voice, "Don't tell me that the cultivation of a half-king is your backing. Even if you have the opportunity to step into the martial king realm in the future, I can still easily trample on you 1,000 times over." As his voice rang out, the handsome young man slightly raised his head and looked around. He said in an indifferent voice, "A bunch of people who don't know their own strength. Hand over the energy copper talismans, or else you will be properly taught a lesson." The surrounding newly promoted inner sect disciples trembled. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. The young man's cultivation was simply too powerful. Not to mention that there were 32 of them. Even if there were 120 of them, they would still be taught a lesson. How would they dare to resist? One by one, they obediently handed over the energy copper talismans. In the end, the boorish young man also handed over the 8 energy copper talismans on his body while his eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to be an expert on the copper roll. A few days ago, Du Xiaofu, who was also a new inner sect disciple, had heavily injured Yi Xian, who was ranked within the top 30 of the copper roll with a single move. Therefore, in his opinion, the people on the copper roll were only SOSO. At this moment, The boorish young man finally understood that it was not that the people on the copper roll were weak, but that Du Xiaofu was just too strong. It was a pity that he was not Du Xiaofu. All right, let's go. We'll leave these rookies for them to deal with. Among the 7 people, a handsome and elegant young man, who had been standing in the middle, indifferently raised his head and looked at the dusky sky. On his handsome face, there was a slight, unrestrained smile. His eyes were filled with some anticipation as he said in an indifferent voice, "It's going to be dark soon." It said that among these rookies, there are 4 human kings and 11 elites. Dealing with them should be more fun than dealing with these rookies. That makes sense. It should be more fun to deal with these rookies. The few young men nodded with a smile. Subsequently, their figures flashed and disappeared in a few flashes. In the dusky space, the sky gradually turned darker and darker. In the end, it was completely dark. Only a faint moonlight illuminated the space, but no stars could be seen. Bang, bang, bang. In the dark night, there would occasionally be low-energy sonic booms in the surrounding space. However, they only lasted for a short period of time before calming down. In the small cave, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, slightly opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was bright and deep in the dark night. After that, Du Xiaofu closed his eyes again and began to rest. Everything that happened outside had nothing to do with him. It was fine as long as no one disturbed him. Bang, bang, bang! Low-energy sonic booms reverberated as if night had fallen. More and more new inner sect disciples were plundered by the experts on the bronze list. Faint cries for their parents could be heard, indicating that some of them had been dealt with extremely miserably. Time passed slowly, and the surrounding noises gradually calmed down. It should be because most of the new inner sect disciples had been plundered, and the experts on the bronze roll had gradually left. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire giant rock space trembled. The rumbling sound seemed to come from the depths of the earth. The earth shook and the mountains swayed. An inexplicable aura spread out from the trembling space. Rumble! After that, the entire space seemed to be moving. The entire ground shook and rocks rolled down. The cave was on the verge of collapsing. Is the space overlapping and changing? In the cave, Du Xiaofu suddenly opened his eyes, and his figure instantly flew out of the cave. Walala! In the space, an inexplicable aura fluctuated. It made one's heart tremble. The ground shook and the mountains shook. The space rippled. When Du Xiaofu flew out of the cave, he was surprised to find that he was still at the side of the hidden cave. However, the surrounding terrain and space had already changed. It was no longer the same place. Swoosh, swoosh! At this moment, a few figures mysteriously appeared in the sky above Du Xiaofu. Haha, this newbie must have been scared silly. He must have hidden well yesterday. He didn't expect to meet us. Loud laughter could be heard. There were a total of 10 figures. The 10 of them were all extraordinary youths. They were all around the age of 20 to 24 or 25. The 10 of them had an extremely powerful aura. Looking at Du Xiaofu, a malicious smile appeared on their faces. This newbie is actually alone. Don't tell me he was scared silly. Ha! A sturdy young man in short clothes looked at Du Xiaofu with interest. After laughing out loud, he looked at Du Xiaofu, raised his eyebrows, and said jokingly, "Brat, quickly hand over the copper energy talisman so that I don't have to make a move. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson first, and then you'll still have to hand over the copper energy talisman." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately looked at the 10 youths in front of him. His gaze swept across them. Among the 10 of them, there were 9 who had just reached the Martial King realm. There was also one who was at the peak of the Martial Lord realm and had a Martial King realm aura. Today is Thanksgiving Day. Xiao Yu is here to express his gratitude. I'm grateful to my parents and everything around me. It makes me feel happy. I'm grateful that I don't have anything around me. It makes me know who I am. I'm especially grateful to my brothers and sisters. I'm grateful for everyone's support. It's because of everyone's love and support that I can write books to make money and support my family. My interest and work are one. This is definitely a happy thing. I'm grateful to everyone. It's the end of the month. I'm shamelessly rolling on the ground, begging for flowers again. On the 30th, Xiao Yu exploded. It was not a small explosion. It was definitely a super explosion. Chapter 615. I advise you not to have any ideas about me. Go find someone else. How about we stay out of each other's business? Du Xiaofu looked at the 10 people in front of him and asked in a negotiating tone. The cultivation of these 10 people was not weak. As expected of the experts on the bronze ranking and the inner sect disciples of the ancient heaven sect, compared to the students of Tianwu Academy, they were much stronger. However, when they heard Du Xiaofu's words, the 10 experts on the martial ranking looked at each other in confusion. However, after a short moment of confusion, the 10 of them laughed at the same time, as if they had seen something new. Did I hear wrongly? Staying out of each other's business? Is this brat an idiot? Can an idiot become an inner sect disciple now? The sturdy young man in the front could not stop laughing. He looked at Du Xiaofu and laughed until he was out of breath. He said, I won't argue with an idiot like you. Hand over the energy bronze talisman, and I won't teach you a lesson. How about it? You're the idiot. Your whole family are idiots. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately cursed. The people of Little Rock City had called him an idiot young master. He did not expect that there would be people calling him an idiot in the ancient heaven sect. This made Du Xiaofu unhappy. The young man in the short shirt was stunned. Then he became angry. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Bastard, an idiot is still scolding people. Who is the idiot scolding? Du Xiaofu stared at the young man in the short shirt. His eyes shone brightly in the darkness of the night. The idiot scolded you. The young man in the short shirt scolded without thinking. Then he seemed to realize that he had gotten himself into trouble. His face immediately flushed red as he stared at Du Xiaofu and shouted angrily, Brat, you're definitely asking for a beating! Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the young man in the short shirt was furious. His aura surged out and the runes were dazzling, causing the surroundings to become dazzling. The aura of an early-stage martial king swept out like a storm, causing the nearby rocks to fly as if the mountains were collapsing. So, the figure of the short-sleeved young man appeared in front of Du Xiaofu in a flash. He was as fast as lightning. Boom! A fist wrapped in chi of runes was thrown out from the sturdy young man's hand. In front of the fist, the air waves distorted, as if it was going to explode the space at any time, and hit Du Xiaofu's chest. The surrounding 9 people had faint smiles in their eyes. In their hearts, the purple-robed brat was going to be unlucky. He would definitely be taught a lesson that was too horrible to look at. Who asked that brat to actually dare to make fun of someone on the bronze board? Bang! A low, muffled sound was heard. Everyone's vision was a little blurry. They did not see clearly what had happened. They only saw the sturdy young man in short clothes who had just attacked. His figure was like a bird with broken wings as he fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Boom! The young man in short clothes fell to the ground, blood spurting out. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The rocks cracked, and many of the broken stones were directly turned into fine powder. Goo goo! This sudden change caused the surrounding 9 people to be dumbfounded as they sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh no, this brat is pretending to be weak. He might be a human king. Let's join forces and suppress him. The remaining 9 bronze board powerhouses, 8 kings and 1 marquis, were not ordinary people. They were shocked for a short moment before they recovered from their shock. Then 8 figures rushed out almost at the same time. Waves of storm-like aura suddenly disappeared and surged out. The 8 bronze board powerhouses directly pounced on Du Xiaofu. 8 waves of terrifying qi energy attacked and suppressed Du Xiaofu at the same time. Boom, boom, boom! The terrifying attack arrived almost in the blink of an eye. It was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. At the same time, it exploded around Du Xiaofu's figure. It caused a rumbling sound to resound in the night sky. The dazzling rune light illuminated the sky as if it was daytime. A terrifying wave of air swept out, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Numerous gazes were solemn and vigilant as they stared at the space where the energy had just exploded. The terrifying energy storm dissipated. The 9 gazes were astonished. The purple-robed youth's figure was not within it at all. He had already disappeared. His speed was so fast that even they could not see him clearly. Didn't we agree to mind our own business? You just had to provoke me. Du Xiaofu cried out. His body was wrapped in a golden, profound energy light. A domineering and ferocious aura suddenly spread out from his body. The aura was domineering and fierce. His eyes were sharp and frightening. He appeared behind the crowd like a ghost and waved his hand like a fan. Swish! Talisman inscriptions flew out from his hand. The dense layers of golden talisman inscriptions were like the golden wings of a golden-winged rock. The golden light exploded and illuminated the sky. After that, it heavily swept over the bodies of several people. Boom, boom, boom! The golden talisman inscriptions overflowed in all directions. Waves of air surged into the sky. A large area of space was directly swept out, leaving behind traces of a vacuum. The ground exploded and rocks cracked. It was a terrifying scene. Puff, puff, puff! The 3 Martial King Realm Cultivators and the peak of the Martial Lord Realm Cultivator at the peak of the Martial Lord Realm were swept out of the sky and fell down. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and had no power to resist. Qi. His figure was like a deity, changing unpredictably. The golden energy was incomparably overbearing. Du Xiaofu's figure moved forward, and almost at the same time, his fist landed on the back of a young man in white who had just reached the Martial King realm. Bang! Du Xiaofu's every move contained traces of a mysterious move. When his fist landed, it was like a shock wave in the void that rushed out in all directions. Puff, puff! The body of the young man in white directly fell down, like an angel falling to the earth face first. After landing, the poor young man in white's mouth was dripping with blood. He could not even get up. The speed was too fast. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation strength, dealing with these Martial King Realm cultivators was simply a piece of cake. These inner sect disciples on the bronze list of the Ancient Heaven sect were extraordinary. They were enough to contend with the mysterious Martial King Realm cultivators in the outside world. However, Du Xiaofu was the master who could slaughter the Martial King Realm experts in the Divine Light Court. At this time, facing these Martial King Realm cultivators who had just reached the Martial King Realm, he was simply like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Oh no! Quickly attack with all your strength! The remaining 4 youths on the bronze list who had just reached the Martial King realm shouted in shock. The 2 youths who were closest to Du Xiaofu each sent out a palm print and a fist print wrapped in powerful qi. They gritted their teeth and attacked Du Xiaofu. Are you bullying me with numbers? Du Xiaofu howled. His 2 fists were like 2 dragons emerging from the sea as he waved his hands. Golden light erupted, causing the surrounding space to be completely submerged by the golden, profound energy light, after which his fists heavily collided with the 2 youths. Immediately, the 2 extraordinary youths who were ranked on the bronze ranking were directly swept away. Ah! 2 screams were heard. The 2 young men were violently thrown away. The bones in their arms were directly broken. They spat out blood and fell dozens of feet away. They looked extremely miserable. Run! Seeing this, the remaining 2 Martial King Realm cultivators did not dare to fight back. After being stunned for a short while, they instinctively wanted to escape. Their figures quickly swept away. Where do you think you are going? Du Xiaofu howled madly, thinking that the experts on the bronze rankings were only SOSO. He was in the mood to fight, so how could he let the two of them leave? His figure quickly soared into the sky, his arms spread out like a giant pung spreading its wings. With Du Xiaofu's speed, how could the two Martial King Realm cultivators escape? His figure swooped down and directly kicked down. Boom! Accompanied by a dazzling golden rune light, a young man on the bronze list who had just reached the Martial King Realm was directly kicked down by Du Xiaofu. He fell heavily into a pile of rocks. "I'll fight you to the death!" The last young man felt the movement behind him. His face changed in shock. He quickly formed a hand seal and then communicated with his pulse spirit. His aura soared. In a short time, the rune light was dazzling. From the divine watchtower, a terrifying black ancient leopard rushed out. Ayo! The black ancient leopard rushed out like a living creature. Its body was covered with mysterious runes. A terrifying force swept out like a huge wave. The black ancient leopard's body was densely covered with black stripes. It shone with a cold and deep luster. It swooped down from the sky like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. It directly pounced on Du Xiaofu. Pulse spirit formed. Du Xiaofu looked at the black ancient leopard that was like a living creature and was shocked. That was the pulse spirit of the young man who had just reached the Martial King Realm. At the Martial Lord Realm, cultivators could merge the pulse spirit and use the power of the pulse spirit. As for the Martial King Realm, the Meridian Soul would change once again. It could transform the Meridian Soul into a human form and be placed into the divine watchtower to nourish it. At this time, the power of the Meridian Soul was many times stronger than when it was at the Martial Lord Realm. Only by transforming the pulse spirit and placing it in the divine watchtower could it mean that one had truly broken through to the Martial King Realm. However, the difficulty of this step was no small matter. It was unknown how many talented Martial Lord Realm cultivators had stopped at this step. It was even possible that they would never be able to cross it in their entire lives. Ayo! The terrifying black ancient leopard rushed out. Its bloody mouth was so real that it even carried a bloody aura. It flickered with runes, and its aura was monstrous. In an instant, it was in front of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was slightly stunned. The terrifying black ancient leopard had already arrived in front of him. Chapter 616. While Du Xiaofu was stunned, the terrifying black ancient leopard was already in front of him. Du Xiaofu's figure retreated rapidly like a deity. Using the carefree steps on water, he dodged with a mysterious arc and lightning-like speed. Seeing Du Xiaofu's figure disappear under its mouth, the black panther that seemed to be alive seemed to reveal a surprised expression. Sky-shaking wings. Du Xiaofu dodged and turned around. He activated the sky-shaking wings. One of his hands was like a golden winged rock, and the other flapped down. Layers of golden talisman patterns fell from the sky, and a domineering aura swept across the sky. The black ancient leopard's gaze changed drastically. Under the aura of the golden winged rock, it trembled and revealed fear. Walala! Under the sky-shaking wings, the black ancient leopard's shadow was destroyed and turned into dazzling talismans. Pucci, the young man who activated his pulse spirit, suddenly turned pale. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell from the sky powerlessly. Although the young man did not cause the earth to shake, his pulse spirit was shattered. His injuries were undoubtedly the most serious among all of them. When a martial artist reached the Martial King Realm, their pulse spirit would transform and be nourished by the spirit gate. The power of the pulse spirit would be stronger. However, if the pulse spirit was heavily damaged, the damage to the body would be even greater. The youth's pulse spirit had been directly scattered by Du Xiaofu, and his injuries were even more severe. Although it was not fatal, it was definitely not a simple matter for him to condense his pulse spirit and take human form again. The surrounding talismans dissipated, and the night sky became dark again. Out of the 10 experts on the bronze roll, 9 were kings, and 1 was marquis. In less than a moment, they were all heavily injured. Only one of them had the chance to activate his pulse spirit. A few of them finally struggled to stand up. They originally wanted to activate their pulse spirits and fight together, but when they saw the outcome of the last person activating his pulse spirit, they immediately gave up on the idea. Numerous gazes were fixed on the purple-robed youth who was hovering in midair. He was carrying a broadsword on his back. The domineering and sharp aura that he had just exuded had already been retracted. In the blink of an eye, he was as calm as the wind. The sharp gaze in his eyes was now bright and clear. It was as if he was a completely different person. The purple-robed young man just now was like a peerless beast. He was extremely terrifying, but now the purple-robed young man was calm as if he was not the one who attacked just now. At this moment, the youths on the bronze ranking finally understood why the purple-robed youth was here alone. The other newly promoted inner sect disciples were all in groups. It turned out that the purple-robed youth was a freak who did not fear them at all. Chi! Du Xiaofu's figure landed on the ground. Under the dark night sky, the gray space did not affect the vision of a cultivator. He looked at the young men on the bronze roll, who were dripping with blood. His bright and clear eyes spun around in his eye sockets. He smiled and said, "Let me ask you something. I wonder if there is a rule in the Manchu that we, the new inner sect disciples, are not allowed to take away the copper energy talismans from the bronze roll disciples in the giant rock space?" Hearing this, the young men who were riddled with wounds looked at each other. A heavily injured, yellow-clothed young man gritted his teeth and looked at Du Xiaofu. He said, "There isn't." "That's good. I can rest assured." Du Xiaofu took a deep breath, as if he was relieved. He smiled and looked at the crowd. "This is a robbery. Hand over the copper energy talismans on you." Whoosh, whoosh! Following Du Xiaofu's words, the young men who had already stood up looked at each other. They thought they had misheard. Even the young men on the bronze roll who were lying on the ground, unable to get up. Their bodies were covered in blood. They were dumbfounded. They could not believe their ears. "What did you say? You want our copper energy talismans?" Finally, the young man who was the first to be beaten up by Du Xiaofu looked at Du Xiaofu with an extremely puzzled expression. All the young men thought they had misheard. They had never heard of a new inner sect disciple who dared to rob a bronze roll disciple in the giant rock space. Did I not make myself clear? This is a robbery. Hand over your copper energy talismans. Otherwise, I will beat you up again. Du Xiaofu stared at the 10 young men on the bronze roll and berated them. He even waved his fists symbolically. It was as if he was an adult scaring disobedient children. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes were already fixed on the badges on the shoulders of the 10 young men on the bronze roll. To Du Xiaofu, the copper energy talismans on their badges were already his. The 10 bronze roll disciples finally stood up with the help of each other. They looked at each other. "Kid, this is against the rules. No one has ever dared to." The short-sleeved young man clenched his teeth. It was already embarrassing enough that 10 bronze-ranking experts had been defeated by a newly promoted inner sect disciple. If the news of their bronze energy talismans being snatched away by a newly promoted inner sect disciple got out, they would never be able to raise their heads in front of others again. Bang! Before the short-clothed young man could finish his words, a purple afterimage suddenly appeared in front of him in a ghost-like manner, after which the short-clothed young man's body was once again sent flying backwards. Mouthful after mouthful of fresh blood was wildly spat out. Du Xiaofu's figure chased after him. In an instant, he appeared at the spot where the young man in the short robe had landed. Under the stunned and horrified gazes of the surrounding 9 pairs of eyes, Du Xiaofu directly sat on the young man in the short robe's lower abdomen. "Who asked you to be disobedient? I'll beat you up." Du Xiaofu's left hook and right hook unceremoniously landed on the chest, neck and face of the young man in the short robe. Bang, bang, bang! fist after fist rained down like a storm. Even though he did not use any Xian energy, one could imagine how powerful Du Xiaofu's physical strength was. Fist after fist rained down. The young man in the short robe spat out blood along with his teeth. His originally handsome face was immediately swollen like a pig's head. Even his own parents would not be able to recognize him now. "Can you hand over the energy copper talisman now?" After a dozen consecutive punches, Du Xiaofu finally stopped. He stared at the young man in the short robe's swollen face and asked. His hand even raised a fist. If the young man did not hand over the energy copper talisman, he would directly smash his fist into the young man's face and nose. "Stop hitting me. I'll hand it over," the young man in the short robe spoke intermittently. As he spoke, blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. "That's right. Are you injured? If you had handed it over earlier, you wouldn't have been beaten." When Du Xiaofu heard the words of the young man in the short robe, he immediately let go of the young man in the short robe. The expression on his face immediately became warm, like an old friend who had not seen for a long time, or like an elder who was concerned about the younger generation. However, at this moment, the young man in the short robe looked at Du Xiaofu as if he had seen a ghost. Immediately, his hand seals condensed. Within the badge, no less than 80 energy copper talismans were taken out and handed over to Du Xiaofu. The badge on his shoulder then turned red. "Are there any more energy copper talismans?" Du Xiaofu asked the young man in the short robe. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the energy copper talisman from the young man in the short robe. He held it in his hand as if he was guarding a treasure. "No, there's only one energy copper talisman left in the badge." The short-clothed youngster looked at Du Xiaofu with fear in his eyes. This purple-robe youngster was definitely a person who could change his face at any moment. He changed his face faster than flipping the pages of a book. If he accidentally provoked this guy again, he was afraid that he would suffer a violent beating. "Hand over the last one, too." When Du Xiaofu heard this, he immediately howled at the young man in the short robe. The last energy copper talisman was still an energy copper talisman. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. With Du Xiaofu's character, how could he let it go? The young man in the short robe did not expect that the purple-robed young man in front of him would actually want to snatch the last energy copper talisman. It should be known that even if they were to snatch the energy copper talismans of new inner sect disciples, according to the Manchues rules, they would still have to leave the last energy copper talisman behind. After being slightly stunned, the young man in the short robe had no choice but to obediently hand over the last energy copper talisman in the badge. He did not doubt that if he did not hand it over, the purple-robed young man in front of him would definitely turn hostile. As the last energy copper talisman was handed over, the red badge on the young man in the short robe's shoulder dissipated and the badge became dull and colorless. Du Xiaofu took the last energy copper talisman from the young man in the short robe and smiled with satisfaction. He then looked sideways at the other 9 people and said, "What about you guys? Are you going to hand it over voluntarily? Or do you want me to continue beating you up?" The 9 people's faces immediately changed. When they heard Du Xiaofu's words, they felt a sense of déjà vu. After they entered the giant rock space, they had all said the same thing several times. However, they did not expect that their positions would change so quickly. A year ago, they were also robbed by the older disciples in the same way in the giant rock space. Let's do it again. Continue to ask for flower support. Yes,